Alrighty, chat. We are indeed live. Fortunately enough here, guys, by the way, we didn't really miss a whole lot during the time in which we weren't live. I'll be honest with you. We had one PDS tornado warning that was over near Rolling Fork, and there was reports of it having a tornado associated with it, but based off of the radar, it didn't do any significant damage, if there was one. So that's some real good news off of that front already. But this is the day. This is March 15th, 2025. It is 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Well, now it is 1:06 p.m. Eastern. 12:06 p.m. Central. And today's the day for our significant tornado outbreak. A 5 out of 5 on the severe weather scale is still anticipated across portions of Mississippi and Alabama. Over the next, I would say 6 to 8 hours, you will see an increase in tornadic activity, some of which will include large tornadoes that could be violent in nature and long-tracked, long-lived. So it is important for everyone who lives in a lot of these areas to really watch out for the potential of some significant severe weather. This right here is our convective outlook, as well as our showers and thunderstorms that are across the board with it. And there are indeed a good amount of storms already in general. But I'll take the watch away, I'll take the radar away, I'll take the warnings away. And you're able to see we still have that 5 out of 5 on the severe weather scale from Hattiesburg and Jackson all the way up into Birmingham and even into Anniston and Cullman, as well as Tuscaloosa. So a lot of areas over here on the border of Alabama and Mississippi are likely to see some significant tornadoes, a pretty significant tornado outbreak. So that is something to note with that. And then we also have the potential for some significant weather even outside it in the reds and the orange. They actually expanded the red risk northeast to a significant wind risk over here in the portions of southeastern Tennessee. We actually predicted that. We actually said that that would likely happen. That is indeed the case here. But in general, I think the main way to look at it, because even though we have the probabilities of how likely you are to see a tornado, we'll go here from the environment of which environment could potentially even see a significant tornado. And you can see how large and widespread this actually is. This area here in the gray, from Nashville and Knoxville all the way down to as far east as Tallahassee, to as far west as Lafayette and Vicksburg, Mississippi. This entire area right here in this gray could see some significant tornadoes today. There's also the threat for significant damaging winds. That is not as likely for areas along the coastline, unless if you're a little bit more into western Florida. We're talking like Panama City and Mariana, those areas. But strong damaging winds are possible with hurricane force all the way up to as far east as Atlanta. So folks over there need to watch out. And then the threat for significant large hail, we're talking golf ball sized or larger, is here within this gray area too. And usually what that means here, chat, is that's a pretty good sign, a pretty good case of some supercells that are being forecasted within this overall environment. So this is absolutely a high ceiling day, a high ceiling event to where we could potentially be seeing some significant activity. Did I get some sleep or any sleep? I got like 5 hours of sleep. It was originally 4 hours. I woke up at like 9:30. I went to sleep again from 10 to 11. even though I saw that there was the PDS tornado, it didn't look significant. It didn't look that crazy at all. So if it did produce a tornado, it would have been a, like something near the EF2 strength. The velocities, I mean, looked significant, but when it comes to the actual damage, it didn't really do a whole lot. So I did get some sleep. It's good enough for what we're going to be dealing with here today. But yeah, that is basically what we've got from the outlook standpoint. We do have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued. For reference, all right, this has been out for a good bit, a good while. This tornado watch was issued at 10:30 a.m. Central, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. And the probabilities to which you can see 2 or more tornadoes is greater than 95%. The Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service is essentially guaranteeing that there will be at least 2 tornadoes within this particular tornado watch. Let's actually pull it up here from one of my retweets as a new tornado warning gets issued.
Tornado warning for East Central St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern Walthall County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Pike County in southern Mississippi.
So if you live in those areas, please be sure to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. If you have a basement, get into that. But tornado warning for those areas there on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. 95% chance, it's actually greater than a 95% chance to see a tornado within this entire tornado watch right here. This entire watch outlined in these yellow counties and parishes. And it does include areas near New Orleans. You also have a greater than a 95% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes, that is EF2 to EF5 range. This is a significant system. The last time this happened, I believe, was in March 25th, 2021 or something like that. We'll also do that real quickly. I just retweeted something on Twitter. One of the longtime moderators that I've had is retiring from the channel. She's going to be here on the stream tonight, but she's going to be retiring from the channel to pursue other stuff outside of social media. So Squishy will be retiring. It's a little sad. It's definitely pretty sad, actually, for me. But whenever she gets in the chat, say happy retirement, stuff like that. Enjoy your retirement from being a moderator. I would assume it would mean a lot to her. But yeah, put that right there. But yeah, this is a significant tornado watch here. A significant day. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right, let's start south, work our way north. There's the new tornado warning that was issued on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. We'll pull up the camera that's up near Monticello, up in Lawrence County. That's the next tornado warning north of that. But, yeah, Kentwood, Tangipahoa, Mount Herman, as well as Warnerton, Lexi, and Tylertown. If you live in these areas over here, you need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic heading near your area. You can clearly see here on the reflectivity, rain wrapping all the way down. This is basically trying to hook its way around and wrap It's also trying to clear out inflow, moisture trying to get into the thunderstorm. So we do have a pretty classic supercell here that could be trying to produce a tornado. Velocities are pretty well defined here. We probably could even see a tornado very shortly near the Kentwood and the Tangapahoa area. But reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And as I said, this very well could be a tornado very, very shortly. I really wouldn't be surprised with how volatile this environment is. And this will likely be a strong tornado if it does form. If it does do something, it will move off near the Kentwood area. It'll go over I-55 and head over towards Tylertown. We do actually have a camera in Tylertown. Yeah, we do. We have a camera in Tylertown that is all the way out in front of this system. So if this thing does end up producing a tornado, we will be able to see this on its approach. So we'll watch out for that. That is a new frame. I don't see a tornado in progress with that at this time. But we probably will see a new scan here velocity-wise in the next couple of minutes. We'll come back to that here. We'll talk about the new tornado warning or the other tornado warning that's here north of Monticello. Tornado warning here for Simpson County, as well as areas near Mendenhall, Shivers, Rockport, and Harrisville. I think we also have a camera that's over in Mendenhall as well. We do. So if this storm ends up heading towards Mendenhall, we'll be able to see what this storm is also going to be doing. But this particular thunderstorm is not as well defined as the one to the south. It is trying to wrap its way back around. It is trying to do so. It is not looking super intense with its rotation. There's also another storm that's trying to rotate right next to it that's near like Prentice. It's kind of trying to fight over the same air mass. So it is hard to say if this thing will actually be able to intensify to the level of a strong tornado. But we will have to see. Once again, Oma, Shivers, Panola, as well as Rockport and Mendenhall need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. And then we also have our tornado warning that is up north here. We have a couple of them near Chula, Black Hawk, and Koila. This is really just a lot of mess, to be honest with you. There's a lot of mess that is in this general area. There could be a new tornado warning for Holmes County for this storm near Ebenezer, as well as Durant, and areas north of Pickens. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up becoming prominent. We could see a new tornado warning with that. We do have some rotation associated with it too. Pinks moving away, greens moving towards, some counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere right within there. And then we also have another pretty strong storm near Grenada. Might have to use the Columbus Air Force Base radar for that. But we do have some pretty strong rotation here for a tornado warning in Grenada County. That'll be near the Holcomb and the Grenada area. If this thing were to continue to be tornadic, this will head over towards the Coffeyville and the Elliott area. So don't be surprised if a new tornado warning could get issued over there too. At least I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, we definitely have two areas of rotation here. We definitely do. Reds moving away from the radar. Greens and blues are moving towards. So somewhere right within that general area looks to be where the tornadic rotation would reside. And then there's also a significant amount of supercells that are just to the west of our radar here. There's one right here near Houston that probably could be tornadic at some point. We have an embedded supercell here along the line. I wouldn't be surprised if a new tornado warning gets issued for Chickasaw and Pontotoc as well as Lee counties. But we'll see how that continues to meander through. Keaton with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, do you think the risk diminished from the current convection, or do we still have a greater risk? We still have a greater risk, to be honest with you. The stuff that is up north is not really going to impact the stuff down south, as a lot of the moisture that's in the Gulf of Mexico will continue to advect into this general area. So, yeah, there we go, chat. This thing is absolutely... It's producing a tornado here. Northeast of Kentwood, tornado in progress here on the border of Louisiana, Mississippi. As I said, Keaton, thank you for the 5. I really do appreciate it. It's just this entire atmosphere is so volatile right now. It really is just... It's insane. They are moving the camera around here in Tylertown. I have no idea what direction they're going to be looking at, though, but... The one thing I do know is they understand that this storm is producing a tornado, and it is heading off near them. Pretty strong tornado at that here for the beginner stages, as we have 47 on top of 56. So that is a little north of 100 miles per hour as a delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this particular tornado. I think they're testing out the camera to see if it has the capability to be able to see it. They're doing the zooms, they're moving it all around, they're trying all they can to be able to see if we may be able to get a good view with this storm. And I'll be honest with you, chat. I'll be honest with you. I really do think that these supercells here, we're talking about the one that is over in Hazelhurst and New Hebron. These supercells here near Mendenhall, and this supercell down here on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, these are going to be the ones that are going to be our long trackers today. All right, today, if we were to talk about significant tornadoes, it would be the storms that form out in this environment that moves north. It will move north. It will track for a very, very long time. And that's what it's supposed to do. That's what today's event was supposed to do. It's supposed to form storms that are this far south. It'll track and move all the way up towards the north. So already this event is starting to perform like it's been forecasted to. There very well could be more storms that could try and form, more supercells that could form, not only northeast of our current tornado warning, but even south of them later on in time. So when these storms eventually move off towards like I-20, you could potentially get more storms that form to the south, and it's just a constant chain reaction of storm after storm after storm after storm. And that's the reason why the confidence is so high here. A lot of people are asking, if this event overconvected. We haven't even got into the event. All the stuff that is this far north is not even going to impact the actual event. So I really wouldn't be too concerned about whether or not the event is not going to happen. It is going to happen. It is absolutely going to happen. We still have our storm, our area of interest that we were looking at near Houston. It doesn't look to be on the ground. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not it actually is a tornado or whether or not we just have a significant downburst. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tornado. It is heading into the general area of Tupelo here. So if you are in Tupelo, or if you are south of Tupelo near Verona, yeah, that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Chickasaw County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Lee County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
Thank you for confirming that, North Texas skies. So the camera that we're looking at is in Tylertown, and it's looking to the south and west. So we'll watch that pretty close. If you live in those counties that just got called out for the new tornado warning, please, please, please heed the warning accordingly. Get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Otherwise, get into a sturdy structure or drive out of the way of the path of these storms. If you're in Verona, Shannon, Okaluna, Troy, and Tupelo, you need to really watch out for the potential of significant severe weather moving into this area. In about, I'd say, 15 minutes, we'll probably get a better idea as to what the actual conditions are for this tornadic thunderstorm. It does, at least in my opinion, seem like this storm will try to produce a tornado. So, Chickasaw County, areas northeast of Houston, areas west of Okaluna and near Okaluna, as well as areas near Troy, need to heed the warnings accordingly. That is a PDS for the border of Mississippi and Louisiana for Kentwood. And honestly, that is not too surprising. That is indeed a debris ball. It had a debris ball earlier. It was doing damage earlier. Now it is still doing damage. And now we have basically the beginning of this event. This is absolutely the beginning of this event. We talked about how these supercells here in southern portions of Mississippi will move off into the prime environment, which will be the central and eastern portions of Mississippi, as well as western and central portions. With these storms even just being as far south as they are and still producing strong tornadoes, as this moves off towards the north, we can assume the intensity of these storms, these supercells that have developed, to uptick as well. So it is important that people get the word out ahead of time, as this is, once again, a very significant storm that is building off. New scan just came in. Still a debris signature, still a tornado in progress. Large and extremely dangerous tornado is now crossing the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, heading straight for our camera in Tylertown. Let's go up to another tornado warning here. It'll be important for us to try and cover as many tornado warnings as we can. There is a tornado warning here for areas near Shivers and Rockport here in Mississippi. It will head into the Panola area as well as Mendenhall. And we do have a camera over in Mendenhall as well, so we could potentially see what could be happening in that area. But Simpson County, if you're in Simpson County, that is where the tornadic threat is going to be heading off near you. We could potentially be talking about Smith County as well as southeastern Rankin County, like near Puckett, near Raleigh, near Burns and Polkville. And McGee could potentially also get into the activity here, as another tornadic thunderstorm could be trying to develop just to the south and east of our main cell here that is tornado warned. So please, please, please watch out to that extent. New PDS tornado watch. We'll look at it. My mic is a little low. I'll turn it up. My voice is also starting to die out a little bit. Yeah, there's your new PDS tornado watch there, ladies and gentlemen. Man. I think it's all starting to settle in now. It's starting to set in, at least for me, how prolific this event actually is going to get. I don't think we need to play the prob game, to be honest with you. I think we all know what the probabilities are. They're the same as the other PDS tornado watch. So this is maxed out probabilities for both tornadoes and significant tornadoes. And, you know, the crazy thing, chat, the crazy thing is that the first PDS tornado watch that is here in Mississippi has technically has technically verified in one of the parameters. The significant tornado, we just got it. It's on the southern end of the risk down here with this PDS tornado watch. And it's still, you know, we have a long time until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time as to when this first PDS tornado watch expires. The second one expires at 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that just kind of goes to show you how very real this event is. This is definitely something that's going to start to really build up more and more. And I'll tell you what, this cell over here that is in Mendenhall, honestly, it might be good for us to have 2 cameras up. Because we have Mendenhall and Tylertown that is going to be right next to each other. We might actually see 2 tornadoes in progress at the same time. We might actually see it, chat. On camera. I can't exactly remember the last time we had 2 tornadoes on stream at the same exact time. I mean, that just sounds crazy. Here's the Mendenhall camera, just for everyone to get acquainted with what we could be looking for. They'll probably move this camera around and around, so we'll be able to see what happens with there. But yeah, this is another tornadic thunderstorm that is headed straight for Mendenhall. And this could definitely produce a tornado. And of course, as I mentioned, we already have the other storm that is south of that is now headed into Mississippi. It is now going near the Tylertown area. It looks like, you know what, chat? Interesting enough, it still looks like it is in progress, or it could be recycling, chat. We could be seeing a new rotation that is developing, or at least a broadening of the wind field. Maybe a recycle is possible. The good news, at least for this supercell here. Oh, never mind. There is no good news. This thing is wobbling. Wow.
Tornado warning for northwestern Choctaw County in central Mississippi, northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southeastern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, southeastern Grenada County in north-central Mississippi, northern Atala County in central Mississippi, western Webster County in north-central Mississippi, Montgomery County in north-central Mississippi.
So that was for that tornadic thunderstorm that we were talking about earlier. That was near the Durant area. We mentioned that about, 10, 15 minutes ago, chat? So that has finally gotten its tornado warning. If you're in Winona, Kilmichael, Poplar Creek, as well as Beatty and West and Vaden, you need to get in your safe space immediately. The potential for a significant tornado is possible within this cell that is paralleling I-55. You know, chat, we might actually... There is the potential for us to see 3 tornadoes at the same time. Depending upon what this cell over here west of Okaluna does. It looks like the rotation has weakened a good bit. But it is in progress. That is a tornado in progress west of Okaluna. I'm going to just go ahead and look to see what cameras are available in that area. So that way we're just able to see whenever this storm gets close. Because this is definitely a whole mixed bag. This is definitely a whole mixed bag that's all over the area. Will, with the 5, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it, says, Nate, not to take attention away from this action, but are we safe in Noonan tonight / Sunday morning? Just wind or tornadoes? I do believe that you guys will have to stay up tonight. You guys will have to watch out. There is the potential for some strong tornadoes to move on through your area. If you're in a mobile home, you're not safe. You're going to want to get into a more sturdy structure than that. Miss Pac-Man with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Yeah, that cell that's near west, that actually might be a strong tornado too. But now I think we've officially verified. We've had 2 tornadoes now, and we have had 1 strong tornado. The PDS Tornado Watch is officially verified, and we are not even in the peak risk yet. We are not in the peak risk yet. That is how crazy we are dealing with, how crazy the storms we're dealing with right now. Will you be hitting Pascagoula, Mississippi? More than likely, you'll have a chance to see some significant activity, but we'll have to watch out and see. But you are in the main risk of severe weather here this evening. Yeah, it does look like that cell near Lexington and Durant heading up into West and Beatty and Vaden. There could potentially be a tornado in that area. The velocities and the radar data is actually corrupt in a sense. It is de-aliasing, but it is indicated that there is absolutely still rotation, and there is a donut hole here. There's a bounded weak echo region to where the rain is actually wrapped around the area of where there could be a tornado. So that tells me that we could probably be seeing a tornado within this storm here somewhere. Or at least I wouldn't be surprised if there was one. Let's go back down to our PDS tornado warning down in southern Mississippi. Wow. I'll tell you what here, chat. This is going to be a significant tornado. It is a significant tornado. I mean, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's going to be heading very close to Tylertown. This velocity scan here, chat, tells me everything I need to know about what's going to happen today. Everything I need to know of what's going to be happening today. Strong velocities. This is 85 on top of, I'm going to say as a base, 75. So that is already some pretty strong winds if you combine the two. That's around 150 miles per hour as a delta velocity. So there is a tremendous amount of spin and wind here. And you know what? The normalized rotation, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. This quantifies how strong the rotation actually is within a given area. We're already getting close to the maximum values of how strong the rotation actually is. When we start seeing white here today, and believe me when I say we will see white here today, that is when you know we are going beyond the scale. We are going beyond the scale. We indeed have a debris ball here, indicated with our correlation coefficient. We have a big blue ball here where debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere by this tornado. And it looks, at least for right now, that this is going to go to the western side of Tylertown. We have a live camera in Tylertown right now. We'll pull that up here real quickly just so you guys can see. Out in front, this is the camera. This is looking southwest of Tylertown. There is a very good chance that, actually, which area here in Tylertown? We're on the northern side of Tylertown, I believe is what we're looking at. And they are zooming in. They're trying to see what's in the distance over there. I'll tell you what, those winds are really rapid. But I believe we're on the northern side of Tylertown where US Highway 98 is. And this is looking off, once again, to the west. Yeah, it looks to me that we are at the gas station. We're at the intersection of State Highway 583 and US Highway 98. That debris ball just got larger. Oh my goodness. Well, chat. That's violent. That could very well be a tornado emergency.
Tornado warning for northwestern Walthall County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Pike County in southern Mississippi.
It's not a tornado emergency, but they probably should tornado emergency it soon. They probably should.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south central Mississippi, southern Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
You know what they could be doing here, chat? They could be, right now they're at a jurisdiction issue here. They're at a jurisdiction between New Orleans and Jackson. It is also possible that they are now getting into the strategy of let's warn anything that's out in front of it really far ahead, and then we'll tornado emergency the populous areas that are within the tornado warning. That very well could be the strategy. This is the strategy that they used for Mayfield, if you guys remember in 2021 during December 10th, where we had a long track violent tornado that went from northeastern Arkansas all the way up through. Oh my goodness, that is... Wow. How high does this debris signature go up? We're still early on in the tornado, so we still have to see, but 8,000 feet is the top. Now 10,000 feet. Wow. So this is live data that we are seeing that's streaming in right now. Usually what you can see here with GR2 Analyst, whenever it has your debris signature, okay, it indicates a TDS. The base, it tells you where the debris is, and then the top tells you how high the debris actually spans up into the atmosphere, and then it gives a hypothetical as to how strong the tornado actually could be. Right now, it is possible that it is a mid-range. Oh my goodness. Chat. If that is the tornado, that is the tornado. That is a large tornado. That is a violent tornado. That is a wedge. That is a wedge. That is a wedge tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wedge. That might be larger than a half a mile. That might be a quarter of a mile to a half a mile wide. That is a wedge tornado. And look at how rapid the clouds are spinning around it too. That is a wedge tornado that is going to the west side of Tylertown. My goodness, that is absolutely insane. I'm kind of surprised I didn't notice it earlier. I kind of want to see if we saw earlier on stream. It looks like we weren't able to notice it until it got really close in the view, exactly when we saw it. So we didn't really miss a whole lot there. But once again, that's a wedge tornado. That is a large tornado that is currently in progress right now. That just went right next to Tylertown. We just saw a wedge tornado, probably about a half a mile wide. And it is still right there. Look at this, chat. This is the edge of the tornado right here. This is the edge of the tornado. This is a violent tornado. This is absolutely worst case scenario style of tornado where you need to be heeding the warnings of the National Weather Service immediately. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I honestly can't believe that we just saw that. I honestly can't believe that we just saw that wedge tornado. It was so large. And it actually looked like we saw from base to base how large it was. We might be able to see it as it moves on through the trees. We'll have to see if we can get a better clearing or a better idea. I'll watch that very closely. But new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Waltall County. A significant tornado is currently in progress. I'm saying this is a very strong tornado. We saw it was a large and extremely dangerous tornado to begin with. We also have another tornado, a large and extremely dangerous tornado heading into Mendenhall. We're going to actually go real quickly to that sky camera here in Mendenhall. Right now, I have no idea where exactly this camera is at in Mendenhall, but hypothetically, there should be a tornado in and around this area. There's another cell that is right next to it. I'll tell you what, we might actually have two tornadoes right next to each other. One that is near the Mendenhall here area here very shortly. Could see a tornado that gets put down there. And then another one near the Raleigh area heading into Smith County. So if you are in those areas, please get into your safe space immediately. I can't see anything with the Mendenhall camera. So I think it's just best for us to stick with this here from Tylertown. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I kind of wish they actually go to the right a little bit more to show off what I just saw. How quickly the clouds are streaming into this storm is absolutely insane. This is truly a significant tornado. Now, I'm just going to keep repeating it over and over again, unfortunately, because this is just how bad it is. But if they move the camera back over to the right, first off, look at how quickly these clouds are moving off to the east. So that's definitely something. I also think there's a camera in Columbia, Mississippi. Yes, there is. It's on the outskirts of the tornado warning. It is possible that we could see the tornado from Columbia. It could be really far away, but it is possible we could see the tornado from Columbia, Mississippi as well. If you are in Darbin, Morgantown, Goss, Oakville, and Bassfield. If you are in Bassfield over here in southern Mississippi, all right, please, please, please heed the warning. This is a significant event. This is a significant day here today. We are absolutely going to be seeing some significant tornadoes. This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning here. And even areas that are further north and east of it, in central Alabama, central Mississippi, you need to watch out too.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rankin County in central Mississippi, northeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi, northwestern Smith County in central Mississippi, southern Scott County in central Mississippi.
They did the right thing and they issued a new tornado warning out in front of the Mendenhall cell. Yeah, this is... You know what might be interesting here, chat? I wonder if these two supercells could interact with each other. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, western Newton County in east central Mississippi, northern Smith County in central Mississippi, southeastern Scott County in central Mississippi.
So they have issued two tornado warnings now. I'm looking at the camera here in Mendenhall. I'm looking at this. I don't see anything confirmed on the ground right now based off of visual confirmation. The camera is kind of on a really weird spot, to be honest with you. But I do see a wall cloud in the distance here. This is northeast of Mendenhall. You can definitely see a disturbance here in the atmosphere with this particular storm. And you can actually see the logo's covering it, but this is the edge of the wall cloud right here. This is actually spinning. These clouds are actually spinning like a top right within this area. So Yeah, this is your wall cloud right here. I wonder specifically because there is the chance that maybe this thing could be trying to put its way down towards the ground as well. But definitely going to want to watch out. Is this storm going to hit Seminary? So the significant tornado that is near Tylertown, that is moving northeast of Tylertown, it is possible that it could move just to the west of you. Right now, we're still a little far out, but the general trajectory is that it will be moving near, if not just to the west of Seminary. It is definitely going near the Bassfield area and the Oakville area. So if you know anyone that lives near there, near Prentice, Mount Olive, and Collins, let them know. This is going to be once again a significant tornado. We just saw a few minutes ago, a large wedge tornado. We just saw a large wedge tornado on stream in Tylertown, or on the west side of Tylertown. It was about a half-mile wide, chat. It was about a half-mile wide. Maybe a little bit smaller than that, but that is a large tornado that we saw on stream. Still a pretty well-pronounced debris ball. I mean, this is a big tornado that is north of Tylertown now. And now it's tornado emergency. There you go. Tornado emergency has been issued for northern Walthall County here in southern Mississippi. At 12:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Salem, or 18 miles west of Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for rural northern Walthall, Mississippi. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard deadly tornado. Source emergency management confirmed tornado. We also saw it live on camera. We saw how large it was, chat. I wonder, can someone in chat go back in time and record when we first saw the Wedge tornado and then put it up on Twitter so that we can show the folks who are tuning in for the first time? It was a Wedge tornado. It was a Wedge tornado that we saw on stream. It was absolutely crazy, to say the least. I'll tell you what. Let's go back. I wonder, do they have the camera looking north? They do. We're not able to see it through all that rain, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely insane, what we're just seeing here. I'd love a timestamp. Just joined a few minutes ago. Timestamp would have to be, we first started seeing the tornado. If you look at the bottom right-hand part of the screen right below me, there's a time at around 1342. 1342. That is around the time to which we saw it. I mean, as I said, this is just absolutely insane. Once again, tornado emergency, if you're just tuning in here right now. Tornado emergency has been issued for northern Walthall County. There will likely be an upgrade in this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Jefferson Davis County, northern Marion County, eastern and southeastern Lawrence County. This will likely go tornado emergency as well. But that is a large tornado. That is a very large tornado. The debris ball in itself is about, if I were to measure it here from west to east, it is about 2.5 miles wide. So the tornado is likely a little bit smaller than that. Mesogamma. Yeah, that is a mesoscale discussion. Mesogamma says summary: an intense to potentially violent tornado is ongoing across Walthall County. It's actually Walthall County, not Waltha, and is expected to continue northeast. Rapidly intensifying tornadic circulation with radar-derived rotation of 60 plus knots, briefly over 90 knots, and a tornado debris signature over 25,000 feet. This suggests an intense to violent tornado is ongoing. This storm is located in the centroid of the maximum STP of 6 to 8 from the SPC mesoanalysis. This storm will likely be unimpeded as it moves northeast through the afternoon. Therefore, this tornado may persist for quite a while at intense to violent intensity. I mean, that right there in itself tells you all you need to know. If you're in Darbin, you need to get in your safe space immediately. It is right next to you. Top. I'm going to look here. Yeah, it does go up to about 22,000 feet. That is absolutely a heck of a significant signature. And then earlier, let's do some calculations here, chat. Let's do some calculations. All right. First off, that is 44 on top of 82, or actually that's 83. Okay. So that is around or a little bit above 225 miles per hour as a delta velocity. That's how fast the winds were within that particular tornado at that time, just to the west of Tylertown. So actually, I think we saw the tornado at its peak with that camera. But let's do some calculations. All right, let's do some calculations here. That is a new tornado emergency that has been issued now for portions of Prentice, Oakville, and Bassfield. So they have continued the warning. We had 144 miles per hour on top of, let's go back here again. 144 on top of 83. That is a 97.3 knot rotational velocity. So at 98.3. And then it went up to 25,000 feet. According to the probabilistic data sheet that we have here, based off of research, our potential tornado that was just near the Tylertown area is at minimum EF3, based off of what the type of damage it could do. But it is anticipating that maybe it was even stronger than that, to around a 180 mile per hour EF4. Once again, that is based off of what the research says. We'll see what the people that actually looked through the damage say in the coming days. Because in the coming days, things will start to change, and we'll start to see what the actual damage is with these storms. But once again, this is a significant storm, significant supercell. And there's another one right behind it over near Kentwood. There's another one right behind it. Wade with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, there's another supercell that is right behind this one. So we could very well see areas that just got impacted by our large and extremely dangerous tornado get impacted again. So Tylertown, you are not out of the risk by any stretch of the imagination. We still have a debris ball over here northwest of Darbin in Mississippi. If you are in Darbin, Mississippi, still stay in your safe space. Oakville, Bassfield, Prentice, Mount Carmel, Collins, Mount Olive. If you are in those areas that I just called out for in Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space immediately, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you are near Mount Carmel and Collins, move east. Go on Highway 84 to Collins and then go south on 49. Head towards Hattiesburg if you can. You do have a bit of time before those storms actually move off into your area. I want to look at our storm that is up here near the Tupelo area. It did have a spin-up tornado that was confirmed south of Troy. Now it is currently trying to recycle and maybe trying to produce another tornado to the south and east of Tupelo. Tupelo should be fine, however. The tornadic rotation has passed you guys, at least for right now. So that right there is the good news for that storm. There is still a pretty strong area of rotation here near Kilmichael, as well as Tom Nolan, and areas west of Eupora. If you are in those areas, as well as Walthall, the town of Walthall in Webster County, Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Underground, if you have a place. If not, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have our other tornado that is or has been going out and about over here near Mendenhall. This has apparently a large and extremely dangerous tornado associated with it, or at least it is possible here. The rotation has significantly weakened over the past few scans. That is the one thing I will note. But there is also another supercell that is just to the east of it that is trying to be tornadic near Raleigh. That'll head over towards the Newton and the Roberts area, as well as near Lake and Montrose. So if you're in those areas here in Mississippi, recommended once again that you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We mentioned earlier that this environment will have numerous supercells, and it will be over and over and over again, and that is a new tornado warning that has been issued.
Tornado warning for North Central Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern Walthall County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Pike County in southern Mississippi.
So chat, as I say that, the tornado warning that just got issued is for the one that's right behind Tylertown. Tylertown, once again, is under the gun for another tornado that is possible. Another tornado. And once again, we're going to have our camera in Tylertown that is going to help us see what's going on. But Tylertown, another tornado is possible to be right next to your area. Yes, parishes are equivalent to counties. In Louisiana, they call their counties parishes over there. So definitely something with that. Can I 3D the tornado emergency? I can 3D it when it was right next to Tylertown. That's what I can do. So the history of this storm here. All right, I want to focus specifically. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat, we can see the tornado on 3D as well. We saw it on video. We can see it as well on the 3D. You can see the debris that is being angled up into the sky. That's an accurate representation of where the rotation was and the tornado as it spanned up into the storm. I mean, that is pretty insane. There's the actual rotation in itself and the vorticity going up into the atmosphere. And if we go to the normalized rotation, we're able to see this too. Yeah, look at that rotation across the board. Right there. Look at that. I mean, that is just some... That was intense. That was very intense. And as I said, unfortunately, Tylertown, you are not out of the risk. There is another storm that could potentially be producing a tornado that is heading near your area. So please, 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 if you are in Tylertown, get into your safe space again, all right? The type of day that we are expected here today is numerous long-track violent tornadoes that are possible. The big thing here to realize is that if I pull up here the convective outlook for severe weather today, as that is a new tornado watch that has also been issued for portions of Tennessee. If you guys want to do the prob game for that, because that one actually isn't a PDS watch, feel free to do it in chat. But this area over here, if we take the watch and the radar off, we're only talking about severe weather that's right here on just the western half of the high risk. We still have all of this area to cover. This is about a third of the risk that we're talking about, and it's going to take forever for it to get out of this third. We are at the very beginning of this event here, and there is a lot more to come and a lot more areas that these storms and tornadoes could impact. And they will likely track for a very long time. If we put back the radar and the watch here, so we go radar and watch, all right, there's a very good chance that these storms will be long track in nature and will parallel each other all the way through, and there will be more storms that'll be forming. There's another one that's to the west of New Orleans right now that is currently trying to build, in a sense. You see this over here, chat? When I pull this up, you see this here? These are more storms that are further down along the line that it is trying to build. And when they move off into the prime environment, which will be a lot further off towards the north and east, there's a very good chance that these will produce significant tornadoes as well. So it'll be storm after storm after storm after storm. And it is important for folks that are in these areas to understand everyone needs to pay attention. Graham with the 5, thank you so much, really do appreciate it. Says the Tylertown videos on X are crazy. Keep up the good work. Hope you are on tomorrow for North Carolina. I'll try to be on. We probably will be, but yes, I'll be looking at what's on X here pretty soon. The probability of the tornado watch here is 80-60 here for the tornado watch. So a lot of people got that one. A lot of people got that one. 80-60 probability. 80% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes. And then a 60% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, this is going to be a long day here, guys. And, you know, sharing the live stream, you know, stuff as simple as that goes a long way. It really does. So I would appreciate if you guys would be able to do that. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get information out to more and more people on YouTube. What in the world? There is some absolutely insane footage coming out of Tylertown right now on Twitter. There is some insane footage. Significant destruction, damage that has been done here in Tylertown. Look at that. Looks like the roof off of that building. That is trees that are toppled across the board. That is a car that has been slung. And that's a lot of debris, too. I wonder if there was a house somewhere in that area. But, oh my goodness gracious. I mean, that is crazy. That was from Ashton Champion. This is what we were talking about earlier, all right? So, we were watching this live. We were talking about the significant tornado that was west of Tylertown, which, by the way, thank you, Mark, for the gifted membership. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for the gifted membership yesterday, too. Look at this here, guys. That's streaming in right now. Usually what you can see here, free is, and then the actually could be. Look at that, chat. You see that? That was the edge of the Wedge tornado. And right about here, I believe, is where it ended. If that is the tornado, that is the tornado. That is a large tornado. That is a violent tornado. I mean, that is a wedge. That is a wedge. That was absolutely a wedge. That is a wedge tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wedge. That's what we saw earlier on about 20 to 30 minutes ago near Tylertown, Mississippi. That's just a huge tornado. Absolutely a huge tornado. We'll retweet that. This is a picture of it. I mean, this is just How crazy was that? How crazy was that? Still a tornado emergency for portions of Oakvale and Bassfield, as well as Prentice. If you live in those areas, please be sure to get into your safe space immediately. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. There is still a debris ball here. There is still a debris ball with debris being lofted up to about 16,000 feet. So very strong tornado still ongoing at this time. That'll be heading off very close to Oakvale, Goss, Bassfield, Prentice. We're going to keep saying that area over and over again because just the absolute intensity of that storm is just, it's insane. It truly is insane. We're not able to see the tornado really from the radar Omega camera. It is a little too far away. Yeah, that was Gabe. I appreciate you helping. I really do. Good stuff, Gabe. Good stuff. And then we also have, once again, another tornadic thunderstorm that is heading into Tylertown. So this camera that we just used to see the violent tornado earlier on, we will use it again to see if we can find another tornado, as this tornadic thunderstorm here, this new tornado warning, has been issued near the Walthall and the Pike County area. Tangipahoa should be getting better. Same with Warnerton. The tornadic thunderstorm is starting to move into Mississippi now. So should be getting a lot better on that front. Can I check the Amory storm? I can. Yeah, there's a couple cells that are around here that are rotating, or at least are trying to rotate. A little bit of a supercell that's trying to develop near Smithville and Amory. I think we have a camera. Yeah, we have a camera in Amory. Chat, what do you see from this here? This is in Amory, Mississippi, where there could potentially be something tornadic, but it's very hard to tell. It is surrounded in rain. Everything is surrounded in rain, pretty much. That tornado warning for Etowah and Lee County has been canceled, so now just severe thunderstorm warnings up there. And you know what? This Amory camera is also looking at this other supercell that is back behind it, trying to see if there's anything tornadic. Is that's some scud, right? That's not anything tornadic right there that we're seeing west of Amory? Or is that a tornado? That is a tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is another tornado. Where in the world are we looking towards? That is a tornado. That is doing damage, too. Where are we looking at? Where is this? I think this is west of Amory. I think this is west of Amory. That is a tornado. West of Amory, Mississippi. Tornado in progress. I think this is west of Amory. I think this is what we're looking at. That's what it looks like based off of the camera here. And based off of the rotation, it actually looks like that is the case too. It looks like we have a tornado that is northeast of Egypt, Mississippi. If you are in Bigsby and Amory, as well as Nettleton and Smithville, you need to get in your safe space. I think this storm, it looks like the tornado just lifted, and there might be another one. Might be a new spin up that's trying to form here. Another tornado. If you haven't already, share the live stream. Share all this information with as many people as possible. We're going to be seeing a lot of activity here. And there's going to be a lot of stuff. But we want to try and make sure we get as much information out to as many people as possible, because this is a pretty substantial storm. But it does look like we had a spin-up tornado west of Amory, northeast of Egypt. And it is possible, look over there on the right side. It is possible that this entire area is just creating spin-up tornadoes in this entire wall cloud. I mean, look at how rapid this motion is. Look at all of this spin. I'll tell you guys, this atmosphere here today is volatile. It is absolutely volatile. And this is a good example of that. We're seeing spin-up tornado after spin-up tornado in this. If this environment here had even a slightest bit more cape, slightest bit more energy, we could be talking about, witnessing extremely large, extremely powerful storm. But look at that wall cloud there, guys. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. That is... We're going to keep this up. We're going to watch this camera for just a little bit longer, and we'll talk about the other storms here. There is a new tornado that could potentially be forming to the west of where we are currently looking. There's another storm that is northwest of Houston, near Thorne. That could likely be spinning up here relatively soon. So if you know anyone that lives near Thorne, please take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Get into your safe space. There isn't a tornado warning for your area right now, but do not be surprised. Once again, Chickasaw County as well as Pontotoc County. Lee County, once again, could potentially be in it. Monroe County, definitely. We're currently watching at a wall cloud that is west of Amory. This thing has already produced a spin-up tornado already. This thing has, we saw the spin-up tornado live as it moved on through. That is, I'll tell you what, this wall cloud is a heck of a storm. This is a mean and green supercell. Right over here would be the area of interest, chat. That's where I would be paying attention. Man. Man, oh man. Let's get a couple updates on our storms to the south. We do have a tornado emergency, believe it or not. We've been trying to cover almost anything and everything. Now, there is a report of a tornado, large tornado about 4 miles northwest ongoing, partially wrapped in rain. This is approaching the Bassfield area. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving on through. Although I will say the debris signature has fanned out a lot more. So not as much of a damaging tornado. Is that a tornado in progress now? If this camera could zoom in, I wonder if that's a funnel. I wonder if that's a tornado in progress here, just to the west of Amory, that you're seeing live on stream. It'd be in this area right here. But I will say the debris signature with the cell that is in Oakville and Bassfield, Mississippi, the rotation and the tornado has started to veer out just a little bit more. It started to weaken. A lot of debris in the atmosphere, though. I'll tell you what, this thing has chewed up a bunch of trees and a bunch of things that's been in its path. So that is a significant long track tornado. It will continue to be the case as it heads off into Collins and Taylorsville and Mount Olive. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, they need to get into their safe space. They really do. It looks like pretty soon we're also going to be looking at Tylertown again. The wall cloud is getting very close to Tylertown. We're going to keep up the Amory camera. And then we're going to put the Tylertown camera on the main screen here. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
Absolutely valid, by the way. I have no idea where the Tylertown camera is looking at, but I do know that the Amory camera is zooming in right now at a very low to the ground wall cloud. I'll go over here and see. It looks like it is looking at rotation. That is absolutely rotation. It could very well be a tornado in progress. Look at that. That's actually vortices, chat. That's tornado. That's a tornado. That's another tornado that we're seeing live on stream. Tornado in progress, northwest of Amory. Tornado in progress, northwest of Amory. That is a vortice that is touching the ground, that is doing damage. It is still doing damage, but it is starting to veer out a little bit, starting to weaken more and more. But absolutely, we just saw a tornado that was northwest of Amory. So that's the second tornado that we have seen from this storm. Was that another tornado that's over there on the right side? Is it back on the ground? Yes. It is back on the ground again. That is the tornado again. It looks like a multi-vortice style of tornado. Yeah, there is multiple vortices. Oh my goodness. It is all over the place. There's a very good chance, chat, that this entire area right here is the tornado. There is a very good chance that that is the tornado. Now that is officially reported. Tornado reported. Yeah, this is a multi-vortex tornado that is northwest of Amory. So if you are in those areas, you need to get into your safe space immediately. It is not convenient that the Tylertown camera is not looking at the direction of this tornado. I would love for it to do so, but it doesn't look like that is the case at this time. So I think we're just going to have to continue with this storm here. Once again, north of Amory, where we have seen numerous tornadoes spawn off of this storm just within the past 10-15 minutes. So please watch out if you're in Smithville or in Tilden. New tornado warning has been issued as well.
Tornado warning for western Walthall County in southern Mississippi.
Yeah, so definitely something to make a note of with that. New tornado warning. Extension into Tylertown. If you live in Darbin, Kokomo, Tylertown, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We'll keep the camera up there for right now, and honestly, we'll move. Hopefully, the Tylertown camera comes back. They've updated it again. They're going to move the camera here to the right, hopefully. Let's actually take a look at the live view here. Let's see what it says, or what it's looking at. That is all sorts of rain wrapped. But that could be on the ground too. We'll keep this camera here for right now, and we'll take a look at the tornado emergency once again that is off to the north and east. It's actually no longer a tornado emergency at this time. It is now just a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. But Bassfield, as well as Mount Carmel and Collins, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Lowest, innermost part of your building if you can. A large and extremely dangerous tornado. That is definitely a debris signature here, according to the correlation coefficient. You can definitely see that a tornado is picking up the debris. It is skewing the correlation coefficient, so it's not red. Instead, you've got blues and greens. That is absolutely a tornado in progress right now. Still ongoing, heading off to the western portions of Bassfield. We're really looking at this camera here to the west of Tylertown. West of Tylertown, there still seems to be a tornadic thunderstorm. I wonder here, you know what, chat? That's the wall cloud. And that's a low wall cloud. That wall cloud is really low to the ground. If we were to move this camera just a little bit to the right, that could be a funnel. That could just be a tornado too. Rain wrapping all the way around. Right here is where I'm watching. Right here. If there is a tornado, it's right there, chat. It might be already on the ground, to be honest with you. And if it is, that is a large tornado. My goodness gracious. Yep, that's on the ground, all right. And that's violent. That's horizontal vortices. That's horizontal vortices. It's on the ground. And it's big. It's a strong tornado. It's another wedge. It's another wedge. It's another wedge tornado. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's wedging out again. The same camera here, 30 to 40 minutes later, another tornado goes through pretty much the same exact area. That's a wedge. That's a wedge tornado. That is a huge tornado. That sucker is chonky. I mean, goodness gracious. Another wedge tornado that we are seeing live on stream. That is, wow, with horizontal vortices and everything. This could make a run for this other storm that's over in Bassfield's money. This could potentially be another violent tornado here very shortly. I wouldn't be surprised at all, at least. But that is a second violent tornado that is possible here on the same area. And that camera might have just went out. I wonder if power just went out in the area. Wow. We'll have a new scan here coming up shortly. But once again, tornado in progress west of Tylertown. We have it visually from our camera that we saw earlier. About a couple of minutes ago, we saw a significant tornado move on through. We also have our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning up here for Bassfield for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It has crossed over Highway 42, State Highway 42, and it will cross over State Highway 35 here as well. So please watch out if you haven't already. I think we have a camera that is over in Collins. We do have a camera that is in Collins. So pretty soon we could be looking at... Yeah, we've got another camera that is in Collins here. We could be looking at this storm as it passes off near Collins. Maybe we'll be able to see that tornado as well. But that has got to be, what, the 5th? The 6th tornado now that we have seen on stream? And look at that. Look at the debris signature. Look at that debris signature. We saw it right when it was forming. We saw it right when it was forming. And it was just... That was ugly. That was an ugly, large tornado that had formed. New tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for eastern Newton County in east central Mississippi, southwestern Kemper County in east central Mississippi, southeastern Neshoba County in east central Mississippi, northwestern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
This is... Well, we'll actually do this real quickly. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Smith County in central Mississippi, northern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
This will be, by the way, just real quickly, I want to shout out Squishy's last stream with us. She's going to retire and focus on bigger and better things outside of social media. She'll be doing a lot of stuff and be getting really busy. So everyone say congratulations to her in chat for helping us out for 5 years. Pretty crazy to think about. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for this tornado north of Tylertown. Once again, tornado in progress, doing damage here. You can see on the correlation coefficient that is exactly what is happening here. All the area in red surrounding this is all rain. This right here is debris. And this is absolutely a significant storm that is building up. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for eastern Chickasaw County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Lee County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
So they did issue an extension with our original particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, our first big one that was of the day. It is now moving close to the Williamsburg and Collins area, and now we have another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Marion County in northwestern Alabama.
So that is, once again, a new tornado warning there. Marion County, Alabama. If you're in any of these areas that have been issued tornado warnings, you need to get in your safe space immediately. They've now got, wow, I'll tell you what. Supercell after supercell after supercell. New tornado warning, listen in.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south central Mississippi, southeastern Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, southwestern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
You know what, chat? I just realized 1 supercell, 2 supercell, 3 supercell, potentially 4. There is potentially a 4th supercell down here near Hammond. This is in Louisiana. This will eventually move over into Mississippi as well. Could be talking about Hattiesburg, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is just absolutely... This right here is exactly what we anticipated here today. Anything and everything here. This supercell near Hammond will eventually head towards Franklinton, Zona, Bogalusa, Varnado, Angie, Sandy Hook, as well as potentially near Baxterville and Hattiesburg. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, you need to watch out very, very closely. This is some significant activity here across the board within these storms. That is a well-pronounced debris signature north of Tylertown. Well pronounced. I think pretty soon we're going to have to start looking at pretty soon we're going to have to start looking at our traffic camera that is north over here in Collins for our supercell that is near Bassfield. Significant tornado in progress ongoing there. Large and extremely dangerous tornado heading into that area. Let's also take a look at some of the other tornado warnings. There's a tornado warning for Newton and Decatur here in Mississippi along I-20. That also actually, I think there is a camera over there as well. No, actually, that's over in Forest. So my apologies with that. But still, tornado warning over there. If you live in those areas near Newton, Decatur, Hickory, as well as Little Rock and Collinsville, as well as Sokolina, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Franklin County in northwestern Alabama.
So there you go. Another tornado warning there in northwestern Alabama. We'll take a look over here. As you can see, these storms are just racing its way across to the north and east. And this cell here that's near Tremont heading into Russellville, we could very easily see something happen with this cell. So we'll watch out for that very closely. When it gets close to like Phil Campbell, we have a camera over there that we could potentially use. So we will see. We have a lot of coverage here across the board with these areas. We have a lot of coverage. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible. Check Twitter. Huge wedge tornado in Tylertown once again. We saw it live on camera, but I will check Twitter for y'all and see what we got here, what you guys have sent. Yeah, there's some of the damage from earlier. This is from Coach Nick Roberts. This is a picture here from @coach_Nick87. That is a large tornado. I'll tell you what, chat. That is huge. But yeah, if you're in Russellville and Florence, anywhere up here in northwestern Alabama, Hamilton, Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, Hatton, Moulton, you need to watch out. Now, this could definitely be a situation for you guys to see some significant tornadoes possible there. Also, a tornado warning over there near Houston. I think that was from our rotation that was earlier. No, it formed a new area of rotation, and it's now kind of just moving out. What is this traffic camera doing? What are we doing here? Is it trying to see the Bassfield cell? Are we trying to get a good view on it? I think so. I think that's what it's doing. Hopefully she's all right, Mike. Still a tornado in progress heading close to Williamsburg. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Covington County. If you are in Collins and hot coffee, you need to get in your safe space immediately. I think we're going to be stuck on this camera here in Collins. I think that's really the only area that could potentially we could potentially see a tornado on camera. But debris signature here is still here. It's not as bad as it once was, fortunately. but you can still see that this storm is kicking up debris. Tornado is still doing damage at this time. So if you're in Williamsburg or Collins, please get into your safe space immediately. US 49 and 84. So we're on the southwestern side of Collins. That's what this camera is looking at. If this thing were to recycle and put down another tornado, it would be near Collins or Williamsburg. The rotation has weakened quite a bit, but that doesn't mean people should start to discredit it. This thing has had a history. It has a long history. Still a significant tornado that is ongoing over here, southwest of Darbin. Unfortunately, this is the same exact thing that we have been saying over and over again. A tornado, no joke, chat, no joke, went over the same exact area. All right? We will actually play the loop for you all here. And look at how the first tornado goes through, and the second tornado follows right next to it. It just went right over the same exact area. Yeah, that's unfortunately what we could potentially see here today. A lot of storms moving over the same exact area, producing significant tornadoes. And we've got another one that is loading up again, this time in Louisiana, north of Hammond. So another storm that could probably produce a tornado. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I wonder if we have a camera here. We have a couple cameras here in Hammond. This rotation has passed the interstate, though, so we wouldn't be able to really see a whole lot. But still, absolutely crazy. New supercell that is continuing to build, continuing to strengthen. And if you live near Husser and Franklinton, do not be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued for your area. There's also the possibility that another tornadic thunderstorm could be over here north of Greensburg in Louisiana. That could head off towards Kentwood, Osaka, as well as Magnolia and southern Macomb here. So please watch out for those as well. Still a tornadic thunderstorm here northeast of Newton. Newton right now is out of the immediate, or about to be out of the immediate path of this tornado right now. But there is a good chance that you guys could see more activity, especially on the back end. So please watch out for that. That is an outflow boundary from a supercell that is over in Winona. How crazy is that? Tylertown, it's possible that you guys could see that storm move on through again. A third storm, it's possible. It is very much so possible. If you're in Darbin, you should be in your safe space. Still a tornado in progress, still doing damage. Please get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for northwestern St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana, central Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, western Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Right in there. Actually, it would be kind of something like this. Or something like that. But new tornado warning for Independence, LaRanger, Husser, and Franklinton. If you live in those areas here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space immediately. This is a pretty significant storm that has been building. There's the new tornado warning. It does include Clifton, Franklinton, Zona, and Husser. The general trajectory of this storm could take it towards the Sandy Hook area, and then eventually areas south of Columbia and maybe even a little west of Hattiesburg. So please watch out for that if you haven't already. We're going to check this significant tornado that's over near the Collins area. It may not be on the ground at this time, but we do have our live camera that is up now. And out in the distance, I will say, over here to the right, this looks really disturbed. The atmosphere looks really disturbed. Over here to the right, all the way to right in front of us, this could probably be the entire wall cloud, chat. I'll be honest with you. But I think it's over here to the right. This is what we'll have to watch out for. And if it does produce a tornado, we'll be able to see it. I do wish they were able to move that camera. So we'll keep that up here for right now. 2 different storms with particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings. Large and extremely dangerous tornadoes can be accompanied with them. So please, if you are under those tornado warnings or really any tornado warning today, and we will likely see more of them, please heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Oh, there we go. Now they're moving it. Oh!
Tornado warning for northeastern
right
St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, west central Walthall County in southern Mississippi, Pike County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Amite County in southern Mississippi.
Chat, that's a heck of a wall cloud there. That is northwest of Collins. There is a good chance that we could potentially be seeing a tornado in Collins, just the west of Collins. But that is a new tornado warning. Once again, Magnolia, Chattawa, Macomb, Holmesville, areas northeast of Darlington and north of Greensburg. This is what we were talking about earlier. The potential of a tornado is possible with this storm as well. Really, just a lot of these storms can produce tornadoes. The Darbin tornado in Morgantown, the one that the second Tylertown tornado, the second one. Wow, that is, wow. That wall cloud is so low to the ground. Goodness. It's because we're so far away and the quality of the camera is relatively low, it is hard to tell if it is in progress or on the ground, but treat it as such. Based off of what we're looking at right now, if it was on the ground, it would be a large tornado. That would be, once again, a significantly large tornado that is developing. I think that is a wall cloud, and you just have a lot of rain that's wrapping around. I don't see anything that's super consolidated with that at this time. But that was a heck of a storm. Heck of a wall cloud. Look at how fast these clouds are moving, too. Streaming straight into the area. Wow, wow, wow. We are getting reports from spotters. That is a wall cloud, rapid rotation. So that does coincide with what we're seeing here on the live camera. So let's hope that that doesn't put down another tornado. But if it does, Hot Coffee, Taylorsville, Stringer, areas that are over near there, and Bay Springs heading into Jasper County, you need to go take your proper precautions. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Rotation that is northeast of Newton is starting to consolidate a little bit. A little tornado is, in my opinion, in progress right now, and it will be heading towards the Collinsville area. This is northwest of Meridian. So Collinsville, as well as Little Rock, Sequelina, here in eastern Mississippi, need to get in your safe space immediately, because we do have what appears to be a little spin up here. You can see the correlation coefficient coincides with the velocity signature relatively well, and we have some spectrum width with this all. Yeah, I do believe that we have a tornado in progress here north of Hickory and north of Chunky and northeast of Newton, Mississippi. Looks like there's another cell. Wow, the visibility here with this camera in Collins just absolutely plummeted, by the way. It looks like there is a new thunderstorm, a new potential supercell that is to the west of Amory. Yeah, just to the west of Amory. There's a storm over here near Okaluna. Little bit of rotation aloft. It definitely seems not so focused to the ground quite yet, so there is still a lot of time for that storm to try and be able to uptick in intensity. But for right now, it doesn't look too crazy. The storm that's heading into Franklin County, Alabama, near Russellville and Littleville, does have some broad rotation, but nothing consolidated, so it's kind of the same story as the cell that I was talking about west of Amory. They're both supercells. They're both strong in their own right. Damaging winds, spotty hail. But the tornado, not on the ground as of this time there. Got a couple of storms back over here along I-55, but none of them seem to be tornadic here along the line. They're kind of behind this outflow boundary. This outflow boundary is kind of suppressing a lot of the intensity of those storms. So that's good. Yeah, that very well could be the case, you know, honestly. Just based off of what we're seeing with some of the data. That first Tylertown tornado likely was, at minimum, EF3. At minimum, EF3 based off of some eyeball damage indicators. The second one that moved through almost the same exact area, I mean, we'll have to see. But it went right over where some of the old tornado went over. I mean, that is just crazy. Bay Springs falling debris. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that. If you're in Bay Springs, continue to stay in your safe space. It honestly, it could be very much so possible that Bay Springs is in the path of this tornado here soon. And the wind shear is that strong that the debris is pushing it that far out in front of you. If you're in Taylorsville, Hot Coffee, Bay Springs, or Stringer here in Mississippi, I recommend getting into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That tornado warning for Newton County has now been confirmed, so tornado in progress over there, as we mentioned. No particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings at this time. That is at least some good news. But still some significant weather ongoing right now. Chat, how many tornadoes have we seen this stream? 5? We've seen 5 tornadoes from our web cameras. That's only so far. Excuse me. But wow. I mean, kind of crazy. Summer home and Soso, hopefully it doesn't get impacted too much. Soso, I think, actually is a little bit further to the east of these storms. It looks like the storm that is north of Collins could potentially be producing its tornado here, though. It looks like Hot Coffee in Taylorsville. You guys are right in the direct path. You need to get into your safe space immediately. Man, oh man. What y'all... So, wow. Yeah, some of these pictures are just absolutely insane to look at. Reports of damage near Kentwood. A lot of trees down. So this much energy early means less later? Nope, that just means there's just this much across the board, unfortunately. There is just so much energy here. It's kind of insane, honestly. Right now we have 6 tornado warnings, 4 of which are in the southern Mississippi, northeastern Louisiana general area. We'll stick with this radar here, as it looks like, you know what? Well, it had its opportunity to do so. But this storm over here that's west of Chattawa definitely needs to watch out for the potential for a tornado to be there. Not anything strong right now, fortunately. It's not anything big right now. But still a tornado warning here for Amite and Pike counties. And then, of course, we still have this cell that is southwest of Franklinton, Louisiana. If you're in Independence, if you're in Hammond, you're good. You guys don't have to worry about this particular tornado warning. But this tornado warning over here, this supercell, as it marches its way off northeast, it could definitely be a big hazard here for folks that might be over in like Hattiesburg and stuff like that. So just saying out ahead of time. It's important for you guys to watch out there. You asked about energy. First off, look at our wavies. We talk on our stream, we talk on our videos, these wavies, these isobars, some very intense vorticity. Areas of vorticity here. Southeasterly winds here on the wrap is something I do not see very often. So this is a very well-pronounced tornado setup. .700 millibar wind shear here shows there is a short wave right here. There is definitely a short wave trough. I'm interested to see. Yeah, there's a good amount of mixed layer CAPE. About 2,000, 2,500 joules per kilogram in some spots. And that'll continue to expand further and further into Alabama, too. There is a good amount of energy, especially the further south you are. And this is where I've been highlighting for the most part. Southern to southeastern portions of Mississippi into southwestern Alabama. This is the area that's pretty much primed. I mentioned earlier in the week to someone who's storm chasing, someone that I know who's storm chasing right now. He was looking at this event, and I said, you know what? Saturday could very well be another threat for Waynesboro. Another tornado that could be possible near Waynesboro at some point. And, unfortunately, we have a lot of, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes in this environment already. So at any point, it could spin up again and do its damage. And speaking of that, hot coffee is back. That is a tornado in progress west of hot coffee. So large and extremely dangerous tornado will likely be here near the Taylorsville and the Summerland areas. This storm has recycled. We're talking about stronger velocities with this storm in particular. Blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this will head towards the Taylorsville, the Stringer, and the Bay Springs area. This is absolutely going to be another... Yep, there's your debris signature. Do not be surprised here, chat. Within the next minute or two, this warning gets upgraded to a PDS. Do not be surprised. Could see a new velocity scan here any second. That is your new velocity scan. My goodness. Yeah, this thing is this thing's going off again. This thing is absolutely a significant tornado again. This is going to be a PDS. This is likely going to be a PDS. Likely going to be a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Man, oh man, oh man. Well, we'll wait for the next scan to come out, but there is clearly a debris signature right within that area. Potential debris signature is right there. So this absolutely debris, absolutely a tornado. Rain wrapping around. This is a classic supercell. And it is really starting to intensify here. I wonder if the cell that is now in Goss and Bassfield could potentially try to do the same thing here soon. It looks like the rotation is getting stronger than what it once was before. It is getting a lot better looking. So once again, blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So there is some, sorry about that, there is some rotation here. If you're in Bassfield, I recommend you get into your safe space if you haven't already. Bassfield, as well as Collins again. All right, Collins, you just dealt with this tornadic thunderstorm earlier. You're going to deal with it again, unfortunately. This will be heading off very near you, and we will be able to see the camera as well. We'll be able to see if that thing could potentially try to produce a tornado. Not sure if this was the first one or the second one. That looks to be... I don't know it myself. The answer might be yes at this point. I think both probably look the same size and intensity. Switch to video. PDS, there you go. It's exactly what we said it would do. Please, 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 if you live in any of these areas, get into your safe space. If you know anyone that lives within these areas of Mississippi or Alabama, pretty much anywhere in Mississippi and Alabama, they need to be weather aware today. All right? At any given moment, they could see some significant activity. So please, please, please heed the warnings accordingly.
Tornado warning for Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, west central Jones County in southeastern Mississippi, southern Jefferson Davis County in south-central Mississippi.
Extension. So new tornado warning here. This now also includes Bassfield, Collins, and potentially maybe even Seminary. If you're in Seminary, I know someone who lives in Seminary here in chat. I recommend you start heading into your general safe space if you can. It is also possible for you guys to head south towards Sanford. If you guys go south, you'll be able to get out of the general path of this storm, period. There's a very good chance that this tornado, if it does form here in Bassfield, there's a good chance that it will actually head north of Seminary. But just on the off chance that this thing does any sort of funky stuff, wobbles or heads north or south in any sort of extra direction, we want to make sure that people stay safe. And it does look like a new tornado is forming near Bassfield, unfortunately. Man, oh man, is this Taylorsville cell? This is a strong tornado. This is a strong tornado. 90 on top of 69. So that is a 159 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within the storm. I mean, that is just... This is a big tornado heading into Taylorsville right now. Big tornado heading into Taylorsville. That will head very close to Bay Springs. If you're in Bay Springs, if you are near Stringer, near Paulding, you need to get into your safe space right now. Laurel, you're just far enough to the east. Really anywhere on I-59 here is just to the east of this storm. So I don't believe you guys are going to be directly impacted by this particular supercell. But I do think later on this afternoon you will get impacted. That is still a major debris signature. Look at that. That's right next to Taylorsville. Thank you. Yeah, goodness gracious. That is a... that's going to go right next to Taylorsville. Now, if you're in Taylorsville, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Bathroom, closet, get mattresses, get helmets, get pillows. Just go quickly, as quick as you can. This thing is right next to you. And then Stringer and Bay Springs, you're up next here within the next 15 minutes. A strong tornado is possible here within this area. Within your area by the time it gets up to you. Still a little interesting area here near Franklinton. This supercell will eventually head off towards the north, into the north and east. When it does, this will be one of your long-tracked sustained supercells that could produce some significant tornadoes. So once again, please, please, please watch out. There is the possibility as well that there can be some new storms or some of these tornadoes and some of these tornadic thunderstorms that are north of Meridian heading into the Columbus, Mississippi area. They could potentially be something to watch out for, especially this area near Sugarlock. There's also the severe thunderstorm warning west of Amory with some rotation on it. So, you know what, chat? We are going to pull up the Amory camera. And we're going to take a look and see if we can find anything northwest of Amory. There is some rotation on it, though. There is absolutely some rotation on this storm. Might be just a little bit elevated, though. Might be just a little bit elevated. If you're in Russellville and Isabel, please watch out. Tornado warning for your area.
Tornado warning for Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Franklin County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
So that is an extension here. I believe this is for Florence, Rogersville, Moulton, Town Creek, and Hatton. If you're in these areas, please watch out. The potential for a tornado is definitely there. You need to get into your safe space immediately, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So Florence, Tuscumbia, Russellville, This is northwestern Alabama, folks. You guys need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. People are telling me to really look at Taylorsville. I'm little... Yeah, that's a lot of... Wow. That just went directly through Taylorsville.
Tornado warning for Jasper County in east central Mississippi, northwestern Clark County in east central Mississippi.
That absolutely just went straight through Taylorsville. I mean, I'll tell you what, it just went directly through. A new PDS tornado warning out in front. The large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado heading towards Bay Springs and Stringer. If you live in these areas here, you need to get into your safe space. Hopefully the folks over there in Taylorsville are okay. Once again, storm is getting real close into that area. Likely produced a tornado as it went directly through the town. Big amounts of debris here shown on radar. Very strong rotation associated with it, too. A lot of very dark blues, some reds, right in the middle, counterclockwise spin, and everything.
Tornado warning for Noxubee County in east central Mississippi, Lowndes County in northeastern Mississippi.
They issued a tornado warning there for the Sugarlock and the Macon area. So, good thing we talked about that storm when we did. Tornado warning for your area there now. And then they also issued the extension PDS tornado warning here. Bay Springs, Lewin, Montrose, Paulding, areas near Enterprise and Pashuta. This is where it crosses off, or it crosses Interstate 59. This is where it starts to get close to Interstate 59. A lot further north. Meridian is also in the path of this storm. So in about an hour, Meridian, you really need to look into this system, be watching this very closely. This storm in particular really has been very significant. This has really been one of your stronger storms of the day. Rotation still strong, not as strong as it once was as it went through Taylorsville. So I do think, honestly, that the PDS tornado warning is valid as of right now. If you're in Bassfield, I really do believe that you guys could have potentially seen something tornadic that could have moved through your area. I really do believe that you guys could have seen something tornadic. So hopefully you guys over there in Bassfield are okay. We're getting some real interesting footage over here in Amory of a severe thunderstorm with, I believe, a tornado possible tag on it. And it does. There is some real interesting footage coming off from this. I mean, these clouds are wicked. This definitely looks like an outflow boundary or a gust front. At least it looks like that to me. Wow, wow, wow. And a reminder here, too, guys, throughout the duration of the stream, we have seen tornadoes. We have absolutely seen tornadoes. For reference, if we go back over to here, and we go over to what we have retweeted here on Twitter, this is what we saw live. This was near Tylertown. This was the first tornado, and then we saw a second tornado about 30 minutes later on the same exact camera. Look at this. If that is the tornado, that is the tornado. That is a large tornado. That is a violent tornado. That is a huge tornado that went through there. Huge tornado that we saw. That is a wedge tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wedge. And we've seen 4 other tornadoes, one more here in Tylertown, and then we saw 3 up west of Amory. I mean, this was just truly a significant storm here that we were looking at. And I'm sure if I can pull up the stream and pull up what's happened in the past, I'll be able to show you the strong tornado, the second one, which we actually saw horizontal vortices with it. That was even crazier. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kemper County in east central Mississippi.
So that is a new tornado warning here. This is for areas south of DeKalb and near the Porterville and the Electric Mills area south of Sugarlock. There is definitely some rotation here as well. So if you know anyone that lives near Scuba, Electric Mills, Porterville, there is some rotation here that could potentially produce a tornado. Collins, your time is now. The storm is getting close to you. Fortunately for the folks over in Seminary, you guys look to be a lot better. It looks like the storm is heading out away from you. It looks like the tornado is on the ground, though. It looks like this is a tornado on the ground and in progress. Just to the west of Collins. I'll switch to video here. We have our traffic camera that is currently on the southwestern side of Collins. It's at the intersection of the 2 highways. But I do believe we have a new debris signature right here, which tells me that there's a tornado in progress in Covington County, Mississippi. Bay Springs, you are in the direct path of this storm. Yeah, if this tornado here, up here, that is northeast of the other storm that's approaching Collins, if this thing puts down a tornado, it will likely go right over your area. That's not easy to say, but it will likely go right over you. If you're in Bay Springs, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Now is the time to do it. Lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, if this thing were to produce a tornado, it would be going right over your guys' area. Let's check on the tornado warnings over here in Louisiana real quick. This supercell here north of Franklinton, it does have some rotation with it. Not too much, believe it or not. Actually, I'm kind of interested here real quickly, chat. What type of winds are here? It's kind of southeasterlies, it's southerlies. So it's not too crazy. But there is a little bit of rotation within this storm south of Tylertown. There's also another bit of rotation west of Tylertown near Holmesville and Magnolia, just to the south and east, or actually almost due east of Macomb. And yeah, absolutely, we need to watch out for this. Absolutely. It looks like, according to Storm Chasers, there is a funnel cloud on the Bay Springs cell, but it is not currently on the ground extensively. It's not that strong at the moment. That could very well change very soon. That very well could change. But right now, it looks like it is currently recycling. And the hope is that it continues to recycle. By the time it recycles, it'll not be in Bay Springs. It'll be in rural parts of Jasper County. Oof. Oof. We want to talk about a significant tornado. Look no more than the cell that is southwest of Williamsburg and Collins. Yeah, there was a large tornado, or at least I think there was, that went through Taylorsville. Now Taylorsville is in the path of this second tornado. Another tornado that is behind it here. And this is another. I mean, look at that. That is absolutely another tornado in progress. If you're in Williamsburg or Collins, you need to get in your safe space. We'll probably be able to see what's going on with our traffic cameras here soon. I'm assuming they'll be able to move the camera around and look to see what's happening with these storms. I think this storm is actually closer than the other one was. Actually, it's going over the same exact area. Actually, maybe a little bit to the south and east by about, how many miles is this? About a mile. That's the difference in path between these two tornadic supercells. This first supercell that went through, that is now in Bay Springs, went just to the west by about a mile. Wow, and it's still going. This thing is absolutely insane here, chat. Strong tornado in progress. Likely a PDS here soon. There will likely be a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that gets issued. And there it is. Indeed, there it is. Williamsburg and Collins, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Strong tornado in progress. Coffeyville, if you are in that area, you need to get in your safe space. And Taylorsville. Again, Taylorsville. You guys got absolutely cored by a significant tornado that went right through town. Unfortunately, you're not done. You need to get into your safe space again. In about 30 minutes, that's when this tornado is going to get right next to you all. So please get into your safe space immediately. Significant tornado that is currently west of Collins and Williamsburg right now. I really do think they're going to be moving this camera here soon. We should be able to see something with our footage. Oof. That is a large debris signature here, guys. That is a large debris signature. If I were to measure the debris ball, it is about 1.25 miles wide. So the tornado is about 1/4 of that. That is still a pretty large tornado. Maybe a a sixth of that size. And all the debris is just being slung all the way around it. This is definitely a strong tornado here. So please do everyone a favor. Get in their safe, tell them to get in their safe space. Get in your safe space yourself. Spread the information with as many people as possible who could potentially need it. If you guys hit the thumbs up button down below and spread the information by copying the link to the live stream, put on all sorts of different social media sites, it does help. It does help us spread the information with more people who could need it. And that's what we want to do. We want to be able to spread awareness about these storms, because this is a very much so real situation, significant situation. Especially as this tornado continues to move about, and other storms are anticipated to produce tornadoes too. The tornado warning that was for Franklinton has now been canceled and or expired. They're probably going to do the same thing over here for the Macomb cell. So it looks like those supercells actually are partially dying out. But there's a new supercell that is forming along this line of thunderstorms here near Greensburg, Louisiana. That might be something interesting. Our supercell is now starting to go right in front of our camera. So that's not what I wanted. Let's take a look. Reports of extensive tree damage along Highway 37 and damage to the roof of a structure in Taylorsville. So there is damage being done over there. And now we are currently looking at our thunderstorm here that is producing a tornado northwest of Collins. That is what we're currently looking at here. This over here, I believe, is the wall cloud. This is what we're going to want to look out for up at the top left-hand portion of your screen. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southeastern Lincoln County in south-central Mississippi, Lawrence County in south-central Mississippi, Jefferson Davis County in south-central Mississippi.
That is a new tornado warning extension for the cell that's coming out of Pricedale and Macomb. So they believe that that storm will continue to try and be tornadic. So we shall indeed watch that very closely. I think right in here, chat, is where I would watch out for. When this crosses over the road, watch to see if there could potentially be a tornado embedded within all this rain. It could be rain-wrapped, honestly. Fortunately, the storm... Oh, don't do that. Go to the right. Now you take control of the... That might be the tornado. That, or it's over here to the right. This is the wall cloud for sure, though. This. That. Move the camera to the right more. Move it to the right. If you move the camera to the right, we're going to have a really good view of it. It also looks like this cell is recycling. So the old tornado is dying out and is sitting near areas of northwestern Collins. There is a new rotation that is developing north of it. Move the camera to the right, person, please. It looks like we have a rain-wrapped tornado that is west of Collins at this time. Folks, if you're in Collins, if you're north of Collins, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Move it to the right, not the left, to the right. To the right. Unfortunate, chat. We'll put it back whenever they do move it, if they do move it. The old PDS tornado warning has now been canceled. For the northeastern cell, the regular PDS tornado warning, the one for the cell that is north of Collins, is still in effect. It is still marching on through. And yeah, that's going to produce a new tornado here, guys. That is absolutely going to produce a new tornado. So now, as the old tornado dies, as it crosses Highway 49, a new tornado begins to form and spawn. Ohio should be in the clear. Ohio's not in the risk today. I want to go over to the Jackson radar. There is the potential for a significant tornado to be ongoing over here, or at least it's possible with this supercell that is near Electric Mills, Porterville, and Scuba. If you're over here along the border of Alabama and Mississippi, north of Lauderdale, Meridian, and Livingston, the potential for a tornado is definitely possible over in this area. We're going to use Columbus Air Force Base radar to help out with that. And yeah, that is some pretty strong rotation here. That is definitely some strong rotation here with the storm. This could probably be another supercell. This could potentially be another strong tornado. And honestly here, chat, the current trajectory of this supercell takes it near the Tuscaloosa area. Watch this here, guys. It takes it near, maybe a little bit north of Tuscaloosa. Maybe a little bit north of Tuscaloosa. But Tuscaloosa should watch this
Tornado
very closely.
warning for northwestern Sumter County in west central Alabama.
Now they point the camera to the north as if they're trying to find something. It's too late. You messed it up. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning for Sumter County, Alabama. This is going to head off towards the Tuscaloosa area. All right, if you live near Tuscaloosa, near Utah, Livingston, areas north of that, Aliceville, Samantha, Cooker, Elrod, this is going to be heading off into this area. You need to watch out for this very, very closely. Once again, the potential for a tornado, this one could potentially be a long track violent tornado, just like the ones that we have seen before, is definitely possible. So please heed the warnings accordingly. I want to see what our camera situation is looking like over there. We do have one camera that's over in Livingston. I doubt we'll be able to see anything with that. We have an abundance of cameras that are over in the Tuscaloosa area with the traffic cameras that they have. So we will look at that very closely. We also have this other tornado warning here. This is for portions of Macon and Brooksville, eventually into the Macedonia areas. Could potentially see a spin up or two within this storm here, but I don't see any debris from this. But we definitely could have seen a tornado that was northeast of Macon, Mississippi. And if that continues to keep going, that'll head over towards the Columbus, Mississippi area, as well as Macedonia. Some strong, severe weather is going to be moving on through near Smithville. Strong, damaging winds are starting to move off through that area. Here's the good news for some people. We can start telling people about if they're in the risk or not anymore. All right? If you are in Grenada, if you are in Greenwood and Oxford, you guys are done for the day. You guys are out of the risk. All right? That's the good news for y'all. If you are over near Vicksburg, or honestly, if you are near Jackson, Jackson's going to see a couple more thunderstorms, but none of them are going to be really significant. Same with Vicksburg, to be fair. But you guys are out of the significant tornado risk. You're done. All right. It'll be areas that are out in front that is going to be what we're going to want to watch. So Natchez is done. Woodville is done. Hazelhurst is done. All right. You guys are good. Blonde Vulpix with the 5. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, Nate, can you help me? We're staying in Tallahassee currently. Should we go further down or stay close to go back to Mississippi coast tomorrow? Really everywhere along the coastline could potentially get some strong severe weather. We're turning this back down. Let's see. I think it might be possible that you guys should be fine in Tallahassee tonight. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Smith County in central Mississippi, northeastern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
So that is a new tornado warning. If you live in those areas, please be sure to get into your safe space. Yeah, I think you guys should be okay enough. Storms will move on through your area at around 6 Eastern, though. So if you want to wake up at around 6, wait to see what those storms could do. Be my guest. But you're basically going to be seeing the same stuff as everywhere else in southern Mississippi. So I wouldn't be surprised. But definitely watch out. Selling hot coffee north of Collins is trying to build again. If it produces a tornado, unfortunately, it's going to be right over Taylorsville again. That'll be... I think the craziest thing here about this event so far has been the fact that these tornadoes have been going, or these 2 supercells have been going over the same exact spot over and over again. Is Tennessee in the clear for today? Depends upon where you're in Tennessee. If you're in western Tennessee, like Jackson, or areas west of Nashville, like Dixon, you should be fine. Yeah, if you are in Taylorsville, hot coffee, Bay Springs, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This could also move off further towards Paulding and Lewin, where they are currently seeing a tornado warning of their own for a tornadic thunderstorm that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado. If you live near Montrose, as well as Hickory and Meridian, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, the potential for a tornado is definitely there. Apparently the cap has been in place the whole time. Yeah, that makes sense. That's an EML. It's allowing some storms to be discrete in their own way. So that makes sense. I mean, this is discrete storms. Unless if you go down here to like Columbia and Oakville. Then this is more semi-discrete more than anything. Go back to our radar from New Orleans. Take a look at this cell near Pricedale and Oakville. I do think that they could have a new tornado with this cell near Oakville. This would be northwest of Columbia. Man, is this storm just kind of moving about. It's also moving more northeast. I think it's... Wow. Huh. We might be seeing it recycle here soon, or nudge its way east a little bit more. At least I wouldn't be surprised. Columbia is seeing the remnants of that tornado warning from earlier. I'm actually going to pull up that camera from Columbia, as it looks like they're looking at a wall cloud right now, actually. At least through the rain, they might be looking at a wall cloud. This storm had a tornado warning on it earlier, so I wouldn't be too surprised. It also looks like, honestly, there could be the potential for a spin up over here, southwest of Pine Grove and Montpelier in Louisiana. So the potential for a tornado is possible over here. I don't see a debris signature at this time, but there is rotation. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. So counterclockwise spin right in there. Yeah, there probably will be a new tornado warning for Marion County here soon. I honestly think there might be a new tornado warning for Marion County. Are these going to stay consistent the whole way down Florida? Like, even if we head further south, will it be the same way all the way down? No, it will not. So the further south you go, it will be a lot weaker. But it's a lot. It will start to ramp back up sometime around noon, though. So once you get to like extreme northern Florida, into like Gainesville and Jacksonville, stuff will start to ramp back up again in the afternoon and try to be severe. I'm kind of interested to see what the Carolinas could be seeing, because they're in a tornado risk tomorrow. Just real quickly. Lines, wind, the typical shenanigans. What about me? What could I see? Lines, wind, a lot of wind. I actually get some pretty gnarly wind. 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m. That's not bad. Is there any recent mesoscale discussions? That is honestly a good question. The most recent one we have is the one over Tennessee. There is one for the supercells that are down in southeastern Mississippi. It says ongoing supercells are likely to persist through the afternoon with intense to violent tornadoes. Multiple mature supercells have developed from central to south central Mississippi. One of these supercells has already produced likely a violent tornado across Walthall County. The environment downstream of these supercells continues to destabilize, which will maintain the threat through the afternoon and likely into the evening. Eventually, these storms will likely move east of the upper 60 dew points. However, mid-60 dew points, which are expected to be prevalent across Alabama, should be sufficient for a continued intense to violent tornado threat given the continued favorable kinematics and the presence of already strong supercells. This is supported by the WAFs, a lot of updraft helicity swaths. Wow, so they're looking at helicity tracks as well. Increased forcing with the ejecting mid-level jetmax led to a large amount of additional showers and small thunderstorms in the vicinity. So this may lead to occasional disruptions of tornadic circulations, but expect the strongly dynamic pressure perturbations associated with the ongoing supercells to persist through the entire afternoon. So basically what they're saying is that it has overconvected just a little teeny bit, but it won't really matter all too much in the grand scheme of things. In 15 minutes, by the way, chat, we will see the new convective outlook for severe weather here today. So we will let you guys know what the new update will be here soon. People are saying there is a debris signature. Is it with this cell in Montrose? Yes, that is indeed the case. So once again, that tornado looks to be in progress, looks to be doing damage. And if you're in Hickory, Chunky, Meridian, you're going to see a new tornado warning here relatively soon. Looks like the cell that's near Taylorsville is still trying to build. It is not exactly that strong or intense as of this moment right now, but it is getting there. It's getting better. So do not dismiss this storm at all. Do not dismiss it. Yeah, if there really is any sort of break, it'll be when you try to move in between the thunderstorms as they try to move on through. It's kind of like playing Frogger with them. Because that's going to be a real overnight threat. So we'll try to be on for as long as we can. I just got sent some stuff on Twitter. What? Are you serious? How crazy is that? Apparently there was an earthquake that just occurred, or either that it got registered on the Richter scale from these tornadoes. That's kind of crazy if that actually happened. Yeah, woof. Rotation's not as significant here within Taylorsville. That's the good news. It looks like the tornado still is rather small, but it is still impactful here, east of Montrose. Continue to stay in your safe space if you haven't already. As it looks like there's a tornado in progress, and there probably will be a new tornado warning. So, Suqualina, Hickory, Chunky, Meridian. Please watch out. Man, I'll tell you what. There's rotation right over Columbia right now in Mississippi. We've got a camera on it. And it looks to me like the entire wall cloud is right over the camera. That's what it looks like to me. The entire wall cloud is spinning right on top of the camera. Yep, Velocity, that is absolutely correct. We've had tornadoes go over the same path of the previous tornadoes. It's honestly been really crazy. There's a new embedded supercell that is over here near Osaka and Kentwood. I feel like I've been saying this over and over again, chat. I feel like I've mentioned this area before. Oh my goodness. I appreciate that, Whitney. Yeah, I feel like I've mentioned this area, chat. Kentwood, Osaka. We could potentially see a tornado warning here for that area, and then eventually, unfortunately, Tylertown. That would not be swell. That would not be great. The earthquake was 1 hour ago exactly. So that could be when the tornado went nearby. Could be. I think this is our wall cloud that's going over Columbia right now, chat. This is our wall cloud that we're currently looking at. And it is definitely spinning. Is this Marion County?
Tornado warning for southeastern Newton County in east central Mississippi, western Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
Extension. New tornado warning for Hickory and Meridian. So, new tornado warning for that area over there. Let's check back at our storm that is southwest of Tuscaloosa, our supercell that is near Panola, Grieger, and Gainesville in Alabama. As I said, Tuscaloosa could very well see a significant supercell here as we get close to that area. So please keep in mind we could potentially be seeing some real significant storms very shortly for your area. But Tuscaloosa, please, please, please watch this very closely. We've mentioned this before. Tuscaloosa is more than likely going to be in the path of these significant storms here today. So we want to just make sure people are aware of where these tornadoes are going or where these storms that could potentially produce tornadoes may be. This thing definitely has some strong rotation. Gray and red moving away from the radar, blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There's even another one north near Mesa of Macedonia. There's definitely some areas of rotation over there. Strong damaging winds and large hail heading into Florence at this time. And a lot of damaging winds are moving through central Tennessee as well. Folks need to watch out for the potential of some wind damage.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pickens County in west central Alabama, northwestern Greene County in west central Alabama. Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south central Mississippi.
Well, Columbia now has a tornado warning here, chat. Right over the camera that we're looking at live, there's a tornado warning here. Man, oh man. That is a new tornado warning. That is for areas outside of Tuscaloosa County. So that is northern Greene County. This is southeastern Pickens County. So another tornado is possible here with those storms. Let's go back over to Jackson's radar. Bay Springs. We have mentioned your area before, and we're going to mention it again. You guys could potentially have a tornado here very soon. There's been a reported tornado at some point in the span of this tornado's lifespan. We've had several tornadoes off of this one storm alone, and you even had a storm before this that produced a tornado that was right near it. So, you guys know the drill. When a tornado warning gets issued, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is definitely a strong storm, strong tornado that is possible. Yeah, we need to watch out for that. Tornado warning as well for Columbia, Mississippi, that is on the south side of the state. The rotation is starting to move off towards the north and east. And it is starting to get a little bit further along its journey. But if you live near Sumrall, Sanford, and potentially even near Seminary, you guys could potentially see this tornadic thunderstorm here soon. So if this thing does intensify, if this thing does uptick in intensity, well, we could be talking about a rather problematic severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Is this another supercell that is southwest of New Orleans? There's several supercells that are southwest of New Orleans. My, oh my, oh my. Take a second to just... drink some water. That's what I'm going to do. Do we have any sort of cameras that are in the path of these storms? Not really. Not really at all. I'm gonna look here. Yeah, I think our best bet is looking at that camera in Collins again. And as the storm moves on through, we'll be able to kind of just see what all happens, because they're not moving that Columbia camera. Any PDS watches? Yes, there are 2. It'll be pretty easy to guess as to what the probs are for both of those watches. Cue the Tuscaloosa Skycam. I don't know if the Tuscaloosa Skycam works for us. I've tried a couple of times and it doesn't work for us. Let's zoom out and let's just play this on a loop while I pull up the Tuscaloosa Sky Camera in Alabama. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, there's not really... not really any cameras over here in Tuscaloosa. It does look like it updates every 2 seconds, though, with this Sky Camera. So who knows? If there is something interesting, we might be able to use it. We shall see for sure. Looks like this other tornadic thunderstorm that was near Macedonia is starting to kind of veer off a little bit. I think the good news with our event right now is that we are seeing things slow down just a little bit. But that probably will change relatively soon. Couple hours from now. Yeah, any single one of these storms once they get out by themselves, could potentially produce tornadoes, even with eastward extent. So we probably could be live all the way up until 1 a.m., chat. We've been live for almost 3 hours here. We're probably going to be live for another 9 hours. Maybe a little less than that. Check back in a bit. Be safe. Yep. I'll see you in a bit. I do think these storms over here in Middle Tennessee are just a lot of strong damaging winds. I'll bring the radar over here for radar Omega. You can see just a lot of rain. A lot of rain, some thunderstorms here. We got some cameras that are experiencing some pretty strong winds here, actually. Yeah, this is some pretty gusty winds. They're out in front of that storm. So definitely some strong damaging winds for the folks over here in Tennessee. I don't really see it being too crazy beyond that. There could be some spin-ups that are possible. So just stay indoors, stay away from windows. Rather be safe than sorry for the rest of the day. Put this back over here. We've been talking about this base spring cell here, this one that was over near Taylorsville earlier. Still tornadic thunderstorm that is going to try and move on through. It is definitely possible. I think they might cancel this other tornado warning here that is going to be heading off into Hickory and Suqualina and Collinsville. There looks to be a lot of storms that have just formed out in front of the supercell before, you know, it was able to get all of its moisture, get all of its energy. And now there's just been so many storms that have formed out in front that it's kind of obstructing a lot of the significant tornadoes. So, yeah. Do I have to worry about it in Goodyear, Mississippi? Good question. Yeah, I would watch out. The overnight threat tonight, you definitely could see some stuff. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, southeastern Smith County in central Mississippi, Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi, northern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi, southeastern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
Wow, wow, wow. So this thing just absolutely intensified in a heartbeat. The area that was near Columbia, Mississippi, that we were watching closely, that had the significant activity earlier in Franklinton, has now spawned likely a large and extremely dangerous tornado here. Yeah, radar indicated rotation, but this thing has some very strong rotation associated with it. Normalized rotation indicates that as such as well. That is a new PDS tornado warning, or actually that is an updated version there. I mean, wow. If you're in Seminary, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Seminary, you might have a little bit of time if you head south. If you head south from Seminary, you should be okay. But this is a This tornado could likely go straight through or next to Seminary. Gauntier? Is that what it was pronounced? Interesting. Can someone help me confirm the Tuscaloosa CC drop? I'll look at it here in a second. But once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued over here. If you live in Seminary, Collins, Sanford, Hot Coffee, you need to get into your safe space immediately. I can't remember here. Wow. This thing is going off. Yeah, this thing is a significant tornado. Seminary, Collins, So-So, Hot Coffee, Laurel. You truly need to watch out. This is as bad of a storm as you probably can get. This is likely going to be a significant tornado once it gets down to the ground. It may already be producing a tornado as we speak. It's pronounced Gaucher? Really? That's kind of crazy. So, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. For a large and extremely dangerous tornado southwest of Seminary, it is going to go directly towards Seminary. You need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. This is absolutely a powerful storm. New day one convective outlook maintains the high risk. That's a new tornado warning near Huntsville.
Tornado warning for northern Limestone County in north-central Alabama.
We're going to move our Memphis radar over to Huntsville. And we're going to move our Fort Polk radar over to Nashville. Start moving our radars over one by one. I don't see anything real tornadic, fortunately, here into portions of Louisiana. Tylertown, fortunately, that storm did not uptick in intensity. As soon as you're done with the bulk of these thunderstorms, you're pretty much done for the night. So Tylertown, just hang in there just for a little bit longer. Once again, this cell here, southwest of Seminary, that is a tornado. Yep. We had a lot earlier north of Tylertown. It was about a few hours ago. We had a tornado emergency up there in the northern portions of Walthall County. We actually saw that tornado as it passed next to Tylertown, and then the supercell right behind it went over the exact same spot and produced another tornado that we saw on that same exact camera. So we've seen 5 tornadoes today. The other 2 are spin-ups that were near Amory. The other 2/3. However way you want to call it. At minimum, we saw 4, but I think we saw 5. If you're in Meridian, Mississippi, continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. Just because this first storm didn't really do a whole lot doesn't mean the second one can't. It is got some rotation here near Lewin and Bay Springs, north of Bay Springs. And so that storm will definitely start to march off into that area. This, as I said, significant tornado heading straight for Seminary. If you are in Seminary, you need to get into your safe space immediately. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, this is definitely a significant situation ongoing here for the folks over there. If you know anyone that lives there, They need to watch out for this very, very closely. If you know other people that live in Seminary, call them, send them text messages, tell them the time is now to prepare. The time is now to prepare. All right? Earlier, you had your opportunity to be able to try and get out of the way, to drive south on 49 down towards Hattiesburg. Now you're starting to run out of time. So Seminary, Collins, So-So, Hot Coffee, areas to the west of Laurel, and areas northwest of Hattiesburg. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued here for this strong tornado, and it will likely continue to sustain and be intense as it marches across. Yeah, this debris signature still is pretty consistent. Normalized rotation. This is a classic signature here of normalized rotation. This classic S shape. That is as classic as you can get it based off of a radar presentation. So absolutely, definitely stuff to watch for. Right now, we're pretty much at the peak of this event. It started about a couple hours ago with the storms that went through Tylertown, and now it's continuing here into portions of eastern Mississippi and western Alabama. Man, is this cell that is south of Aliceville. Man, is it just absolutely going. If you're in Tuscaloosa, or if you're west of Tuscaloosa near Coker and Elrod, you need to watch out for this thing very closely. It could get very close to Tuscaloosa. We could be talking about a significant tornado here. It is definitely possible. But once again, portions of this would be Pickens County and Greene County, specifically southeastern Pickens County. A big tornado warning here for you all. You guys could potentially see something tornadic right within that area. You need to get into your safe space. Looks like this tornadic thunderstorm near Montrose. It's still trying. It's still trying to produce a tornado. It's still trying to spin up. It's just not doing that great of a job of sustaining that way. But there is definitely a little bit of rotation here to where we could potentially see a tornado. And once again, if you are near Montrose or if you're northeast of Montrose heading into Hickory and Chunky, you need to get into your safe space. Let's take a look up north here real quickly. Strong damaging winds at minimum are moving through the northern parts of Alabama. Florence, Russellville, Rogersville, Athens, Decatur. You guys are getting a lot of strong storms. In regards to the actual tornado threat, it actually is pretty subdued. They issued a tornado warning, but honestly, I don't know why they did. It really doesn't look that bad at all. But still some strong damaging winds regardless with these storms. I really wouldn't be surprised if we had more of that heading into the late afternoon and the early evening hours tonight. So watch out. There could be the potential for a spin-up tornado here along this line in Tennessee near Shelbyville, Tullahoma, and Lynchburg in Moore County. So watch out for that. Watch out for that pretty closely. But yeah, this cell here in Tuscaloosa, or southwest of Tuscaloosa, It looks pretty significant. If you live west of Tuscaloosa here, into the Pickens County area and northern Greene County, you need to get in your safe space. This is absolutely a significant storm. Looks like the rotation for the cell that was over here in Jefferson Davis and Covington counties has weakened steadily. Not as big of a tornado debris signature here as it's gotten on its approach to Seminary, so that's some good news. That's some very good news. I'm hoping that continues to be the case here. My throat's starting to hurt, chat. Last night I was talking for 12 hours, and I felt a little bit towards the end of it. Now, I'm starting to feel a lot of it. It also doesn't help that I haven't drank my coffee the entire time I wanted to. And then anything and everything happened. Everything just popped off. So, got a little sidetracked. I have 5 tornado warnings right now at this time. 6 tornado warnings.
Tornado warning for northern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, eastern Newton County in east central Mississippi, western Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
So if you live in those areas over there near Meridian, you need to get in your safe space in west of Meridian. The potential for a tornado is still possible with that storm. There is definitely still some rotation. Yeah, I was talking for 12 hours yesterday into last night. We're going to be talking for a while today. We're probably going to have 2 separate streams. You know, that's how crazy it is. I need interns to take over for me. Unpaid, of course. That's what Morgan was here for. I'm just kidding. There's some times in which we actually were able to get some money out to him. He needs. Well, not needs. He deserves it. Yep, we did see the new day 1. Still a rather large day 1. It's always around this time of day into which I'm the most tired. Always around this time of day is when I'm the most tired. But when things start to kick off, apparently I'm able to just become awake, super awake. Make that make sense. Seminary, continue to stay in your safe space. I still believe that there is a potential for a strong tornado right in your area. Trees down 2 miles north of the Jefferson Davis Marion County line. We're getting a lot of reports of damage here, chat, from these tornadoes. It's all one giant line, too. I mean, this is a long track supercell. Got a friend in Gainesville, Georgia. Should they be concerned for tonight? If I remember correctly, Gainesville is like... Yeah, it's northeast. I definitely think they should be weather aware. Concerned? I'm curious to see. Is pivotal weather broken? Yeah, it's broken, chat. There are so many people on Pivotal right now, it's not even funny. The website. Well, there we go. That's better. All right, timings for people over in Georgia and South Carolina. Timing in the top left-hand portion of your screen all the way up here. Thank you. You want a drink? Huh? You want a drink? Oh, no? Got water. Okay. You want me to refill it? Water. Okay. I need some water bottle. Can we have you upstairs also? Thank you, thank you. My pleasure. Timings, once again, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., things start to move through Atlanta and Noonan. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It starts to move through Gainesville just a little bit before then at around 3 to 4. And then it'll continue to move all the way to Savannah by the time we get into the afternoon. So there's some areas. But yeah. What about Thomaston? Thomaston definitely should watch out for some severe weather. Gainesville should watch out for some severe weather. Have a way to get warnings overnight. Have a way to get warnings overnight as storms move on through. That's my advice. Man, oh man, at some point here soon, we could potentially be really seeing this tornado here that is just to the west of Tuscaloosa. I wonder if we may be able to see... We have the traffic cameras that are over in Tuscaloosa. We have also a camera near Gordo, but this is going to split in between that. If I go to the Alabama traffic cameras, hopefully it loads. Map. Cool.
Tornado warning for southern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, north central Bedford County in Middle Tennessee.
So that's a new tornado warning over there. I wonder if it's for the area that I was looking at. Not exactly. A lot further north, actually, near Christiana and Murfreesboro. So if you're in over there in Christiana, get into your safe space. Going to be under warnings early tomorrow morning. Yep. It's going to be a long night for a lot of people, I'll tell you what. Last night we had a lot of widespread severe weather all the way deep into the night, tornadoes that occurred even well past midnight. Hopefully this event is not as bad as last night in regards to the overnight threat, because overnight tornadoes are definitely not it. But by the time it gets to Charlotte, I'm actually interested to see. A lot of those storms might be a little bit more subdued by the time it gets to Charlotte in the morning. But it will definitely still be severe. It absolutely will still be severe. I have no doubt about that. Be some gusty winds. at maximum 60 miles per hour. Is this thing recycling? That probably is recycling. It is recycling. The old rotation, or at least it's starting to kind of split off a little bit. Yeah, the old rotation went to the north. It was right over here. That's the old rotation. You can see earlier is one giant thing.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama.
There you go. So new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. You can see, once again, it was one just giant area of rotation, and then it goes off and it splits off to the north. It occludes, and you have a new area of rotation that forms to the southeast of it. And that storm will continue to ride its way through. It's also got an anticyclonic area of rotation too, which is kind of crazy. That's an area that's spinning clockwise instead of counterclockwise. But it looks like some of the other areas of old rotation is really starting to fan off just a little bit more. And there's our new tornado warning for a lot of Tuscaloosa. So if you're in Tuscaloosa, you need to really watch out for this. Take your proper precautions. Get into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building, especially if you're on the western and northern portions of Tuscaloosa, near Elrod, Cocker, and Samantha. Southern portions of Tuscaloosa near the interstate, near I-20 and I-59, is not expected to be impacted by this particular supercell. It's going to be kind of paralleling 20 all the way up. But State Highway 82, State Highway 43, they definitely could see some stuff. So please watch out for that. Anticyclonic is rare as well. To an extent, yes, it is pretty rare. It does look like this thing could be trying to produce a tornado here soon. How do I want to do this? Yeah, that storm that was near Christiana did have a pretty decent little spin up here. And it is doing damage. There is a debris signature, absolutely. So that tornado warning there for Rutherford County in Tennessee, it is absolutely valid. You can see the rain that's wrapping around in a hook right in there. A lot of strong damaging winds associated with that too, even if you're not getting a tornado. But yeah, looks like a brief spin up just occurred west of Christiana. Hopefully the folks over there are okay. I think what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to move the New Orleans radar to Birmingham. I'm going to move the New Orleans radar to Birmingham and hope that Jackson, Mississippi will be enough for us to cover those storms. And then once those tornadic thunderstorms that are near Tuscaloosa start to move off towards the north and east, we may move off of the Columbus Air Force Base radar to something else. Still some strong rotation for this cell as it heads towards Soso. There was a report. No, that actually is a very old report, so disregard what I was about to say there. But still, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for these areas in and around Seminary. Seminary is now out of the risk. It did have a tornado earlier that was approaching the town, and it could have also sustained as it crossed over Highway 49. It is now going to get very close to Highway 84 as likely a stronger storm, likely another strong tornado here. But it is definitely in the process of recycling up until then. And this is a well-defined hook echo too. This is a well-defined hook echo. Rain wrapping all the way around. Inflow coming in unimpeded. I think the one thing about this storm, at least temporarily, is that there's not really a whole lot of storms out in front of it that's going to try and impede all the moisture from getting into the storm. But that's going to change here relatively soon, more than likely. There's a couple little popcorn cells that are over just to the north and west of Hattiesburg that will have something to say about that. Video title has yesterday's date. Cool. I will update it. Yeah, my brain is melting, chat. I appreciate all the support that everyone's been giving here over the past 48 hours. Really, 72 hours. You didn't, Connor. It's all good. Yeah, we've been uploading a lot of content here on the channel. It's always around this time of day as to when things start to get a little tiring for us, right? Because we're always running around, doing all sorts of shenanigans. But cannot compare to the people that are being impacted right now, so we shut up and move on. We truck on forward. And that is a tornado once again. That's probably on the ground. We probably have a tornado on the ground here relatively shortly. Or at least it'll be on the radar here relatively shortly, heading to Soso. If you are in Soso, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, large and extremely dangerous tornado headed off near your area. Isn't Soso a perennial target like Yazoo City? Not yet. Yazoo City is pretty much its own different breed. Are we past the peak? No, we're currently at the peak right now. We are currently there. I don't think we're in range of this here quite yet. Well, no, we are. Birmingham is in range of the cell. That is a bounded weak echo region that's due west of Tuscaloosa. The cameras aren't exactly the greatest here, though. I kind of hate the fact that the Alabama traffic cameras don't consistently stay on. They always ask, are you still watching? Are you still watching? I'm like, come on, man. Just let me play the video all the way throughout the dawn of time. But yeah, well-defined supercell here with a bounded weak echo region. Rain wrapping all the way around. That's basically what it's doing. Heading off to the west of Tuscaloosa. Ooh. I don't think that's a debris signature quite yet, but I really do believe that we could be seeing a tornado very, very shortly just to the west of Soso. I firmly do believe. Look at that bounded weak echo region here, chat. Once again, rain wrapping all the way around. That is an oval of a rotation. That is an oval. New mesoscale discussion. Sounds like fun. Multiple supercells capable of intense to potentially violent tornadoes to persist into the evening. So they've noticed that rapid, strong to intense tornado development in supercells with unimpeded inflow and circulation. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, northern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
I think they finally warned the cell that we were looking at earlier. I think. But they've noticed that have shown rapid, strong to intense tornado development with supercells with unimpeded inflow and circulation disruptions when surrounding showers and thunderstorms impede the inflow. So this pattern will continue into the early evening, with the greatest concern being supercells with clear inflow of at least mid-60 dew points. Threat for violent tornadoes will persist as long as they can remain ahead of the developing line of storms across central Mississippi. Based on the current storm motions, they should remain ahead of this line of storms into the early evening. So they are saying that these supercells in southeastern Mississippi are likely to continue to do so. But that also applies to the storm that is also west of Tuscaloosa, too. I mean, that storm is absolutely going crazy in its own right. And that probably is producing a tornado here near Elrod and Cooker. Yeah, if you are near Elrod and Cooker, here just to the west of Tuscaloosa, we are looking to potentially see a strong tornado that could try to develop here relatively soon. We're going to look at the other radar and see how consistent this is, and it is definitely consistent. It has gotten a lot better here. No debris signature at this time, but once again, a strong tornado is definitely possible here. That'll head towards Samantha and Elrod here in Alabama. If you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Put that right there for right now. Keep that camera up so that way when storms get close to Hattiesburg, we'll be able to see the stuff over there. Someone asked about Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro is just seeing a lot of strong damaging winds at this time. The tornadic stuff is south of it. Just crossed over Interstate 24. And it'll be heading towards Woodbury. So if you're in Woodbury, underground if you can, like a basement. If not, lowest innermost part of your building, bathroom or closet. It looks like the area of rotation was pretty intense before. And now it's starting to kind of shrink a little bit again here, according to the Birmingham radar. It is still there. That is a debris signature. That is a tornado in progress, chat. That is a tornado in progress to the west of Elrod. If you are in Elrod If you are along state or US Highway 82 out of Tuscaloosa, if you are near Highway 43 or eventually near Interstate 22, further down along the line, that could be over in Summerton or Summiton, you guys need to watch out for this storm. And in the immediate path of this, once again, Elrod, Cooker, and Samantha, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Good news is once you get into northern Tuscaloosa County, it's pretty rural out there. So that is some good news with that. But and this thing I think is recycling. Could be seeing a new tornado that could try and form here. That is a report of a tornado. I see a rain-wrapped tornado to my north, rapid left to right movement. That is a report from Spotter Network of a tornado that is west of Tuscaloosa. So if you are west of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or if you're north of that near Samantha, get into your safe space, please, immediately. Still a debris signature, still a tornado in progress. As I said, not surprising whatsoever. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for Cannon County in Middle Tennessee.
New tornado warning for you all over there. This right here is very interesting because there's still a report of a strong tornado ongoing here, approaching the So-So area here. It says strong tornado just formed off to my west, rain wrapped from position now. So Storm Spotter said that there's also a tornado that is ongoing near Summerland. So if you know anyone that lives near Hot Coffee, Summerland, Stringer, So-So, I mean, there's just been tornado after tornado after tornado today in this area. I honestly wonder. Storm reports. So there's going to be a lot more storm reports, of course, and we obviously have the random storm report in Ohio. But this is all going to be just one giant line here. All of that is just going to be one giant line. There's also a report. There was a report of a tornado near Rolling Fork earlier. Interesting. So yeah, that's the big thing there to take away. These storms have been going along the same path the entire time. Tornado is now starting to cross over the highway, Highway 82. Still a debris signature here. Tornado in progress northwest of Elrod. Let's go back down south real quick. As it is important for everyone to know and realize if you're near Stringer, you need to get in your safe space. This is a big
Tornado
storm.
warning for eastern Noxubee County in east central Mississippi, northeastern Kemper County in east central Mississippi.
Noxubee and Kemper. That's DeKalb. That's an interesting one. A little bit of rotation near DeKalb and Scuba. If you're over in those areas, get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. Is Chattanooga going to get hit with tornadoes tonight? It's possible. It is definitely possible, but I don't think it's as likely compared to the storms that are a bit further to the south. Man, oh man, my brain. Go over to this storm here from Columbus Air Force Base. Electric, Mills, Scuba, DeKalb, Paulette here in Mississippi. Definitely going to want to watch out. Real quickly, chat, I'm going to stretch. I need to stretch. I need to get my legs, my blood flow going. Need to get my legs stretched out. I'm right here, though. I'm watching the radar with y'all. I'm actually going to play the loop. I'm going to play the loop of these storms here. But I'm right with y'all. It might actually be better to play a different loop. Like this loop down here. Yeah, this is probably a bit better. I need to stretch. My legs hurt.
Tornado warning for Jasper County in east central Mississippi, eastern Newton County in east central Mississippi, east central Smith County in central Mississippi, northwestern Clark County in east central Mississippi, southern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
That's a pretty huge, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that just got issued. That's a pretty large one, chat. So if you're over near Meridian, you definitely need to watch out. All right, I kind of got my legs stretched. I kind of do. Brief tornado touchdown 2 to 3 miles west of my location. Has since gone rain-wrapped. So that is quite a few spotters that have confirmed that there is a tornado that is in progress over there. So particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Meridian. Pretty populous area over in the eastern portions of Mississippi. If you're near Meridian or if you're along I-59 or if your area is just to the south and west of that, you need to be able to get in your safe space immediately as there is a pretty strong storm, likely a tornado here near Stringer. Some very organized rotation here. As I said, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for that area. I'm interested to see, to be honest with you. Oh my goodness. There was someone got a video of the tornado that went through Taylorsville. I want to show you guys that here real quickly. Look at this here, guys. That was in Taylorsville. That is absolutely a violent tornado. Look at the rising motion. How quickly that thing is spinning like a top. I think it might actually have some horizontal vortices on the left side. Like that. That is a pretty big tornado. Some damage in Taylorsville from the looks of it. we'll have to get some pictures here soon. Meridian should be impacted by the significant storm here, the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, in about 45 minutes. Just got updated here. I don't see any debris signature at this time, so I think they're just warning it based off the fact that it has a history, which at this point is pretty smart. But there are a bunch of storms that are starting to form out in its inflow. So before, it was strong because it had no storms to really impact it. As it moved on through, it didn't really have storms. Now, storms are blowing up right in its area here. You can see it just go boom, and it's starting to just merge, become a mess, become rain-wrapped. So as long as that continues to happen, we might see some more cyclings of this cell. Some recycling characteristics. Excuse me. Can I use vids from live storm chasing? Unfortunately, I can't. I'd have to pay money and stuff like that. The next event, I should be able to afford it, though. I'd have to get in contact with how much it would take for me to be able to get that. But I don't know. Yeah, you could just see these storms absolutely eat up the inflow notch. So as long as this happens, there's a good chance we might still see not as big of tornadic activity. It'll still be tornadic. It'll still probably produce tornadoes. It may not be as significant as if it was compared, I should say, to if it was out by itself. More moisture, more of an unimpeded air mass. So that's kind of what's going on with that. Even this new thunderstorm and or supercell near Sumrall and northwestern portions of Hattiesburg, even this is not even that crazy because of the fact that you have storms that are just forming out in front of it, giving it some issues. That is an interesting supercell that is starting to develop near Lake Pontchartrain, from what I can tell here on radar. Yeah, very interesting supercell near Lake Pontchartrain. Could potentially see something severe as it heads over towards the northern shore. Something like that. Something like that. Let's go back to Columbus Air Force Base and check up on our cell. It temporarily produced a tornado. Now it has occluded, and a new storm is trying to produce a new tornado. You can see all the debris from where the old tornado went. So that is absolutely the case. Trees snapped. Few trees uprooted. At least one house with roof damage. Spotter saw the tornado cross US 82 near Minas Road. Still, indeed, a strong storm capable of producing a tornado. Nice to see you, Kaylee. Did April leave? I think temporarily she did. I think she might have said she'll be back later. Yeah, still definitely looks like this storm here is going to try to be tornadic on its journey northeast. Yeah, I agree. Anyone in Mississippi and Alabama, I hope they stay safe from these storms. Do you think there's going to be quite a bit of stuff? That's crazy. I'm going to have to show you guys this video here from Tylertown. Oh my gosh. Sly Tito, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm going to have to show you guys this. This video in itself is on Facebook. It's from Montana Lane. It's about 2 minutes long.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. We in it, baby. Oh. Man. That's a tornado. My car. Oh, man. Tampa gone, baby. Yeah.
Wow.
Tampa gone. Man, my car gone, bro. Tampa is smooth gone. That glass broke out of there. Tampa is gone. Oh, Lord Jesus, man. So lives, Paul. Mama, car, damn it.
Viewer's discretion is advised. So if you couldn't tell.
Oh my God, man.
This is a normal reaction. This is how I would react if a tornado went right next to me.
Wayne Reed
I'd probably
came
say
out.
a few choice words.
Roof came out. Man, Lord Jesus. It's crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Man, why y'all being talked down, man?
It's a good thing that they weren't in a mobile home, though, because if they were in a mobile home, that tornado would have absolutely obliterated that building. But it did some real
Oh my God.
interesting damage here. As I said, man. It looks like the cell that is east of Bay Springs, northeast of Stringer, is doing exactly what I thought it was going to be doing, which is recycling. It's got too many storms next to it. Too many. Too many storms next to it. Oh, I don't doubt it, Joe. I do not doubt it. A lot of strong damaging winds still here in central and southern Tennessee. Nashville, you are good. You're out of the risk. You're done for the day. You can go about your day pretty much. Just keep in mind if there is some flooding, turn around, don't drown. I think what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to go back into this stream and show you guys some of the highlights of what we've seen. Because we've seen at least 4 tornadoes, maybe 5. I'm not saying that it was a bust. Haven't been checking the weather at all today. Did it underperform? Again, haven't had time to check anything out. So far, it's been pretty intense, and it still is looking to be that way. The main thing here to take away from this is if storms are able to be discrete and by themselves, so for instance, this cell that is over here north of Tuscaloosa, it already produced a tornado just to the west of Tuscaloosa. And it probably will produce another one. It's storms like these, if they can be out by themselves with no other storms around them, they'll be fine. They'll produce their tornadoes, some of which could even be strong or even to violent of nature. But if we look over back to this cell, all right, let's go back in time. This cell over here, that actually hit Taylorsville, the first one. Notice how, as it moved on through, the inflow was unimpeded. No thunderstorms in the inflow whatsoever. Because of it, it produced a tornado. Same thing over with this cell as it got close to Collins. Kept going, ended up producing a tornado. This storm down here in Columbia, as it moved about, produced a tornado. You can see it really got going right here as it got close to Seminary. Open inflow, all right? But now, here's the problem with these storms. Look at all these storms that are forming out in front of this. So these storms have been colliding into them, into the supercell and into the line. And that's what's been holding off these storms. That's what's been limiting this environment just a little bit. So that's currently where we're at. Right now, we had one tornado emergency today. It was earlier on today, and it was all the way down near Tylertown. Tylertown got hit by 2 significant tornadoes, one of which was probably violent. The other was just a little bit weaker, just a little bit. Still pretty strong. We caught both of them on camera, both of them with our sky cameras. So yeah, we're covering all sorts of stuff. But there's a new area of interest that I want to look at a little bit later on. I'm moving the Columbus radar for right now. I'll put it back later. But I'm moving the Columbus radar down to Louisiana. There's a supercell that I'm watching pretty closely. I don't think this one's going to be as bad as some of the other storms that we've had. I think this environment, yeah, so this environment down here, the further south you go, the higher the chance the winds are coming more from the south-southwest than the south, or than the south or the southeast. But we do have a supercell that is going to try and produce a water spout, as I mentioned, near Lake Pontchartrain. That'll head over towards the Mandeville, the Covington area, and the St. Tammany Parish general vicinity. We said that about, what, 10 minutes ago, I think, chat? It's still looking like it'll continue to move about. Is Georgia supposed to get hit by tornadoes tonight? It is definitely possible that you guys could get hit by tornadoes tonight. The overnight hours. Our tornado is now moving north of Tuscaloosa. If there was one on the ground. Right now, there doesn't seem to be. Just a strong bit of velocity here. Strong velocity couplet. If you live near Samantha or the rural northern areas of Tuscaloosa, as well as southern Walker County, you definitely need to watch out. Definitely need to watch out for the potential of a tornadic thunderstorm near you. I think the HRRR, the recent nowcasting HRRR, says that these storms don't end up doing a whole lot for right now. Yeah, they all just kind of combine into one giant line. That's why. Oh my goodness.
Tornado warning for southeastern DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, Warren County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern White County in Middle Tennessee.
Looks like it's an extension for this tornado warning that is here. Heading into McMinnville. And into Doyle, as well as Sparta. If you're in those areas here in Middle Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space. Any of those counties that just got mentioned, into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building. Concern about pop-ups down by Hattiesburg? Believe it or not, I'm not too concerned about that. There's only one supercell that I'm watching for out of Hattiesburg, and it's this one south of Columbia. That's the only one that I'm watching. This one, if these thunderstorms that are south of it stop forming, if they stop existing, we could potentially be seeing a tornadic thunderstorm heading very close to the Hattiesburg area. But this is pretty much it. The storm that's north of it near Sanford, it's just got so many thunderstorms that it's just not going to be able to really take advantage of anything. Interesting. You're on the beach in Biloxi. Should I be worried about water spouts? Eventually, yes, but right now, no. Yep, the storm on Lake Pontchartrain definitely has the chance to try and go, but I'm waiting a little bit. It's definitely got a water spout, I'll say that much. But I'm waiting a little bit to see if this thing can actually sustain once it gets over land. But there's probably going to be a new tornado warning here for St. Tammany Parish. Did the HRRR call this more messy mode? Kind of. It kind of did. I don't think it was intentional that it did, though. But that's besides the point. How is Waynesboro, Tennessee? Looks to me like you guys are actually starting to get out of the risk. Yeah, you're good. You're done. We even got a little camera for you to illustrate how done you are. But yeah, Waynesboro, you're good. You can go about your day. Make sure if there's any flooded areas, turn around, don't drown. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are, than flood roads. Them flooded roadways. Do I think later near Pensacola will be as bad as they thought? Mom's visiting, and she's a mess. So it has downtrended. I will admit. It has downtrended for Pensacola. I still think Pensacola should watch out. But it has downtrended for you all. Is Putnam County, Tennessee done? Putnam. It doesn't look like it. I don't know what that was, but something just fell. Yeah, Putnam County is going to still see some severe storms, some strong damaging winds. So I would still watch out if you're over in Putnam County. How is New Orleans? New Orleans right now is kind of a mixed bag. They could get some storms. They could not get some storms. They definitely will see some storms, in my opinion. They could see some strong storms. Severe, it's hard to say. But there will be a lot of rain. There could be some wind. Could be some hail. Not too sure about the tornado threat, though. What I think will happen tomorrow. So the Carolinas and extreme eastern Georgia, as well as Virginia, it's likely that that's going to be a pretty gnarly wind event. I'm not too sure if it's going to be stayed at slight. It could be upgraded to an enhanced risk with a 5% chance for tornadoes. But some strong damaging winds is definitely certain. I'm definitely certain about that. When would be a good time to travel out of Georgia to Tennessee? Tomorrow afternoon. Something like that. I'm interested because Zachary... So you said you haven't heard from them in Zachary, Louisiana. I don't think Zachary had too much stuff today. Yeah, that's north of Baton Rouge. I don't think Zachary had too much stuff. They could very well have just had, power gone out just from the passing storms. But Zachary, I think, is done. Yeah, Zachary is done. Can I elaborate on the Virginia threat tomorrow? So yeah, Virginia tomorrow. That is not. There you go. Virginia tomorrow will likely see some strong damaging winds associated with this line right here. Some storms could start to move on through into the Roanoke area at around 9 to 10. The first line of storms all the way out here will definitely be strong enough to produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe even a little stronger than that. Raleigh, as well as Fayetteville, starts to get into the action at around 1 p.m. And then Richmond gets into it at around 2 o'clock. Greenville and Virginia Beach around 4 or 5. Same with Jacksonville. So, definitely be watching out for that. Will I be streaming the cover noon in Georgia until we are clear? I probably will. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'll have to start a new stream. But I could see myself doing that. Especially since the severe weather doesn't start ramping back up again until the mid-afternoon tomorrow. Like 12 to 1. CC drop Alabama. That wouldn't be too surprising. That would not indeed. Yep, there's the debris signature. Fortunately, this is the rural parts of Alabama, but if you're in Gorgas, Oakman Parish, and Cordova, you need to get in your safe space. Tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County, and eventually we'll get a new one for Walker County, too. So there's the there's the tornado confirmed. We only have 3 tornado warnings right here, chat. Only 3 tornado warnings right now. Unfortunately, it looks like we have another tornado that is northeast of Paulding, Mississippi. I think this could potentially be upgraded not only to just a confirmed tornado warning, you probably could get away with a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. That'll be heading towards Meridian here very shortly. Talking about a half an hour for a rain-wrapped tornado that's over there. So Stonewall, Meridian, Quitman, Paulding, Pashuta. Please, please, please watch out. But yeah, this is definitely stacking its rotation. So definitely a tornado in progress here, at least according to the correlation coefficient. Debris is in the air. So please watch out. Lowest innermost part of your building, whether that is basement, bathroom, closet, any way you may be able to be safe. If the low-level jet kicks in, will it pop off again, or do I think that won't affect anything? You know what, chat? There is an answer for this. Let's find out. No.
Tornado warning for West Central St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Well, they did issue the tornado warning for the water spout that's going to be making landfall near Madisonville and Mandeville. So if you live over there and you live near Covington, you need to get in your safe space immediately. That is a PDS that they did issue for Meridian, so we were kind of spot on with that. But it doesn't look like, it looks like it'll stay the same as where it's at right now. It's kind of a weird situation of where we're at with this event. I'm going to cherry pick some areas. That is some skinny low-level cape. I'll tell you what. The northward extent to this mode, like Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, after these couple of tornado warnings, might not all be that crazy. And it might just be limited down to the southern portions of the risk. So we'll have to really watch out for that. Our debris signature is still there. Still a tornado in progress in rural portions of Tuscaloosa County. Definitely be advised that it is not safe to be in a mobile home. You're going to want to be in the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building that is anchored down to the ground. That is definitely a tornado. That is definitely a debris signature. You can see the blue ball right there. And the rotation. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, western Clark County in east central Mississippi, Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
New tornado warning for Laurel, Mississippi. That's kind of interesting. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for eastern Walker County in central Alabama.
Extension for the Tuscaloosa cell. Okay. That makes sense. The Atlanta tornado threat, you guys could potentially see your strong severe storms sometime around, if I remember correctly, around midnight. Yeah, around midnight to a little bit after midnight, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. It's right around that time frame. And though the tornado threat will not be as significant as what it is now, it is still pretty volatile environment, so you're going to want to watch very closely. Man, this water spout here is really going. All right, this is going to make landfall here near Madisonville. We, of course, we have traffic cameras down here in Louisiana, right? Of course we do. There we go. So we got a camera here that is along I-12, south of Covington. If a tornado were to go right next to one of our cameras, and believe me, we have caught this quite a lot, we are going to be able to see it right here. So Atlanta isn't weakening. I mean, you guys are going to see, you guys were expected to see some severe weather. I think to the extent of what it was before, I don't think it is as bad, but it's still, you still could see some pretty strong severe storms with the chance of some tornadoes. So I would watch it close. Yeah, if a tornado moves through this area, we'll be able to see it here with our camera. I see general flow going this way, so I think we're looking southwest. I'm looking based off of the road here. Did the camera just die? Are you serious? Oh, that's a nice camera. I have no idea in which direction this is looking at. I think that's looking north. I think that is looking south. There we go. I think this should be good enough. So yeah, the spin-up tornado definitely moving off. Heading towards Covington. If you're in Covington, tornado warning for your area. Please watch out. New severe thunderstorm warning over here for St. Charles Parish and areas west of New Orleans. Please, once again, watch out for the threat of some strong damaging winds and spotty hail. We still have our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for portions of Meridian, Stonewall, Enterprise, and Basic. Rotation has died out just a little bit. But there was a debris signature before when it was near Paulding. It does look like it was just a normal tornado. It was on the ground for about 5 to 10 minutes. Was in the direct path of Coker. Tornado warning. Nothing happened. Was not a tornado. I believe Coker was Tuscaloosa. There was a report of a tornado that was over in Coker. It was east of Coker, to be specific. Or was it east of Coker? No, I'm sorry. It was west of Coker. It was near Elrod. There's a report of damage over near Elrod or a little west of Elrod from that tornado. So it's like best way for me to put it. If I pull up Google Maps on the side here, it's going to load forever, but I don't care. So, the area into which they're building an extended road, I don't know what that road is supposed to be, but I guess they're trying to make US Highway 82 a lot more effective as like a 2-lane highway. I guess that's what they're trying to do. So right to where it meets up with the regular areas of Highway 82. That's where it's
Tornado warning for northwestern St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, west central Pearl River County in southern Mississippi.
If you're near Gorgas Parish and Cordova here in Alabama, you need to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. Could be the potential for another tornado to be on the ground right now. Once again, if you're near Gorgas, Cordova Parish, Summiton. We do definitely have some strong rotation with this cell. This is a tornado confirmed, tornado on the ground. This is heading into southern Walker County here in Alabama, well south of Jasper. So please be safe if you are in that polygon. Go back to Jackson, Mississippi with our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. And it looks like the rotation is starting to die out. That's what it looks like it's doing as it's heading into Enterprise, Basic, and Stonewall. Continue to stay in your safe space if you're in those areas. Continue to stay in your safe space if you're in Meridian. Very weak correlation coefficient drop in some of those areas, but not too crazy. Sounds good, Joe. You think this is under/overperforming to the forecast so far? I think it depends who you ask, but you're asking me. At this stage, from this morning all the way up until now, I would say technically it's been underperforming. from what the forecast is. Not from my forecast, but from what the Storm Prediction Center is expecting. Which is the good news. But southern Mississippi was always the bullseye. If people have been a part of my streams and been a part of me reacting to the models and stuff like that, I have said southeastern Mississippi or southern Mississippi quite a few times for this event. Even in my videos that I've had in the past, I didn't mention a whole lot of Alabama. I mentioned Mississippi. So based off of what I thought was going to happen, so far it's pretty good. I was actually surprised they extended the high as far east as they did, but they did. So now we're watching out. So welcome back to idiots who don't know how to take care of themselves. In this episode, we have a Tesla that's hiding under an overpass. Do not do this. Please. Love of God. Do not hide under an overpass during storms, especially if it's tornadic. Potentially an area of a quick spin up here near Laurel. If you are near Laurel, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We might be able to see the tornado from the sky, from the traffic camera here, chat. We might be able to. Should Friday have had a high risk? No. And the good reason for that is because no one would have thought that it would have been that widespread and that significant. There were still a lot of concerns with moisture and how far north it would affect.
Tornado warning for northwestern Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, central White County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Putnam County in Middle Tennessee.
The strange thing about it is that half of the moderate risk last night verified and the other half didn't. That's the strange thing about it all. So, because of how large it was, you weren't going to be able to satisfy every little area. If you're in Sparta, Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space. Same thing with Mayland, areas near Crossville and west of Crossville. So strong damaging winds still with this storm. Some quick spin-ups, some brief tornadoes are definitely possible. Do I think the SPC will downgrade the high risk by 1Z? I think they could. I think they could. It'll probably just be a moderate. I think they could. Sean, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, very strong damaging winds over there. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning that is northeast of Huntsville, heading into the Winchester area. I see a lot of wind with that storm. I see a lot of wind with the storm that's heading into Florence and Russellville, so that's kind of typical with what we've mentioned before. Reports of damage near Samantha of trees and power lines down on Alabama State Highway or State Road 69.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pickens County in west central Alabama.
So new tornado warning there. If you live in those areas. That is Carrollton. And you know what? For good reason. It does have a tornado warning on it for a good reason. This thing absolutely blew up in recent scans. So if you live in Gordo, if you live along US Highway 82, State Highway 86, you need to get in your safe space. Underground, lowest, innermost part of your building. Strong tornado is possible in some of these areas. You can see some pretty strong winds. So yeah, definitely take your proper precautions with that. My brain, chat. My brain. Yeah, that is the second time in 2 hours. What if the Gulf to the south didn't exist? We definitely wouldn't have all this moisture, I'll tell you that. And Alabama and Mississippi wouldn't have as many tornadoes. Heck, tornadoes wouldn't really even be all that common in the United States if the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America or the Gulf of whatever you call it didn't exist. That big body of water that shares with Mexico and the United States and Cuba. The Gulf of Cuba. Still looks like there's the potential for a tornado still here within this storm heading into Meridian. Still looks like this thing is going to try and spin up. Or at least it's been doing so at least a couple of times. So please watch out if you're over in Meridian and Basic. Basically, Lauderdale County here in Mississippi needs to watch.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kemper County in east central Mississippi, northwestern Clark County in east central Mississippi, eastern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
So they issued a new tornado warning for that. Just only a confirmed tornado. The PDS tornado warning is going to expire here relatively soon. It looks like the storm that was near Laurel, if it did produce a spin up, it was very brief. But not too much beyond that, which is good. Still got that tornado warning for the cell that made landfall, the water spout that made landfall. It is now heading towards Talasheek and Sun, as well as Poplarville. But realistically speaking, I don't think it could be doing all too much more with itself. It doesn't have a whole lot of rotation at this time. So I wouldn't be worried too much about it, but I would still be vigilant on the off chance that something does happen. And it doesn't hurt to be safe rather than sorry. It really doesn't. New Orleans is going to get some severe weather here soon. Some severe storms. So if you are in New Orleans, watch out, please. Mesoscale discussion for the Gulf Coast. Severe threat, including a few tornadoes, may develop. Tornado watch expansion may be needed over the next few hours. So they're talking about expanding the tornado watch, not issuing a new one. Interesting. Tornado confirmed here in Carrollton. Tornado confirmed over here in Carrollton. If you live in these areas, please do yourself a favor. All right? Honestly, do yourself a favor. Get into a sturdy building. Stay away from windows. A pretty strong storm. Brain fog is a B. Yeah, I know. My brain is definitely spazzing out at some point. But we got to talk about this tornado that's over here in Pickens County real quickly. We definitely got to talk about this tornado that's over in Pickens County. This will wake me up. Fortunately, right now, it is in rural parts of Pickens County, but it's going to head to Gordo. If you're in Gordo, Alabama, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes, that's when it's going to go right over you guys. So please, 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 if you're in Gordo, get into your safe space. I was live for 12 hours yesterday. I didn't go to sleep until like 5:30 in the morning. Got about 5 hours of sleep today. We roll back into it, chat. We roll and roll and roll. Yeah, if you're in Gordo, Alabama, you need to get into your safe space. This is a pretty significant debris signature. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they issued... I spoke too soon. PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, has been issued for Pickens County until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:41, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Carrollton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, that is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Pickens County. And that'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Once again, if you are in Gordo, Alabama, it is going to be heading directly for you. You need to get into your safe space, all right? Lowest, innermost part of your building if you can. But this is absolutely a significant storm. Absolutely a storm that's going to be doing damage. Look at that. Look at that debris ball right there. Look at that debris ball right there, chat. Goodness gracious. I mean, that is... wow. I'll tell you. That is probably as insane as you're going to get it. Once again, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado heading towards, this is Gordo. Big time debris signature here, large tornado. It is crossing over State Highway 86 east of Carrollton. And it'll be heading even north towards Gordo and then past Gordo to Moore's Bridge. So significant tornado is ongoing at this time. It's in progress. It potentially occluded.
Tornado warning for central Cullman County in north-central Alabama.
Potentially. Either that or that's just a debris fanning out from outside of it. But still, it is doing damage. This is a pretty large tornado here. To be honest with you, I'm assuming it's a little bit more right here. I think this is where the tornado is at. That ends up being the case.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County in west-central Alabama, eastern Fayette County in west-central Alabama.
So there's the extension for the old tornado warn cell that is near Cordova and Sipsey. That'll head towards Arkadelphia, Bremen, the Colony, as well as portions of Good Hope, Hanceville, and Garden City. And eventually you could be talking about southern and eastern portions of Cullman County, which could potentially even include Cullman in itself. So Cullman definitely needs to watch out for the potential of that significant thunderstorm. This is a heck of a supercell here. This is definitely a strong tornado. And it's out by itself. This is what we talked about earlier. There are no thunderstorms near it. There are none. It is out by itself. It is alone. It is able to take advantage of the environment without anything limiting it. So what do I think about North Carolina tonight? You guys are fine. Bunch of wind, if anything. Man, oh man, is that debris signature getting all too close to Gordo. As I said, that right there is the tornado. Big time debris signature. And that is the debris that's fanning out away from it. So this is... Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is just a heck of a tornado. Wow. Mooresbridge, Newtonville, Barry, Samantha, areas of northwestern Tuscaloosa County and northern Tuscaloosa County, as well as southeastern Fayette County and eastern Fayette County. You're under a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Those of you who might have asked, the tornado warning in Louisiana has now diminished below severe capabilities, so that warning has been canceled. Man, oh man. I mean, this still has a heck of a debris ball. Gordo, if you're not in your safe space, you should be in it already. This is as strong of a tornado as you probably could get with this thing. Yeah, this is absolutely a significant storm here. Gate to gate. It's hard to take a gate to gate because the velocities are so skewed, to be honest with you. But 48 on top of 86 is what I see. Yeah, look at that debris fallout. There's going to be a lot of debris that's falling from the sky over near Reform. That's a lot of debris fallout, honestly. That's kind of crazy to look at. And then, of course, hopefully the folks over here at Gordo are watching this very closely from a safe place or outside of Gordo. Hopefully they ahead of time got out of their out of the way of this storm into a safer place that could have just been, down the road or whatever. But this is a significant storm. That is a report of a massive tornado on drone from Brett Adair. I think I saw it earlier. I think I saw Brett just now as I was looking on my phone. It looked to me like it was a wedge tornado. I couldn't figure out where he was looking at from. But Brett Adair definitely was looking at that storm. Looking at that storm. Goodness. That's a little crazy about if that's true down in Tallahassee. National Weather Service radio. Yeesh. Yeah, our tornado is still down here, northwest of Gordo. It is still in progress. It is that area of rotation in particular. It's right there. This one, not as much. I think this one is probably some side lobe contamination of some sort. I don't exactly know to be certain. Could be, a twin. Could be twins. But I kind of doubt the idea of it being twins. So now the storm is passing Gordo. Hopefully you guys have taken your safe space and taken to your safe space and taken your proper precautions. A large and extremely dangerous tornado will be heading towards Moores Bridge, Alabama, as well as Newtonville, here according to the National Weather Service. We do have damage that is visible here on radar, with some anomalies in our correlation coefficient that is being brought up. And then I also want to go... I want to go north towards our cell that's over here near Arkadelphia, as there is a little bit of rotation here. And there is probably a tornado in progress near Sipsey as well. There could potentially be a tornado over here in eastern portions of Walker County, heading into southern Cullman County near Arkadelphia and the Colony. What map is this? This is GR2 Analyst version 3. If you want a cheaper version of radar, go get Radar Scope or Radar Omega for like your phone. Or you can go on to weatherwise.com, I think it is. Either that or it's like WXWise, but it's weatherwise.com. They got some radars and stuff like that over there too. But yeah, this is absolutely a tornado in progress in eastern Walker County, now heading into southern Cullman County. Same can be said for the storm that is over here in eastern portions of Pickens County, about to head into northwestern Tuscaloosa County. Some pretty strong rotation right in here. There's the debris signature. Mesoscale discussion for eastern Tennessee. Severe threat downstream of the tornado watch. An additional weather watch issuance may be needed, depending or pending favorable convective trends. So there could be a new severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch up for areas like Knoxville. Yeah, that is a large tornado that is over near Gordo, Alabama. It's absolutely a large tornado. I'll retweet it on my Twitter, but I definitely cannot show it. Storms are starting to move through the Hattiesburg area. A lot of these storms down south aren't really doing too much, to be honest with you. But you do have some severe storms that are going to be getting close to New Orleans here shortly. Here pretty shortly. I appreciate everyone helping us spread the information with as many people as possible. It is greatly appreciated. Remember to keep hitting the thumbs up button down below to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, using the YouTube algorithm to help us get this out to people who could potentially need this information. So, as I said, greatly appreciated. Well, the good news about the cell that is north of Gordo, it is starting to weaken just a little bit. It's actually weakening a lot bit. Weakening by a lot. New tornado watch in Tennessee. That is a new tornado watch in Tennessee, as well as northwestern Georgia. And one singular county in western North Carolina. Primary threats include few tornadoes likely, a couple intense possible. That's not a bad problem. I just looked at it. I don't think we'll play the prob game this time. It's a 60-40 risk. 60-40 risk. There's an area of interest out in front of the line that I'm watching pretty closely near Thomasville. That could eventually head towards like Marion and Selma. There you go, Evelyn Rose. There you go. What's a 60-40 risk? So the first set of probabilities is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes to occur within that tornado watch. So for instance, the one right above my head, this new tornado watch right here. The probabilities are all within this one only. So 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, 40% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes, which is EF2 or greater. And for reference, these other tornado watches here are particularly dangerous situation tornado watches. From Alabama all the way into Mississippi and Louisiana. So the probabilities of that is greater than 95%, greater than 95%. So yeah, a 95 risk. They basically guaranteed that you will see both. You will see at least 2 tornadoes. You will see at least 1 significant tornado. And both have technically verified, although not in ways into which people would have expected. So now we only have the 1 tornado warning here for portions of Tuscaloosa County and Fayette County. Heading into Moores Bridge, Newtonville, Barry, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. For the potential of a strong tornado here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado earlier near Gordo. Reports of damage near Jesse Pearson Road. Homes seriously damaged and hundreds of trees down. Search and rescue is ongoing. Goodness gracious. About to say, what in the heck was that? But then I just realized. It's just the radar updating. Just the radar. Still some good rotation here near I-65, near Good Hope, Dodge City, and the Colony. The storm will continue to move off near this area. And it could try to produce a tornado, but it'll get past Dodge City here within the next 5 minutes. So get in your safe space if you're in Dodge City, Alabama. This is definitely a significant storm here. It's had a history of producing tornadoes. Don't want to take any risks. So just get in your safe space. That tornado warning has been updated near Meridian. So that storm now that is moving into Alabama, it has been updated to just a regular tornado warning. If you give it a few more minutes, you'll be able to see it update. It's already updated on my side screen. My eyes are dying. Could the high risk be downgraded at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central? It's possible it could be. But it'll only be downgraded to a moderate risk. If they downgrade it to an enhanced risk, I'm quitting life. I'm quitting it. Since the beginning of the stream, we have seen 0 tornadoes on live cameras, which on one hand is pretty nice because that means that storms aren't that widespread. Or at least the significant ones aren't. On the other hand, it also means that we're just either not good at this camera chasing thing or things have gotten a little boring for y'all. But yeah. Didn't I see those wedges? Yeah, we can go back in time. Let's put it this way. When some of these tornado warnings go out, when they die out and expire, we're going to go back and take a look at the highlights of those tornadoes that we saw live. But I think I'm going to head to the bathroom here first because I have been sitting here for quite some time. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Boring is great. Yeah, I do agree. Boring is great. But it's just also making me sleepy too. The PDS Tornado Watch has been expanded south into portions of Mobile. Not into Pensacola, though. So that's good. Yeah, significant damage over near Gordo. If you know anyone who lives near Gordo, I would check in on them. Ask if they're fine, ask if they're okay. Well, it's not even that. It's just I haven't been able to get a whole lot of sleep over the past 4 days. I'll tell you what, Monday, I am sleeping like a kid. I'm sleeping in. Sleeping like a baby. When is it going to hit Central Alabama near Prattville and Montgomery? That'll likely be at some point here soon, believe it or not. But not too soon. Maybe in another couple of hours. We're probably talking about you guys around 8 p.m. Still some significant storms even after these things start to move into the area. So we're not done with the risk, of course, not by any stretch. We're waiting to make sure everything is all right on that front. All right, I am going to go to the bathroom here real quickly. But what I will do is I think I'm going to put up a camera somewhere here. I'm going to put a camera up in Hattiesburg, I think. Why do you think the tornadoes today only showed low-level rotation? This seems to be cause them to spin up and then fizzle out, spin up again. No upper-level engagement. It would only be because the lower-level rotation gets impeded by these little popcorn supercells. Not really supercells, popcorn thunderstorms. Anytime one of those popcorn thunderstorms got even near it, it started to go through a cycle. So it needs unimpeded inflow to be able to flow into the supercell in order for you to get those long trackers, which is the reason why Tylertown was such a significant and violent tornado in southern Mississippi. Because it just was there. Same thing with Taylorsville. It just had no thunderstorms, no little small thunderstorms that impeded its warm, moist air from getting it to the heart of the thunderstorm. And bing, bang, boom. All right, chat. I will be back. Give me 2 or 3 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes. And then we will be back. And I'm not sure better than ever, but we'll be back. Okay, chat, we are back. We are alive. In spirit. Let's go, chat. Come on. We still got a stretch. Full on stretch. Okay. Yeah, I know people are talking about the next outlook. I have a friend in Jones County, Mississippi. How's it looking? Jones County. If I pull this up for you guys here. And actually, I'm gonna have this over this to the side, and then we're gonna have some camera. What camera could we have in some of these areas? What's the weather like up in Huntsville? That'll head over to Guntersville eventually. Or Guntersville. We'll use the Guntersville camera here. So Guntersville, Alabama, as some of those significant storms will be moving on through off to the north and east. So Jones County, University of Southern Mississippi is actually getting some pretty decent stuff. But Jones County, Mississippi, that's Ellisville, that's Laurel. You guys are currently seeing some storms in and around that area. Just continue to wait, continue to sit still. Yeah, there's a pretty large thunderstorm that's just to the south of Laurel right now. It's not tornadic. It's not anything significant wind-wise from the looks of it. But it's definitely there. It's causing a bit of a flooding risk too. So just watch out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Sumter County in west central Alabama.
Guys, did you know we only have two tornado warnings? Two tornado warnings. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, Laurel, just continue to stay indoors or stay in your car. Just don't go driving out in these storms for right now. Laurel, Mississippi, I'm really in my car waiting for the train that has been 2 hours delayed. Yeah. Yeah, that explains it. Have we reached the climax, or is the worst of it yet to come, or is it already behind us? I think there's two different climaxes. There's the ones that were in the southern portions of Mississippi. Honestly, in my opinion, that would be the worst part of this event, would be the stuff that is in here in southern Mississippi, or what was in southern Mississippi. But this is a big but. We still have a lot of stuff that can happen between now and then, such as this tornado warning here still that is southeast of Coleman. So if you're in Coleman County, in central and eastern Coleman, if you're south of the city of Coleman or east of the city of Coleman, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. We'll move this over now so that way you can get a full screen. We showed you the Guntersville camera because this trajectory takes this storm kind of close to it. At about a half an hour, the storm is going to get really close to where the camera is at in Marshall County. So we'll be able to see maybe if there's some things that could happen out in that general area. But regardless of that, some strong rotation over here southeast of Coleman. And some other areas that might be in and around there. And I do think that some storms can form out in front. Once again, out near the Millers Ferry and the Thomasville area. I think that could be something to watch. Baby cells in Deer Park. Where is Deer Park? Park.
Tornado warning for northeastern Overton County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Pickett County in Middle Tennessee, northern Fentress County in Middle Tennessee.
So that's a new tornado warning here. That's north of Crossville, northeast of Cookville. There's actually a report of a rain-wrapped spin-up in Cookville earlier, with small trees uprooted and some tree limbs that have been snapped. It's nearly as bad as predicted. It isn't nearly as bad as what the HRRR predicted last night. But as I said, there's something about the 0Z run last night that just kind of, I didn't buy it.
Tornado warning for central Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, southeastern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama.
Everyone was going crazy over the 0Z and the 2Z run last night, and I was just like, I don't buy it. For the longest time, I said southern Mississippi should be in the high with a little bit of western Alabama. I was kind of surprised, to be honest with you, that much of Alabama was expanded into the high risk. But, I mean, it's still got its strong tornadoes, don't get me wrong. It's just not as widespread as everyone thought it could be. But still, there's this tornado warning down here near Livingston and York, as well as Lilita, Demopolis, Forkland. This is Sumter County in Alabama. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space. People pretending like this is a bust or something when we've had multiple PDSs and a Tor-E. Only in one area. That's the reason why people are disappointed with the output so far compared to what the models say. Because only this part of the risk has verified so far. Maybe to an extent up here near Tuscaloosa. But from a widespread scale, only the southern portion of Mississippi was truly, crazy about it. Put our camera back up. At least for right now. So as quickly as I said that we had 2 tornado warnings, and now we have 4. We will have 3 in a bit, though, because the tornado warning that is in Coleman County, if they don't issue a new warning, which honestly I think they might. I think they might issue a new tornado warning for that cell. Yeah. I'm going to move the Jackson, Mississippi radar over to Huntsville for right now to cover this tornado in Colbert and Lauderdale counties. What's up, Alex? What's up? Welcome to the stream. It's only 6 p.m. for you guys. The event goes on till 12 a.m. So there's still time. Yeah, something like that, give or take. Can I be honest with you, chat? I don't know why they issued the tornado warning for Florence. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna try my hardest. I'm looking at all sorts of different radars here. That's the reason why they did. This little small rotation right here. This little dude, this little rinky dink that ended up gusting out and not really doing a whole lot. They might cancel that tornado warning in like 10, 15 minutes. It's possible that they could. Could Baldwin County get hit later on? Yeah, I do think they could, just not to the extent of areas that are further north. Man, the supercell near Slidell is really interesting. I wonder if this will be able to get by itself. Models don't look great for anything other than southwestern Alabama. That's pretty typical. You're in Starkville. How's it looking there? If you're talking about Starkville, Mississippi, honestly, you guys have been looking pretty good all day. You've been dodging storms left and right. Starkville, you're done. You're good. You can go about your day. You can do whatever you need to do. You're fine. You've been dodging storms left and right up there. Stretch. Ugh. Remember the Florence, Alabama camera? You had like 4 straight storms on that camera one stream. I do remember that. I do. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Starkville didn't really get anything, because there was stuff over near Amory and Okaluna and Houston and Walthall and Winona and Sugarlock. And actually, I don't think there's a whole lot of stuff in Philadelphia and Kosciuszko and Carthage. I think they also dodged bullets too. But there was practically everywhere else around you got stuff. You didn't. You guys lucked out. Good for y'all. What about Arkansas? You guys are good. Anywhere in Arkansas right now, you're not seeing any big severe weather. You're good. Trust me when I say this is only Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Eastern Tennessee, Western Florida. How's Columbus, Georgia looking? I have a friend there and I'm worried about her. I got you. Don't worry about it. So storms will start to move on through near the Columbus area sometime after midnight. That's a new tornado warning, so listen to this first.
Tornado warning for northern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Cullman County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Morgan County in north-central Alabama.
So they extended the tornado warning. They added a new one, and I believe it's observed as a ongoing tornado. So we'll look at that here in a second. But storms will start to get around Columbus, Georgia at around 2 Central, 3 Eastern. They'll pass by at around 4. So just make sure you tell your friend, whether it's in a kind way or in a telling way. I know in some people, sometimes people get really worried and they just kind of say, hey, listen, need to be safe for me or whatever and stuff like that. Sometimes I've done that to some of my friends that are down there. So I understand the thought process. It doesn't hurt to reach out and say, hey, listen, this stuff is going to be near you. Go be safe. Be safe. That's all I got to say. There's your new tornado warning for portions of Cullman County, heading into Marshall County, eastern Morgan County. And we do indeed have a little spin up that was over near Fairview. Hopefully, if you're in Fairview, you're in your safe space. If you're near Baileyton, as well as areas that are south of Morgan City and east of Ava, west of Arab, or Arab. Nice to see you, Yuji. Biloxi's going to get some thunderstorms tonight. Or at least it's possible that they could. So I would watch out. Look towards Arley, just west of this warning. It would probably... I believe this is the remnants of the old tornado warning, isn't it? No, it is not. It's a new rotation that was in between the two. Good call, Haley. Good call. There is definitely a little bit of rotation there. If you're in Arley, Addison, Jones Chapel, don't be surprised if conditions could deteriorate. I wonder if they could just probably issue a severe thunderstorm warning for it with a tornado possible tag. And then if it starts to uptrend, they do stuff with it. There's reports now of damage in Walker County. A lot of trees down. The possible tornado. When is it going to hit Prattville and Montgomery in Alabama? A little bit before midnight. A little bit before midnight. So these things are slow as molasses. That is a supercell that is north of New Orleans. How crazy is that, chat? That is an actual supercell that is northeast of New Orleans. Major damage in Gordo, Alabama, according to Span. I'm not too surprised. It did look like a pretty strong tornado. Do I mind checking the Pacific Northwest, or is that not relevant? Well, I mean, it isn't really relevant to the stream right now. But what I will do is... I'll check it anyways. They're going to be seeing an atmospheric river. Goodness gracious. Watch out for rock slides, mudslides, flash floods. Higher elevations could be getting some snow, too. That is my brief checkup. Rock slides, mudslides. Pacific Northwest should stop seeing at least the majority bits of consistent rain heading into Sunday night and Monday morning. So that's my 2 cents on that. Where's Morgan today? He's currently chasing. Where is he chasing? That is a good question. Yeah, I did see that, O'Neill. Earlier, one of my moderators in my chat said that. It doesn't look to be on the ground at this time, but it is still a rotation that is evident on radar. So, once again, Addison, Jones Chapel, eventually into Falkville and South Vinemont, West Point. Need to watch out for the potential of this storm that could maybe be tornadic. We'll see. Take a break. My definition of taking a break is taking a nap. So that's not going to happen. I'm not taking a break. The time I'll take a nap is when I go to bed tonight. Which honestly, there is a pretty good chance that I go to sleep well before the storms even get to Georgia. I just might be that dead tired and just might want to just, you know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel tonight. How's northern Florida going to fare with all of this? They're going to potentially be seeing some strong damaging winds at minimum with any storm that they can encounter. There is the chance for a spin up or two, so I would watch out, but Cookville, Smithville, McMinnville, Sparta, Manchester, Murfreesboro, Winchester, Fayetteville. Actually, maybe not Fayetteville, but areas that I mentioned here with Cookville, Crossville. Actually, I'd take out Crossville, but Cookville, Sparta, Smithville, Murfreesboro, Nashville, and Carthage. You guys are good for the day here in Middle Tennessee. It's these severe storms that are heading to the east is what we want to watch out for some strong damaging winds and the chance for a spin-up tornado or two. If you know anyone that lives near Jamestown or Forbes, or maybe even areas over here in Kentucky near Sunnybrook and Pine Knot, I would tell them to watch out. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, northwestern Cullman County in north-central Alabama, Morgan County in north-central Alabama.
They did issue a new tornado warning for that Addison cell in Jones Chapel. So, Hartselle, Falkville, Priceville. If you are in those areas, you need to watch out for that very closely. We do have a traffic camera that's in Hartselle, so we'll have to see where this tornadic thunderstorm heads off towards. But we do have a traffic camera there. Really windy in Georgia. Storm's not supposed to hit until 3. Yeah, I know.
Tornado warning for northeastern Winston County in northwestern Alabama.
What about Blue Ridge area of South Carolina. Wow, Nate. Thank you for confusing a C to a D. I want to make a funny joke about that, but not that funny. High school life was funny for myself and other people. I'll just say that much. But C's do get degrees. C's get degrees. Yeah, tornado warning over there. Watch out for that. Blue Ridge area of South Carolina, as the question was asked. I see a lot of wind. A lot of wind for the most part. I don't see anything too crazy beyond that, though. Maybe a spin up is possible. Can't rule it out. But, I mean, it's not overly crazy. What do these storms near Mobile do? Some of them try to be tornadic. Some of them try to spin up. Georgia's seeing a lot of gusty winds and maybe some spin up tornadoes possible overnight tonight. What's the outlook for Dothan? Dothan's right on the border of the 3 out of 5 and the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. You guys could potentially see some thunderstorms overnight tonight at around 3 a.m. Central. Well, a lot of the PDS tornado watch has been shrunk from what I just saw here on the side screen. A lot of our tornado warnings are up north. Once again, watch out if you're in Addison and Jones Chapel. Potential of a tornado is possible over there as it heads towards Falkville and Hartselle. We also have another supercell that's got a history of producing tornadoes heading towards the Morgan City area, as well as New Hope and Owens Crossroads. So there is some rotation there. I really do believe that this Florence tornado warning, this Lauderdale County tornado warning will expire here soon. This tornado warning in...
Tornado warning for western Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern White County in Middle Tennessee.
So there you go, guys. If you live in those areas, get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. This tornado warning that's all the way up in Fentress County will expire in 2 minutes. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for north central Bledsoe County in East Tennessee.
Sheesh. April with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It says order an energy drink or some... surprisingly, I have a cup of coffee that I have not drank. I'm half tempted to throw that into the microwave for a little bit and just heat it up. But I have not drank my coffee today. And I'm feeling it, chat. Yeah, that's your new tornado warning here. Strong rotation. I'll tell you what, look at this area of rotation. North of Pikeville, Tennessee, southwest of Crossville, south of Pleasant Hill. Man, oh man, this is actually a pretty strong thunderstorm. Meh, I barely got some sleep, Vanna. 4 to 5 hours is not enough for what we could potentially be doing today. But we live, we roll on. In the span of 4 days now, we've gotten 9 hours of sleep. Maybe 12 hours of sleep. I was going to make a joke, but that's not the time or the place. We still got a pretty strong storm right now. We can joke later. But chat, sometimes you guys can be really funny. Yeah, these warnings definitely do have a good sense of timing. Totally, every single time I have to say something, bing! Don't think this event was as bad as predicted. What do I think? So far at least, it's not as bad as what was predicted. So far. But in my opinion, this is based off of my prediction that I had. I always said that southern Mississippi would be in the main area of the risk. I come into question why Alabama, this far east, was added into the high risk. But I guess we still have probably about another 8 hours before that gets answered. So we'll see. We'll see. Will I be live for the Georgia storms? I know I just said we'll see for another topic, but we really will have to see by the time we get there, because honestly, it'll have to depend upon how mentally here I am. It really will. My brain is frying by the minute, and is not the good type of frying. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Bradley County in East Tennessee, southwestern Meigs County in East Tennessee, eastern Hamilton County in East Tennessee.
These models make me want to consider the following. Am I looking at the Crossville FEMA camera looking directly at the storm? Nope, but I can. Let's pull this up and watch the camera for a little bit, chat, because this is actually right in the pathway of the storm. Good call, chat. Do I have to worry about storms, weather? I can't remember how to pronounce that. Oh my goodness. It's near Pascagoula, so yeah, you guys definitely will need to have to watch out for the potential of some severe storms near your area. I do think you guys will need to watch out. I have no idea what this camera is doing. Why is it doing a spinny? Still some pretty strong rotation southwest of Crossville. And if you live near Pleasant Hill and Lake Tansai, this is Cumberland County, Tennessee. You need to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. The Wedge tornado that we saw this morning was crazy. The one in Tylertown, yeah, that was insane. Ugh. Yeah, no problem, Jack. Man, I'm yawning all over the place. Man, oh man. Sup, Abigail? Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna be combing the desert with this camera. I also think the risk wasn't a high risk worthy day. Southern Mississippi was absolutely a high risk worthy day. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. Wondering about Greenville, South Carolina. Tomorrow, you guys could potentially see some strong damaging winds during the afternoon. Do you think yesterday should have been a high risk? Based off of what happened, it could have verified as a high risk. But before then, there was in no way, shape, or form they were going to give it a high risk. Once you're at a moderate risk, it's pretty comparable to a high risk anyways when it comes to your ceiling. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter all too much. It only matters when high risks actually get issued, because those are supposed to be the ones that are, you know, bad. I'm going to move New Orleans' radar over to Mobile on purpose. Just move it over there to see if the storms could try to make something of it. Something like that. There's your baby cells. Your baby thunderstorms. They definitely don't look too crazy. Some meaningful comments from the chat here today. Oh boy. That is crazy. Sup, Toast? Southern Mississippi went absolutely... You know what, chat? That's what we're going to do right now. That's what we're going to do right now. We have the couple of tornado warnings in northern Alabama, as well as... actually, that tornado warning there, south of Decatur, probably could expire soon. And then you have the two tornado warnings here, one that's northeast of Chattanooga. But I think that's what we're going to do, chat. We're going to go back to our own live stream. Where is my channel? There is my channel. I don't want to hear myself talk. That's the last thing I want to hear. Let's go back. So, our first tornado that we saw I think it was here. I think. Yes. Go back in time, go back in time. And we'll hear my commentary from it. Show you guys what was up. Your debris signature. Okay, it indicates a TDS. The base, it tells you where the debris is. And then the top tells you how high the debris actually spans up into the atmosphere. And then it gives a hypothetical as to how strong the tornado actually could be. Right now, it is possible that it is a mid-range. Oh my goodness. Chat. If that is the tornado, that is the tornado. That is a large tornado. That is a violent tornado. That is a wedge. That is a wedge. That is a wedge tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wedge.
Look at the velocities right above my head too.
That might be larger than a half a mile. That might be a quarter of a mile to a half a mile wide. That is a wedge tornado. This was earlier this stream. And look at how rapid the clouds are spinning around it too. This was a little bit after noon. That is a wedge tornado that is going to the west side of Tylertown. My goodness.
Happened about 5 hours
That is
ago.
absolutely insane. I'm kind of surprised I didn't notice it earlier. I kind of want to see if we saw earlier on stream.
So that was the first tornado that we saw. Obviously, large tornado.
It looks like we weren't able to notice it until it got really close into view, exactly when we saw it. So we didn't really miss a whole lot there. But once again, that's a wedge tornado. That is a large tornado that is currently. First
Let's
off,
look
that
here
is
real quick.
44 on top.
Let's go back. Me looking at stuff.
I'm gonna look here. Yeah, it does go up to about 22,000 feet. So for the record, chat, the Storm Prediction Center issued a small mesoscale discussion for this storm when it went officially into a tornado emergency, talking about how it was producing violent tornadoes. It was kind of crazy to think about. That is absolutely a heck of a significant signature. And then earlier, let's do some calculations here, chat. Let's do some calculations. All right. First off, that is 44 on top of 82, or actually that's 83. Okay. So that is around or a little bit above 225 miles per hour as a delta velocity. That's how fast the winds were within that particular tornado at that time, just to the west of Tylertown. So actually, I think we saw the tornado at its peak with that camera. But let's do some calculations. All right, let's do some calculations here. That is a new tornado emergency that has been issued now for portions of Prentice, Oakville, and Bassfield. So they have continued the warning. We had 144 miles per hour on top of, let's go back here again. 144 on top of 83. That is a 97.3 knot rotational velocity. So at 98.3.
I don't know why I put
And
0.3.
then it went up
My
to
brain.
25,000.
98.6.
According to the probabilistic
Chat, you want to know you want to know how insane Nate's brain is when he is tired? He apparently does not recognize sixes as sixes, and he just skips a numeral. And so 98.6 turns into 98.3. Does it matter a whole lot? No, but
data sheet that we have here based off of research, our potential tornado that was just near the Tylertown area is at minimum EF3 based off of what the type of damage it could do. But it is anticipating that maybe it was even stronger than that to around a 180 mile per hour EF4. Once again, that is based off of what the research says. We'll see what the people that actually looked through the damage say in the coming days, because in the coming days, things will start to change and we'll start to see what the actual damage is with these storms. But once again, this is a significant storm, significant supercell, And there's another one right behind it over near Kentwood. There's another one right behind it. Keyword there. There is another one right behind it. Foreshadowing, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Foreshadowing. Hey, so my mom lives southeast of Meridian, Mississippi on the Bolin Log Creek Road. And I'm wondering if the BDS tornado that came through about 40 minutes ago passed over her home. That is a good question. I'm going to have to pull up a radar here. You said Bolin Long Creek Road. I don't think so. I think they were a little too far east for that. At least it doesn't look like that was the case. But it got close. It did get close. It just went down a little bit further south. I don't even know anymore, chat. People are just coming in and out of my house. But yeah, I think you guys were a little bit too far north and east, in my honest opinion. But anyways, Wade with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. There's another supercell that is right behind this one. All right, now let's fast forward to the next tornado that we saw, which is over in Amory. So the tornado, or the storm that was right back behind it near Kentwood, did get a new tornado warning. Used to see the violent tornado earlier on to thunderstorm that is heading. We'll actually go back. Stuff. And then we also have, once again, another tornadic thunderstorm that is heading into Tylertown. So this camera that we just used to see the violent tornado earlier on, we will use it again to see if we can find another tornado, as this tornadic thunderstorm here, this new tornado warning, has been issued near the Waltall and the Pike County area. Tangipahoa should be getting better. Same with Warnerton. So pretty gnarly with that tornadic thunderstorm is starting to move into Mississippi. A little bit of a supercell that's trying to... Yeah, there's a couple cells. Here we go. Yeah, there's a couple cells that are around here that are rotating, or at least are trying to rotate. A little bit of a supercell that's trying to develop near Smithville and Amory. I think we have a camera. Yeah, we have a camera in Amory. Chat, what do you see from this here? This is in Amory, Mississippi, where there could potentially be something tornadic, but it's very hard to tell. It is surrounded in rain. Everything is surrounded in rain, pretty much. That tornado warning for Itawamba and Lee County has been canceled. So now just severe thunderstorm warnings up there. A lot of crazy lightning with this storm, too, before we get into the crazy stuff. We'll fast forward to right here. This is where stuff gets really interesting, chat. This Amory camera is also looking at this other supercell that is back behind it, trying to see if there's anything tornadic. Is that... That's some scud, right? That's not anything tornadic right there that we're seeing west of Amory. Or is that a tornado? That is a tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is another tornado. Where in the world are we looking towards? We're looking west. I figured it out later. We were looking west. That is doing damage, too. Where are we looking at? Any tornado warnings? Right now, we only have 2. We only have 2 tornado warnings right now, both of which are in
Tennessee. You want to know something interesting, chat? There is not a single warning in the entire state of Alabama that is for severe thunderstorms or tornadoes. The only warnings that are in Alabama right now is flash flood warnings. Think about that. That's kind of crazy. The only warnings, or the only severe thunderstorm warning that is in Mississippi is in southern Mississippi near Slidell, west of Gulfport. So, you know, right now, guys, we're actually in a bit of a low area. We're kind of just chilling out. We're chilling like a villain. Melon like a felon. So that's kind of where we're at right now with a lot of our severe storms at the moment, which is kind of the reason why we're just going back and we're watching some of the highlights of the stream here. I think this is west of Amory. Look at that, though. That's still pretty, that's pretty crazy to see. Tornado like Amory, that. Mississippi. And the lightning, I forgot about that. I didn't pay attention. Look at the lightning. West of Amory, Mississippi. Tornado in progress. That's pretty tough. I kind of want to... Chat, let's get a slow motion of that. Let's get a slow motion. You're going to hear my voice, and it's going to sound really stupid. The tornado in progress. I cannot take myself seriously. I cannot. I don't know how you all do it. Is this good news for Alabama for the rest of the evening? For right now, yes. Yes. Oh my god. That was... Go back. That is doing damage, too. Where are we looking at? I might have to turn the volume off, chat. I might have to turn the volume off. This is... I think this is west of Amory. No, there's not any tornadoes on the ground right now as we speak. This is a highlight of what happened about 4 hours ago. I'm muting. I am muting this. I sound awful. I sound drunk. Yeah. I cannot. My face sells it too. I'm like, where does the lightning? Did I skip the lightning? All right, we're going back to regular speeds because I clearly... That is a tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That is another tornado. Where in the world are we looking towards? I clearly cannot find the clip. That is doing damage too. Where are we looking at? Where is this? I think this is west of Amory. That is a tornado. West of Amory. There we are. Okay. So, back. You guys really don't want me... You guys really want me to play the audio? Are you serious? Fine. My face just sells it all. I'm like... West of Amory, Mississippi. All right. Anyways, we get the point. That lightning was cool. Tornado in progress. Oh. I think this is west of Amory. I think this is what we're looking at.
I cannot.
That's what it
chat.
looks like based
I
off of the
genuinely
camera here.
cannot.
So yeah, that was tornado. And
That
based off
was
the
west of
rotation, it
Amory.
actually looks like that is the case too. It looks like we have a tornado that is northeast of Egypt, Mississippi. If you are in Bigsby and Amory, as well as Nettleton and Smithville, you need
Bigby,
to get in your
donut.
safe
It's
space.
not Bigsby.
I think this storm,
Bigby.
it looks like the tornado just lifted, and there might be another one. Might be a new spin up that's trying to form here.
Chat, I love how I'm trying to use my head to dodge the pole or the wire that is already on the camera, as if that's gonna do anything. Well, what am I doing here?
And there might be another one.
Look at this.
Might be a new spin up that's trying. Tornado just lifted, and there might be another one. Might be a new spin up that's trying to form here.
What am I
Another tornado.
doing? I don't know anymore. I don't. That is a tornadic thunderstorm that is starting to develop northeast of Hattiesburg. We're really going to be talking about more tornadoes here, guys. That's... Oh, boy. And it's going to be heading towards Waynesboro. That's the worst part about it. Every single time, Waynesboro is going to have this significant stuff. They just put a camera in Waynesboro. They should just put a camera over there. So real quickly, we'll look at the camera. Look at the radar here with this significant storm that's near Ovett in Mississippi, southeast of Laurel, northeast of Hattiesburg. It will be heading off towards the Waynesboro area. Do not be surprised if we could potentially see a strong tornado with this storm here. Do not be surprised. And yeah, this thing is ramping up quite quickly. This is some pretty strong rotation with it. So do not, once again, if the tornado warning gets issued for Jones County and Wayne County, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right. Back to... If you haven't already, share the live stream. Share all this information with as many people as possible. We're going to be seeing a lot of activity here. And this is going to be a lot of stuff. But we want to try and make sure a pretty substantial storm. Yeah, look at this here, by the way. These clouds were absolutely crazy. But it does look like we had a spin-up tornado west of Amory, northeast of Egypt. And it is possible, look over there on the right side. It is possible that this entire area is just creating spin-up tornadoes in this entire wall cloud. I mean, look at how rapid this motion is. Look at all of this spin. I'll tell you guys, this atmosphere here today. Waynesboro has had 2 tornadoes so far in the past month.
Tornado warning for southeastern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
Well, there's your tornado warning for Ovett. As I said, kind of wouldn't be surprised with that. Good call there by Kigglers. Laurel to Meridian should be fine. There's just going to be some passing thunderstorms, but it's not going to be anything crazy. Really, if she was heading east, like into Waynesboro, then there would definitely be an issue. But right now, as just this storm here, this one that has the potential to try and produce a tornado north of Ovett, south and east of Laurel, and it is moving away from Laurel. So Laurel is good. Laurel is fine. It'll be areas that will be near Waynesboro that could potentially be getting some of this activity. Look at how strong the rotation is here, chat.
Reds moving away, even some brighter reds into some of the tans. Greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This thing is spinning like a top. This thing is spinning like a top. And, you know, the reason why I pull up some of the footage of the previous is there's a new tornado warning for Wayne County now.
Tornado warning for central Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
So Waynesboro be the third time they could potentially see a tornado. All right, the reason why I bring up the stream, what I've been doing earlier on in the stream, sure, it's funny to look at, but here, there's a lot of stuff here. Spin up tornadoes, strong tornadoes. You know, like, actually, I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to put it at 2 times speed without any sort of volume. And, I mean, this thing is spinning when it was going about earlier on today. When we had this tornadic thunderstorm here that produced a tornado west of Amory, this thing was spinning. And, you know, we had a spin-up tornado across a lot of areas. A lot of areas. And then, even as we continue to move on through, so once again, spin-up tornadoes. Look at this. Look at this. There's some vortices that got to the ground, started doing damage over. Look at that. So that's what it did before. Multi-vortex tornado. This is what the storm down here in Ovette could be like. It could very well be like this. It could very well be strong or significant. It could go up and down. It could go up and down again. Or, as we mentioned near Tylertown, all right, we were watching Tylertown as it continued to move on through. We mentioned Tylertown got hit once already. We showed that earlier on in the stream. First off, the clouds are absolutely significant here. And we are definitely fast forwarding in this spot. But we're going to play normal speed, and we're going to let everyone listen to the reaction of what we saw live on the camera. Rain wrapping all the way around. Right here is where I'm watching. Right here. If there is a tornado, it's right there, chat. It might be already on the ground, to be honest with you. And if it is, that is a large tornado. My goodness gracious. Yep, that's on the ground, all right. And that's violent. That's horizontal vortices. That's horizontal vortices. It's on the ground, and it's big. It's a strong tornado. It's another wedge. It's another wedge. It's another wedge tornado. Oh my goodness, look at that. Yeah. Then it's wedging out again. It's a huge The same tornado. Camera here, 30 to 40 minutes later, another tornado goes through pretty much the same exact area. That's a wedge. That's a wedge tornado. That is a huge tornado. Look at the horizontal vortice on the left side, too. That's I'll go back up again. Tornado. Look at this right here, chat. I didn't even realize it. That's another horizontal vortice on the rear side. Look at that. That sucker is chonky. That's a horizontal vortice on the rear side of that tornado. That is what very well could be like what some of these other tornadoes could be like. This tornado warning that is currently over here into portions of southeastern Jones County and much of Wayne County, this could very well be something similar to what we just saw on stream. Really, the first hour and a half had to probably have been one of the more crazy starts to a live stream that we have had. So, yeah, this is crazy stuff. But yeah, tornado warning here, Wayne County. If you're in Waynesboro, Mississippi, strong rotation is evident here in this area. Need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Dunder, Craig Custom with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm glad you're back. I used to hate my voice too. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say at this point. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is a pretty prominent supercell now. It's marching on through. It is not doing damage quite yet from what I can tell. That is definitely the good news from all of this. But it is still a pretty strong thunderstorm. This is the only area in this entire event that is tornado warned at this time. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across some areas here in northeastern Alabama, as well as southeastern Tennessee. Everywhere else right now is not even severe thunderstorm warned. Would I date a supercell? I'd like to date in general. I'm single as a Pringle. True facts. Nah, I'm playing life as it is. I'll get there when it gets there. I'm also pretty tentative, so I'm not the type of person to really make the first move. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee.
Nah, we're split in our separate ways, unfortunately. Sadness, sadness. We'll find you a weather nerd girlfriend. She was a weather nerd girlfriend. But just got different ideas and where we want to go, how we want to conduct ourselves. And so it's rough, it's tough. Wasn't my idea either, but we're at separate stages. That's another tornado warning. My goodness, how many
Tornado
warnings?
warning for Central Morgan County in East Tennessee, Central Scott County in East Tennessee.
Will you stop it? That is a spin-up tornado over there, I will admit, in Morgan County. If you're in Morgan County, you need to watch out for it very, very closely. What can I expect condition-wise for Milton, Florida today? Some strong severe weather is possible. I don't think it'll be too crazy, but I do think you guys could see some severe weather. My friend is about 10 miles west of the Yovet storm driving to Meridian. She has no choice to drive. Worried for her? She's fine. Trust me when I say the storm is not going to do a U-turn and it is not going to impact her whatsoever. She's going to be fine. If anything, it's this storm right here is the last bit of storms period that could really be impactful, because even the storms that are near Gulfport and Biloxi aren't all that. So we are really seeing the bus game being played now, because instead of like 30 violent tornadoes in Joplin 2.0, we've only gotten like 7 wedges and a few EF4s. I guess what they're trying to play is in certain areas because of how large the risk, the moderate risk, how large the high risk was. You know, they were expecting it to be everywhere, not just in one spot. I expected it to be in only one spot, but everyone else was like, "Oh, we got the huge area." So,
Tornado warning for Central Rhea County in East Tennessee, Northeastern Sequatchie County in East Tennessee,
stop!
Bledsoe County in East Tennessee.
My goodness. There's so many of these little spin-ups that are over here in East Tennessee. If you're in Wartburg, in Sunbright, or in Lone Mountain, you need to watch out, get in your safe space. If you're in Pikeville, Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space. There's a lot of areas out in front that have a lot of spin-ups. Yeah, I am. It's life, unfortunately, Alma. Really ready right as stuff begins to calm down, it happens. People don't have patience. I will admit that. When people start calling busts and stuff like that, you know. Yeah. It's overperforming in Tennessee. Well, I mean, to be fair, they are on the edge of the 15 or the 10 sig and the 15. Actually, the 15 is a little bit further south. So they're right on the 10 sig borderline and the 5 Tor borderline. Yeah. A lot of spin-ups over here in eastern Tennessee. If you're in Athens, if you're in Riceville, if you're in Neota, along I-75, there could potentially be something tornadic near there. Decatur, as well as Graysville. Just anywhere, any one of these little popcorn cells could start rotating and try to produce a tornado. That's where we're at here right now with the risk in Tennessee. So please watch out if you haven't already. Cell west of Waynesboro still is rotating, but it is not on the ground at this time. Jones County, you guys are clear and done. You don't have to worry too much about the rest of the event tonight. Gulfport and Biloxi, you're just going to be seeing some general showers and thunderstorms from the looks of it, as a lot of those storms have started to deteriorate. But yeah. Oh yeah, Waynesboro never catches a break. They get like double-digit tornadoes every year. I think they could potentially get rid of the high risk at 8 Central. I think it's possible. Yeah, once again, tornado warning for Pikeville, Tennessee. If you're over in those areas, there is a little bit of rotation here northeast of Dunlap. It's going to basically parallel the highway all the way up into your area of Bledsoe County. So please take your proper precautions. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. Is the main risk just now starting in the high risk? To be fair, the main risk was already... The high risk was already starting down in southern Mississippi too, but... I would be blessed at the right time. I guess so. I am going to be 23 in April. But, I don't know. There's still a lot of things that I would like to advance on, pick up on. I don't know. One thing I do know is that there's some severe weather coming up, and I'm excited for baseball season and the end of hockey season. Goodness gracious! I hope my my Blue Jackets. Hope my Jackets get into the playoffs. That'd be cool. April's a good month. Oh boy. That's funny. I respect the Pens, but I also hate them. Like, genuinely, I like anything. I find it funny that all of my hockey teams, or actually all of my sports teams, besides baseball, dislike Pittsburgh. I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. I'm a Blue Jackets and Capitals fan. You know, like... But I do respect the crap out of them. It's always fun to play against teams like that. I have no hard feelings. That's not... Listen, I would like to think that the prime of beings extends all the way up into your mid to late 30s. So, you are still doing really well for yourself. I've got a lot of friends that are at my workplace right now that are like, what, 29, about to be 30, actually. His birthday just happened the other day. We actually get along really well. But yeah. Oh, speaking of ice skating, I have to decide if I'm going to be playing my hockey game tomorrow. Oh my god. Uh, I gotta figure that out. Hold up, chat. I know there's 3 tornado warnings. I need to figure out if I'm gonna actually be playing hockey or not. That's a new tornado warning for central Alabama in the middle of the high risk. Thank you.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marengo County in southwestern Alabama, Perry County in central Alabama, southeastern Hale County in west central Alabama.
That is typical right there. I don't know. It might be possible. I might be able to get away with it. My hockey game's at like 7:30. If I leave the house at like 6:50, get there at the rink, get dressed, takes me about 10 minutes. Man, something like that. I don't know. We'll have to see. I think I might be able to. I think I might be able to play my hockey game tomorrow. Hockey is so fun. I'll tell you what. Oh my god. I have been able to just relax just by playing hockey. And it helps that I'm on a point scoring streak right now. I'm like top 5 in points in my league. I can play all sorts of different positions besides goalie. I've had 10 goals in 3 games. And 12 points in 3 games. That's pretty insane. Well, there's your tornado warning here for Demopolis. Embedded supercell here heading into Perry County and Hale County. If you live in those areas, please be aware. Significant severe weather activity is definitely possible. One thing I'm concerned about with the storm, though, even though it's got some strong rotation, there's some storms that are south of it that are going to try and merge and obstruct its inflow. You'll see here what I mean. So we got some storms that are forming down to the south of it. And it's just going to try and race and combine and merge in with all that moist air that the storm is going to try and build up with. So need to enjoy yourself to be able to sit down and report on stuff like this for hours. Well, I can do both. I just need to figure out when the storms die. If they die conveniently at the same time to which I can go play hockey, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. It's possible, Noah, that storms could pick up that far north. It's possible. It would probably be more of a strong damaging wind risk if it does. I don't foresee too much craziness, but we're going to be watching it like a hawk. Parents never let me play hockey because you were a girl. What? I mean, I kind of understand because women can get injured a little bit easier in hockey. I've noticed that. But that's a shame. Hockey is such an amazing experience. As long as you put in persistence with it. And I played it since I was 4. Hockey is just so dang fun. Those in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's true. I saw this TikTok the other day. It was a crazy TikTok. It was this elderly couple that was in Germany. They were like in their late 70s, I think it was, early 80s. And they met online. And then the guy actually moved into the same town as the girl. And like 6 months later, or I think it was a year later, they actually moved in with each other. And then they got married and stuff like that. I'm like, people are doing this at 80? What am I doing right now with my life, you know? And I was tempted to actually go up to Rochester to move up next to her. But I just didn't work out that way. But I definitely saw some truth into that. I was like, you know what? There's something different about being in person and being able to talk to the person in person, or being able to dedicate that much more time to a person rather than just not being able to know when you'll be able to, because life. People have their own lives. People have their own livelihoods and stuff like that. So, yeah. I hope we don't get any more tornado emergencies either. I would be happy. I know I was pretty tired earlier on. I was yawning and almost falling asleep and stuff like that. Hopefully I don't jinx myself, but right now I feel pretty good with what my mental capacity is bringing forth to the table. The last thing I need is a tornado emergency to absolutely throw a wrench in that. But there is a tornado that is possible over northwest of Waynesboro, Mississippi. Wayne County, Mississippi. There is definitely an area to watch. So if you live in that general vicinity, I definitely recommend that you should get into a sturdy structure. Let's see. Milton, for the most part, I see strong damaging winds, but there is also the chance for some tornadoes. Have I ever tried a pair of men's figure skates with toe picks? No, no, and no. And I feel like I would bust my rear so many times in the process of doing that that I don't think I would be able to do that. I just put my head down and I just start busting my rear, skating up and down the ice, trying to chase a black biscuit on a white surface. That is what I do. You think hockey skates are different? They are different. They absolutely are different. The way they are sharpened is different. It is absolutely different. With hockey skates, you're able to stop on your side. With figure skates, you kind of have to glide and turn to lose momentum. And if you also public skate, you use your toe pick to try and stop it.
Tornado warning for Central Loudoun County in East Tennessee, North Central McMinn County in East Tennessee, Northwestern Monroe County in East Tennessee, Central Rowan County in East Tennessee.
That's the same storm we were talking about earlier, north of Athens, heading to the Sweetwater area and paralleling Interstate 75. So there you go. Yeah, I wonder why you're so excited for baseball, Jasmine. It could possibly because you have one of the highest payrolls in all of the Major League Baseball. All of Major League Baseball. It also could be possible that you have probably the best rotation in all of baseball by a large, wide margin. All of them, at some point, could be Cy Young winners if they stay in the league long enough. Like, I wonder why. I wonder why. There are many different stops on figure skates. Well, yeah, but like side-to-side stops, like it's stopping on a dime, if you will. That stuff you can't do on figure skates. With hockey skates, you can as long as it's sharpened correctly. So if you get like skates that are from the back room during a public skate, you're not going to be able to stop on those. But in actual sharpened skates, yeah, they work. Loudoun County, that's near the Virginia border, isn't it? So that is... No. Yeah. Loudoun County is in Virginia. I know what you're talking about. And you're absolutely correct. That is near the Virginia border. But that's the Virginia border with Maryland and West Virginia. The only reason why I know that is because that is DC territory. And that is kind of in and around the area that I've traveled the most in all of my life. Baltimore, DC, Maryland, all sorts of that stuff. But, yeah, no, Loudoun County is southwest of Knoxville. But I don't know, I like your thought process there. I do like your thought process, Velocity. This is Knox County in Knoxville. And this right here is Loudoun County. See outlook for Panama City. Definitely some strong damaging winds are possible across some of those areas over there. People are reporting a tornado on the ground near Waynesboro. I don't see that. But it is in Wayne County. Wayne County, Mississippi, north of Waynesboro. That is what chat is talking about. Extremely strong rotation approaching Marion, Alabama. That would be the storm that's near Demopolis, isn't it? It's decently strong. It's still suffering from those thunderstorms that I was talking about. It needs an unimpeded inflow notch in order for it to be able to get back to that strong capability.
But because you got so many thunderstorms that are just racing into the storm, it's really obscuring that inflow notch, and it's just making it not have a great day, to be honest with you. I hate public skates. I still use my own skates after all these years. I mean, absolutely. I definitely think that is the best way to go, especially if you already have them. But yeah, long story short, I love ice hockey. My team is also actually second in my beer league, the upper beer league that we play in, which has some casuals and some people who've actually played in college and some people who played in juniors as well. But we are currently second. And I'm actually going to miss a game. I'm going to miss a game at the end of the season against the worst team in the league because I will be in Chicago to watch my younger brother play hockey over there. I want to support him, and I've never been to Chicago before. So that's going to be pretty cool. I'll go see a Cubs game because the Cubs are in town. They play the Phillies. Does the weather command still work? Yeah, you got to use !weather and then the town followed by the state. Or the city followed by the state. That is a severe thunderstorm warning heading into Loosedale. Is that a left split? No, that's just a storm that just formed. Interesting. Yeah, if we go back in time here, you guys see how this inflow notch is pretty unimpeded? There's not really a whole lot of other thunderstorms that are in it. This other storm that's near Demopolis and Athens here in central Alabama, or not Athens, Demopolis and Marion. Athens is all the way up there. I don't know why I said that. And New Bern. It's a mess. It is truly a mess. It is not doing a whole lot. It is not doing a whole lot of anything. There's a delay. That sounds about right. My stream does weird stuff, so I apologize. At least with my commands. What are the worst hockey teams? Oh, by the way, someone asked what my cup favorites are. I really do like the Avalanche or the Stars this year. I don't think anyone in the Eastern Conference is winning it. Not even the Capitals. Capitals are one of my favorite teams. They're not winning the cup this year. It's just not happening. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Scratch that. No, there might be one team that wins it, and it's the team that won it last year, the Panthers. So the Panthers, the Avalanche, the Stars. Those are the only three teams. And the only reason why I say the Panthers is because Tkachuk will be back from LTIR for the playoffs. He'll be playing. And him, Reinhardt, and Marchand on a line is mental. So, yeah. Anyways, worst teams, Sharks are definitely one of them. Blackhawks are one of them. Sabres. Sabres are one of them. When is the next weather event? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I'm going to answer that question for you. I'm interested myself. Technically, it's tomorrow if you want to get literal, but it's not. That's not your answer that you're looking for. Next weather event, I think, is Thursday. Tuesday night into Wednesday. Tuesday night into Wednesday, I guess, is the next weather event. And then another weather event. Friday night into Saturday. Next Saturday, there could be some severe weather at the coastline. Wow, that's kind of it's kind of surprising. Yeah, Wednesday into Thursday, some weak severe weather could be possible in portions of Missouri.
Thursday, not as much. This coming next weekend, Saturday into Sunday. Next weekend could be some strong, severe weather that heads up along the coastline. That's pretty much it for the next week from the looks of it. Love keeping merch of the worst teams. I have like a couple of hockey jerseys that are interesting. NHL wise. Did you just really ask the weather for Pyongyang? Oh my gosh. I'm adding that to the list of weird stuff that I have seen people look up the weather for that I've seen in chat. Pyongyang is one of them. Bangkok is another one. I've seen that. Chat, you guys could be weird. Some person put a random Nordic town. I can't even remember what that was, but it just did not look English. It was definitely a Nordic language. Can I tell you about Frankfort, Kentucky? You guys should be fine. You're a little too far north. A little too far north. How does Fort Eisenhower look to me? That's a good question. I'm going to look. I'll figure that out. Fort Eisenhower, Georgia. Right now, you guys look good. Tomorrow morning, you're going to see your severe weather. It'll be a lot of wind. I don't see too much tornadic activity with you all. Friend lost his house in Stillwater from the fires? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. I hope they're all right. That tornado warning that is in Waynesboro just got canceled. So now we're back to only one tornado warning again. We'll keep that up there for right now. I'll tell you what, I definitely need the rest, Colin. Hopefully this will be the last bit of severe weather, at least for the week. I need some sleep. I need to be able to rest. I would absolutely flop onto the bed and just pass out. I feel bad. Now, to go back to the, just very briefly, I kind of feel bad for whoever could be my future girlfriend if they decide they want to live with me and it's about weather. By the time I'm done, I'm going to flop onto the bed or onto them and just pass out. I will just die. Goodbye, intimacy. No such thing as that when I'm dead. I will see you in my next life. Because that's what I did last night. When I got done with the stream, I turned off everything in here. I turned off my lights. I closed out my tabs. I made sure I saved the progress of some of my stuff. Shut down my computer. You know, because I don't want to rack up the electric bill. And I just went to my bedroom and I just flopped. Face down on the pillow. And just passed out. Sometimes I will go lay on my back and just, you know, watch YouTube. And I tried doing that for like a little bit. I like turned around and started watching YouTube on my side or a little bit in front of me. But no, it just dead. Goodbye. That's how I felt last night. I was not there. It was 5:30 in the morning. What's the best weather app we should have? Are we talking about for forecasts or are we talking about for radars? Because I have a plethora of information. How's the severe weather threat now? Has it downgraded? Not officially, but in about an hour it probably could be downgraded. I wouldn't be surprised if they took the 5 out of 5 off the map. How does Athens, Georgia look? A lot of strong damaging winds overnight tonight. Maybe the potential for a spin up is possible. Actually, the new HRRR should be running, shouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, overnight tonight, there could be some strong damaging winds. Maybe the potential for a spin up or two. Why is Antarctica that hot? I have no idea. Frankfort, Kentucky tonight is not going to see a whole lot. A lot of rain, if anything. Frankfort, Kentucky should be okay. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Unless if you live in a flood-prone area. What cut do I get on my skates? Personally, I get 5/8. It depends. Sometimes I do 5/8. Sometimes I do 1/2. But 1/2 is kind of like more of a noob style of sharpening your skates. So sometimes it's 5/8. Sometimes it's like 7/12. I think is what you can get as well. Sometimes I do that. The only reason why I do that is so I can dig into the ice. I'm the type of person that doesn't really stop too often. I just turn, tight turn, and I try to carry my momentum. Because if I stop, that's more work on the legs. And I can't recover in time. Let's say if I make a mistake. I can't recover in time to make up for it, so. What are those lights on the sky camera? Let's take a look at the sky camera. This is in Knoxville. I think this is the reflection of the lens. Because this is not UFO stuff. This is not UFOs. That's not it. I think there's also the camera at the stadium. Or no, it's at the campus. Is Watt Road in East Tennessee okay? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm going to assume you're talking about Lenore City. There is a couple of tornado warnings that are up near your area. One that's actually a confirmed tornado warning. Yep. So if you're near, if you're in Loudoun County, it's recommended you guys stay indoors, stay away from windows. The potential for something tornadic is still definitely in there. But yeah. I appreciate that, Vanda. How bad will it hit South Carolina? It depends upon how far east you are. But honestly, I think it'll just be more of a damaging whisk. Imagine combining the word wind and risk together and you put in whisk. Damaging wind risk in your general vicinity. We'll go to our camera here in Oak Ridge as well. How bad will Lawrence, South Carolina be? Lawrence, if I look up here. Lawrence, South Carolina. Oh, it's southeast of Greenville. You guys are going to get a lot of strong, damaging winds, honestly, more than anything. Maybe the chance for a spin up or two. It's possible. Bedard is an absolute dustbin. Come on, you caboose. Stop getting carried by Nick Foligno. Who was it that called, who chirped the other? I think it was Marshan. He called someone a pigeon. That was funny. I played against my little brother for fun the other day in hockey. And his, like, small part-time job out of high school is Chick-fil-A. So I at the face-off, I skated right up next to him. I said, "Hey, buddy, put the fries in the bag for me." It was funny. Give me my nuggies, my chicken sandwich. Get on it. Ugh. Weather is funny. Yeah, I don't think you guys would be getting a whole lot of stuff at Lawrence until probably... There's a good chance it may not happen until early tomorrow morning. So you could set an alarm. Yeah, Lawrence gets their stuff at around 5 a.m. Yeah. Around 5 a.m. when they could see their stuff. Sheesh. We're just going to be dealing with this messy mode, I guess, forever. Messy mode of some random spin. And just crap vection. Someone said there was a confirmed tornado on the ground around Marion. Would that be up here in Knoxville? If it isn't, that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Loudoun County in East Tennessee, Central Anderson County in East Tennessee, Northwestern Knox County in East Tennessee, Northeastern Rowan County in East Tennessee.
So that's a new tornado warning over there in Tennessee. If you're in those counties, please get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you're talking about Marion, Alabama, it's not on the ground. Or at least I don't believe it is. This thing is weak, and even more weak. So... yeah, definitely not the case. It's definitely not on the ground. What do I think caused messy convection today? What changed between model guidance and actual conditions? The actual, funny enough, the Storm Prediction Center actually put out a mesoscale discussion discussing why it's so messy. Increased forcing with the ejecting mid-level jetmax. All right, so basically, remember how I talked about my jet streak in my videos or in my live stream past couple of days? Out in front of the main area of the maximum jet streak, okay, that could lead to increased amounts of diffluence aloft, which then creates a lot of gaps of air to be that need to be filled. And so the air at the surface naturally is going to want to rise with both kinematics and thermodynamics, especially through eddies. All right. eddies that are in the atmosphere that naturally mix the environment of the moisture on the surface and the dry air aloft in the atmosphere. Since a lot of that moisture is being pulled up from the ground and up, especially in some concentrated areas to where it is favorable for thunderstorms to form, there could be a lot more thunderstorms than anticipated. But that's mainly because of the significant damaging winds, or not the damaging winds, significant winds aloft, and more than likely a lack of inversion within this environment too. So, is North Carolina going to get hit at all? They could. It would just be some damaging winds and some spin-up tornadoes the eastern side of the state tomorrow afternoon. But much of the state's going to get some strong winds. Well, there's your new tornado warning as it heads over towards Oak Ridge and into eastern Rowan County and southern Anderson County. There is definitely still some damage being done from this thunderstorm, so please watch out for that. Is that a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued? Yes, it is. Probability of watch issuance, 95%. Well, I'm glad their confidence is as high as it has been. Downstream watch issuance across western Georgia, eastern and southeast Alabama, and parts of the Florida Panhandle is expected before 1Z. So within the next 53 minutes. The expectation is that the activity will continue to pose a severe wind and tornado risk heading into the late evening hours as it spreads east-northeast. Latest model guidance suggests eastern Alabama will see an uptick in the severe threat by 1 to 3 UTC, with western Georgia and parts of the Florida Panhandle between 2 to 5 UTC. Solutions also show convective environment characterized by STP values between 2 and 4. Continue to support the potential for long-track significant tornadoes as well as damaging severe wind gusts. Watch issuance will likely be needed. So basically they're saying the environment is still pristine, it's just, can something do anything? Has the tornado threat gone down for tonight? At least temporarily. At least temporarily. Yep, Night Velocity, thank you for being around. I really do appreciate you. How strong will the winds be for tomorrow in South Carolina? Around 60 miles an hour. Somewhere around that. Man. The outlook for Panama City. You guys are currently in the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And you're expected to see some thunderstorms that could potentially make landfall near your area. It may not be that significant, but I would still watch out. It's kind of hit or miss at the moment. Some of the storms could end up moving there, some may not. But yeah, it is all over the place. All over the place. Why is my hockey group chat texting as much as they are? Oh. Someone said they pulled something in their calf, so they might be half as good as they are supposed to be. And someone put a quote from Miracle on Ice. It's pretty funny. What are my thoughts for just south of Atlanta tonight? I think they could potentially see some strong damaging winds and a localized potential for some tornadoes. It's definitely possible. It's not as significant though. I want to look at this mesoscale discussion. Over the past 1 to 2 hours, convection across north central Alabama has struggled to maintain intensity. Low to mid-level theta E axis remains in place. Isentropic ascent. Very strongly veered photographs. Adequate buoyancy. I have heard so many times from mesoscale discussions today of helicity tracks that it's not even funny. It's not even funny. Do I think Code in Alabama is in the risk for tornadoes? I do think they are. They will have to pay attention. But I also think that your risk for tornadoes, your window of opportunity is starting to close. It's getting there. For those of us new to the South, are these storms common? Well, April definitely told the truth in that instance. Yes, they are at around this time of year. From March and April, it is usually around the time into which it happens as often as it does. It is not as often during the summer, during the fall, and into the winter. It is also possible. It's actually more likely for it to happen during the winter than when it does during the summer, to be honest with you. That is an extension of the tornado warning in central Alabama.
Tornado warning for southeastern Bibb County in central Alabama.
Yeah, this type of weather is the most active as it is here during spring. That's all I meant by that is the most significant activity. It's not balanced across the entire year, but the most significant activity usually happens around spring. What's the timing for storms in Fairfax County, Virginia tomorrow? You guys are gonna have 2 different waves. Yeah, that's a good question. So ready for summer? I'm ready for something. I'll tell you that. First bit of storms can move through at around noon. Second wave is the one that's really interesting in my opinion for I was about to say our area, but technically I'm not in DC or Baltimore. 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. And then you get just more storms overnight as well into Monday morning. Yeah, April. We were talking about how we were talking about all of that. We had some good talks and stuff. We got to make up something. There's only 3 tornado warnings, 2 thunderstorms that are out and about right now. What's the strongest tornado I've ever witnessed before? In person or on stream? Because in person and on stream are 2 very different answers. And the in person one is not going to be as appealing as the one that's on stream. I think the Birmingham radar is probably going to be the best one. New tornado warning for Centerville and Ashby. If you're over here in Bibb County, get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. This severe thunderstorm warning should be canceled here soon at Lauderdale County, but we'll see. In person, it's an EF0. Only because I live out in the mid-Atlantic. So it's not like I can travel out to a lot of these significant severe weather days. And it's not like I can do it now either because, you know, I've got the channel. But if I do get some data sticks, I'll be able to storm chase. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, Eastern White County in Middle Tennessee.
Someone meant Kent Johnson's dad in Target. That's crazy. He's evolved so much in his game, Kent Johnson. Happy he's on my team. True facts. Is North Texas going to be fine after things going on in East Texas? Well, I mean, I think the only things that you guys are getting is wildfires and maybe some spotty thunderstorms. But other than that, it's not really too crazy. Excuse me. Do I think they will downgrade the outlooks tonight? I think they'll downgrade the high risk. There won't be a high risk anymore, probably. Should Spartanville, South Carolina, be that concerned? I don't think so. You'll be getting your storms early in the morning tomorrow, though. More than likely sometime around 4 or 5 in the morning. But as I said, those storms don't look too crazy. Crazy enough, there's also a little bit of rotation that's trying to build to the west of Centerville. So that is definitely interesting. What the heck is that? Interesting. Yeah, in person EF0. Taco Bell line took too long. Where should I go? Arby's or Zaxby's? Never had Zaxby's, and Arby's is okay. Taco Bell really would have been clutch, but sheesh. I appreciate that, Gerties. Thank you much. Thank you much. That's kind of my plan, to try and live stream late. I might not be able to do it tonight, though, because I am so exhausted. Oh my gosh. I did not get some great sleep last night. I did not. So. You're just north of Centerville? Well, you might want to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, because they could issue a tornado warning for your area. I'm assuming you're in West Blockton or Yoline. Yeah, of course, Gertie. Yeah, I will usually try to be up late. Late. Even after all the major stuff is going on. Usually am up, but this time, we'll see. We'll see about tonight. I was thinking about having 2 separate streams, so that way I'd be able to cover them both, but now I don't know. Have I done an update on Georgia? I have. The furthest east, or the further east you are, the less significant the storms will be. Western Georgia could see some strong damaging winds with the potential of spin-up tornadoes. Central Georgia could still see some strong damaging winds, but that won't be as sporadic. Same thing with the tornadoes, they'll be less and less. And then the furthest easternmost portions of Georgia would be more than just, well, somewhere around, I'd say, just some damaging winds. Something like that. Hopefully that coffee helps you stay awake. Yeah, I'm going to have to throw it in the microwave here soon. Panama City, right now you guys are okay. But in about 4 or 5 hours, things could change. So we'll watch out. We'll see what's happening there. Ugh. Don't forget my supper. I have that sitting here too, but I'm actually not hungry. I've been munching on grapes. I wish, April. I wish I could tell these storms to hurry up and get out of here. A little under Atlanta. We aren't in the red, but we're in the orange, and I'm just worried no one will be honest at that time. I understand that thought process. Yeah, we're kind of just meandering now. We're waiting for storms to just do stuff. What are the chances of a water spout in Biloxi? Pretty low. I do need a nap. I really do need a nap. At some point in the future, over the next 48 hours, I'm going to pass out. Someone play Piano Man for me. Sing me a song, oh Piano Man. Sing me a song tonight. My brain. Got some reports of damage over here of trees blocking the road east of Demopolis and west of Marion. Possible tornado. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that's true. I could stand up. I could move around. Sonic it is. You know, when I was younger, I actually got from Sonic, for whatever reason, the only thing that I would get from there is there's slushies with nerds in it and their grilled cheeses. The grilled cheese that they got over there is pretty tough. I haven't had one of their grilled cheeses in a bit. But it'll be a popcorn or chicken or a chili dog. I feel that. Big action was earlier today, and after a couple of hours, it started to fall apart. Yeah, that's kind of accurate, Nathan. That's kind of accurate. You're playing guitar at church in the morning? That's pretty cool. You lead worship? That's pretty cool. Good stuff. There's Squishy. As I said, she's retiring from being a moderator, so today is her last day as being a moderator. At least for right now. But it's pretty cool. She's going to bigger and better things. Yeah, wish her congratulations, happy retirement. Life in her world is getting pretty busy. So, she just wanted to be transparent.
Tornado warning for eastern Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, east central Fentress County in Middle Tennessee.
What the heck is this? Chat, I'm not sure if this tornado warning is trying to pick a fight with me. I'm not sure if this tornado warning is trying to pick a fight with me. Long Virginia polygon. A tape dispenser. Sunglasses. They just fixed it. No, where did it go? It was one of the best polygons I'd ever seen. Jeez. Maryland looking polygon. Yeah. Nadagon. That sounds like a
Tornado
Pokemon.
warning for northern Chilton County in central Alabama, southeastern Bibb County in central Alabama.
They probably added a new tornado warning. Yeah, they did. West Blockton should be alright for the most part. Appreciate that, Michael. Appreciate it, boss. Yeah, Nadagon sounds like a Pokemon. When is the STP supposed to advect over your house? When hell freezes over. When does that actually happen over in either in Blacksburg or in Hampton Roads, Newport News, Williamsburg, Norfolk? When does that actually happen? Why is there a semi-discrete cell that's trying to form out here in eastern Alabama? Sylacauga? Talladega? Oof. I wonder, chat. I wonder. What is actually out in that environment? I don't know. Do I think storms will pick up in Atlanta? Not right now. Later on the overnight tonight, we could see that. Exact time that a tornado will hit your house. Am I supposed to, figure that out within the next, 5 business days? 5 business years? Is that what I'm supposed to be thinking about? There is some pretty decent amounts of cape. There is a really interesting shortwave that's moving on through that area. It might be riding the vorticity axis. That's probably why some of those storms are forming. That's stupid. There's some moisture convergence out in this environment, too. Good amount of moisture as well. Michael with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Stole this from my brother. There's something wrong with y'all. I gotta pop my elbow. My elbow feels locked in place. Oh my gosh. Chat, you want to hear a funny story before I get into who donated that? Funny story. Back in 2020, on my birthday, April 23rd, 2020, I did a live stream. Just a regular live stream for some thunderstorms and whatnot. And, I'm gonna cry. I gotta hold back my tears. Stop! My birthday. And I just wanted to stream on my birthday. I didn't care. I wasn't gonna try and make money that day. I just wanted to hang out, celebrate it with. I wanted to celebrate it with the people who were my subscribers or my followers and stuff like that. And at the time, Squishy was working at a really nice job for her. Things were going really well. I didn't know this at the time. It took me a few years, quite a few years, until we actually started talking together when she actually told me about it. And she she and others donated a lot of money to allow me to be able to upgrade my equipment, to allow me to be me, allow me to be able to have fun with what I do, live stream and talk about the weather and continue to expand the community. One thing she doesn't know is that from that birthday and even from Easter all the way up to my birthday, so April 12th to April 23rd, that whole stretch, especially after my birthday, the generosity of people from chat and from her is something I will never forget, and is still the reason why I'm here right now. So, a lot of the tough times that I've had where I've stepped away from YouTube and haven't wanted to stream or haven't wanted to upload, haven't wanted to do a whole lot, I come back every single time because of people like her. So, I do appreciate her a lot. I don't want to say I feel like I owe it to the community to be able to do the stuff that I do, but I feel like I do have an obligation to be able to use my talents for better, which is what the people in that stretch of those streams and the people who are still with me today would like me to do. And so I shall. I'm not sobbing. Men don't cry, they weep. Squishy with the 50, thank you so much for one last time. I remember when she would donate hundreds of dollars.
Tornado warning for southern Shelby County in central Alabama.
New tornado for this is a tornado in progress here, chat. North of Randolph, south of Ashby. If you live over here in southeastern Bibb County in Alabama, you need to get in your safe space because this thing is definitely spinning. It is spinning and spinning and spinning like a top. Alistair with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support there as well. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is a pretty well-defined area of rotation. Andrew with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank God you are back. Can't say how many hours of enjoyment you've given me. And my brothers and myself are closer because of you. Well, that's very amazing. That's amazing. That's honestly really cool. I'm glad I'm able to give that to you all. Even though you guys steal money from each other for every single donation. It's still pretty cool to see. So thank you. PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning has been issued for areas near Ashby, as well as areas near Jemison, Calera, and Montevallo. Suck up those tears, man. It's good enough to make a grown man cry, but not this grown man. Tear, get back in there. If you guys know that reference, you guys are legends. Tear, get back in there. It's not getting back in there. I'm gonna have to wipe my freaking tear duct. Stop it. Alistair with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says we need to get you back here in West Virginia chasing. Listen, I'm okay with chasing as long as West Virginia mountains don't West Virginia mountain itself. I'm okay with chasing. It's just gotta depend upon where. Yeah, the tornado continues to move off towards the north and east. I get that, Abigail. You can ask her. I've always told her. I love a lot. I love deeply. I care a lot for the people that I care for. I do. It's always been that way. I hate to see people that I love or people that I care for get hurt, or people that are there, you know. Just whatever. I hate to see them sad. I hate to see them upset. Always have, always will. And one of my biggest fears has actually been the fear of unknowingly hurting someone. You know, like I doing something that I feel is normal, or something that, you know, I guess I haven't thought through too much. It ends up impacting someone. So and you could probably ask her too. I take a lot of my faults pretty harshly on myself. I get in my head a lot about it too. So I do care. I do care. At least I'd like to think I do. I'd like to think I do. Is it rain wrapped? Yeah, it is rain wrapped. And this is a tornado that is now dissipating as quickly as it formed. So that's good. That's some good news. Stop. My body needs to stop falling apart. By the way, I'm glad people were able to get that Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs reference. There's a lot of cool movies that I watched as a child that was pretty funny. Is Georgia in a PDS watch? No, they are not. Jasmine with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for everything, Nate. You are amazeballs. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Oh my gosh.
Tornado warning for eastern Talladega County in east central Alabama, south central Calhoun County in east central Alabama, southwestern Cleburne County in east central Alabama, central Clay County in east central Alabama.
You know, I did say that the storm is out by itself. Well, now it's not by itself. What the heck happened to these other storms that formed around it? What happened here? more storms formed around it, and now it's going to be having all sorts of issues. So it'll be 50-50 as to whether or not it could try and put down a tornado. If you're near Talladega, Munford, Anniston, Heflin, gotta definitely watch out. New day one. Did they take away the high? They took away the high! Do 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 do. That's a new tornado watch, by the way, that has replaced the majority of the regular PDS tornado watch. So yeah, a couple tornado warnings here. I just sent a message to somebody I know. Yeah, that rotation, as soon as it got warned, is starting to die out. That's kind of funny. Storm that's near Ashby is starting to die out a little bit after it produced a little bit of a tornado. A new area of rotation is also forming on the east side. Prob game? I mean, we can do the prob game for this tornado watch. Alistair with the 5, thank you so much, really appreciate it. One of these days, I'll get some streaming content back up for you. Remember the 2021 Nebraska baby cell stream? Gosh, that was funny. Yeah, I do remember it. That was pretty funny. All right, prob game for the tornado watch in Alabama and Georgia. 80-60. So not a PDS. 80-60 probability, though. If you're in Calera or in Columbiana, you need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic near your general vicinity. I'm going to be honest, chat. I didn't think it would be 80-60. I thought it would be a little less. I thought it would be like 70-50, 60-40. But I guess this is fair for an open warm sector that still has significant tornadoes. I still would have thought 70-50 would have sufficed. I've seen so many 70-50 risks that have been comparable to this. So. Yeah, it looks like this thing is spinning up a little bit more. That's a new tornado warning in Tennessee.
Tornado warning for southwestern Rhea County in East Tennessee, east central Sequatchie County in East Tennessee, south central Bledsoe County in East Tennessee, north central Hamilton County in East Tennessee.
This severe thunder or this tornado warning is north of Chattanooga. Has a little bit of spin. We're gonna have to use the Huntsville's radar. Dang. What? Are you serious?
Tornado warning for north central Gilmer County in north central Georgia, northwestern Fannin County in north central Georgia.
That's a tornado warning all the way over there. Well, if you're west of Blue Ridge, Georgia, then the middle of the mountains, if you're northwest of Blue Ridge, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, Cherry Log, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff, and areas to the north and west of it is where we could potentially see some tornadic rotation. So please watch out. It's way too quiet in the stream. That's a good thing. I don't really like the idea of tornadoes and a bunch of pings and stuff like that. That is a new spin up over near Calera, though. Could potentially have a little spin up tornado. South of the radar. South of Alabaster. I Pyro with the 14 months of the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. How did the NAM 3 kilometer perform today? That model is trash. Goodness gracious. Yeah, thank you for the 12 months of being here. I do appreciate it. Yeah. See ya, Camden. We probably could be live tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't decided yet, to be honest with you. Some other people might be live. Some people may not. But there's a confirmed tornado. Yes, there was one southwest of Calera. It is now moving into the Calera area as well. Yeah, there was some significant damage outside of Gordo and Pickens County. So folks are definitely going to want to watch out over there. Oh my gosh, that's right. Chat, I have some life decisions that I need to make tonight. I have some life decisions for whenever I decide to quote unquote end the stream. My favorite anime just came out with a new episode today. Do I watch it tonight immediately because this anime is so dope? This show is so dope. It is truly, if they were to do a live action version of this, it would be an actual great show. Do I watch it before I go to sleep and potentially risk passing out, or do I watch it in the morning? These are some real life-altering decisions. Yup, solo leveling. That is a new debris signature north of Calera. There's actually two. There's actually two tornadoes here. I'm going to look to see if there's any traffic cameras. Is there any traffic cameras here at this portion of Alabama? Kind of. That was a power flash that we just saw. What the heck is this? What anime is it? Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling, a fantasy anime. It's the reverse isekai, which is just basically you get put in a new world and you get like powers and stuff like that. Yeah. It's he goes from like one of the weakest people trying to fight for his life because monsters are attacking the earth to one of the strongest people. And he goes to try and save his mom from a sickness, and then he goes to try and save the world no spoilers on whether he's able to save his mom or not, because she has, as I said, it's a sickness that no one has ever recovered from. Yes, I'm still watching. There's supposed to be a tornado here. Reflectivity debris ball? Yeah, there is indeed a reflectivity debris ball there. It's kind of strange though. I would think that the camera that is, this is almost right next to where the tornado is at. I would think the winds would start to be going crazy. It'll just have to depend upon if I believe storms are going to be that significant or not, man, bear, pig. Or if I think I'm actually going to pass out. But right now I'm feeling pretty good. Sheesh. Yeah, that is intensifying quite rapidly. I don't understand. This should be looking at the tornado. We're not able to see it. Still some pretty strong rotation that's right next to the radar. 95 on top of 34. Isn't that typical? They should really cancel that Talladega tornado warning. They really should. I don't know why they haven't already. Minuscule storms down here along the Gulf Coast. They're not really doing a whole lot. Of the storms near Pensacola, do they look like they could produce? I was just looking in that area. I don't think so. I was looking in this general area, the Gulf Coast here. It doesn't really look all that crazy. The only cell that probably could a little bit later along the line would be this area near Gulf Crest and Mount Vernon. That's well north of Mobile. Right now, these storms that are heading into Pensacola and Milton aren't really doing too much. So that's kind of what we got here right now. Lot of lightning with this storm. Sheesh Louise. Jeez Louise. Let's go back over to our, wow. There's probably a good chance that this tornado warning that's in Bledsoe County and Hamilton County, good chance that could get canceled here soon. If you look above me. Because the actual rotation not only is fizzing out, but it's also heading north of where the actual polygon is. So. Sorry you had to take a shower. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what, tomorrow morning, or right after I'm done streaming tonight, I'm going to take a nice shower. I'm going to sit here and consider the following just for a little bit, chat. I'm going to sit here and consider the following. I was just told something by a friend of mine that is kind of a little, let's just say it's it's a lot to take in. Yes, high risk did go away. Oh.
Tornado
my
warning for northwestern Autauga
gosh.
County in central Alabama, southeastern Chilton County in central Alabama, northeastern Dallas County in south central Alabama.
Yes, I'm still watching. Looks like the storm has passed that area, though. There's that new tornado warning. Go back to the radar here, because this camera is being stupid. Yeah, it's just a long, elongated area of storms. This is... That does look like it could spin up here near Jones and Pletcher, as well as Billingsley. Yeah. We could definitely see a strong thunderstorm in the supercell. It's possible. Chat, we're going to be on here for a little bit longer. There's something that I just had that just came up. That I just been texted. That's kind of the reason why I was like, oh my god, there's a lot to take in. It's not anything like, it's not anything crazy. And there's a good chance that we could potentially, depending upon if things get crazy here in weather, there is a good chance we could potentially be back late. But I just got told something and I kind of need to help out with it. Let's put it this way. We talked about people that I cared about and me wanting to be able to help out with them. Let's just say my buddy of mine has made a pretty gnarly mess. Storm is almost over you. These storms are just not great down here. I'm going to be honest. There is a very strong possibility that the storms that are along the coastline, if they don't end up being significant or they can sustain, you know, we may not see a whole lot of stuff down there in general. I'm going to take a look at the models real quickly. Latest model run shows some thunderstorms that could still exist in western Florida. It's just really a lot of scattered convection for the most part that tries to be tornadic. That's what the threat kind of is overnight tonight. So it's basically what we've been seeing for the past 4 hours. What we've been seeing over the past 4 hours, these storms form, they try to become significant, all sorts of stuff like that. How bad do I think Georgia would be tonight? Severe or just bad? I think it'll be a touch of severe, but it'll just seem like it's bad. A lot of these storms here are likely not up to severe parameters, and if there is a tornado, it would just spin up. Maybe that probably that far north. A lot further south. The further south you go, the more of a significant tornado risk you're actually in. But western portions of Georgia could definitely be in the main risk of some significant activity if a severe thunderstorm or a supercell can be able to get in by itself. Which kind of the reason why this storm that is, well, this storm right here that was near Pletcher and Billingsley was looking kind of interesting when they issued the tornado warning. So that's definitely something to watch out for with that. And then this cell that's up here near Citronelle in southern Alabama. And to be fair, even this cell that's over here in Grove Hill. And these storms have just been going in and out. But there will be more thunderstorms that will form out in front of the line here shortly. And we can kind of already see that. These storms that are over here near Pensacola, they're kind of just streaming straight up. And this might actually stop some of these other supercells from trying to be significant and sustaining further. So there might be a small window of opportunity for significant tornadoes over the next hour, maybe 2. And then these storms out in front of it just absolutely flood the atmosphere with cooler air and not even a whole lot of time for storms to be able to get through a regular cycle period. So, yeah. This is some real strong damaging winds with this. I'll tell you what, they could issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Columbiana. I wouldn't be surprised with that. And then there's the one tornado warning up in portions of Tennessee. That's going to expire in 8 minutes. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Could be a bookend vortex that could try and be near Calera, but... Alright, chat. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go help out my friend. I'm going to go help this person out. They're in a little bit of a... As I said, they've made a mess. And I gotta help them fix their aforementioned mess. So, we're gonna hope that I don't make a mess of them. We're gonna hope. But we're gonna try and make sure that they can get something. There's just Stupid, 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 stupid. But there's a good chance that we could be back tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Just make sure if you're subscribed, you hit the notification bell. Especially since pretty much over the last 2 to 3 hours, we've just been kind of floating about. So just stay weather aware. Stay weather aware tonight, chat.
Tornado warning for northeastern Shelby County in central Alabama.
Dothan could see some severe weather overnight tonight, around midnight, maybe a little bit later, past midnight. These storms that are getting near Prattville and Montgomery really aren't doing a whole lot. It'll take a couple of hours before it even gets there. So there's a lot of time between now and then. Everyone say thank you to Squishy. It's her last stream. Her last stream covering as a moderator for us. So everyone thanks Squishy. Enjoy her retirement because she's been with us for about 5 years. And then she's going to be getting really busy coming up here. She's got a lot of projects. She's got a lot of things that she's been telling me about. And I'm excited to see her and where she could go with that. She knows that I've got her back in a lot of these things. But yeah, enjoy your retirement. I will see you guys either tomorrow or later on tonight, tomorrow, or Monday. We'll see. We'll see. I need sleep tomorrow, definitely. But that's a new tornado warning in southwestern Alabama. We'll let this play on through.
Tornado warning for southwestern Monroe County in south central Alabama, north central Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, southeastern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, southeastern Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
Yeah, if you are in those counties, it looks like a tornado is in progress near McIntosh, near Choctaw Bluff. So please, please, please heed the warnings. All right, guys, we're going to head off for the night. But we'll see if we come back tonight. Just turn on post notifications. If you do, you'll be up to date with all the latest things we do. There's also a bunch of other people that are live right now, so you can easily float over into their coverage. A lot of people want the same exact thing that I want, which is to keep people safe. So, all right. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will catch you guys next time whenever we are live, or maybe we upload a video. We'll see. It'll be sometime within the next 24 to 48 hours. All right. Night, night, chat. See ya.